Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, that's a good start. Welcome to High on Politics. Hi. Had some technical difficulties. We are running with just vertical and horizontal on Twitch today because, yes, we're going with that. Hopefully we'll have this all figured out soon. But welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. It's good to see everybody. How's it going, Alirda? Josh, how you doing? Yes, we are starting off strong today. Oh, man. Technical difficulties right off the bat as I'm trying to go live. Nothing better, but welcome to the show, everybody. Yes, took the weekend, had a good weekend. It was, it was a celebration of my mom's life. My mom passed exactly a year ago on Saturday, so took the day, did some stuff that she would have liked. And, just kind of had a nice, refreshing weekend. Was able to decompress. I think that's the word, is because, had to decompress. There's a lot going on, guys. There's just so much. And when you do this, it really does, it rides on you. Excuse me, man. I am having a really bad allergy attack because it is 72 degrees outside and sunny, which you would think I would really, really enjoy. Not when we go from 20-something degrees outside. It was a crazy, crazy warm-up. I know that some of the eastern United States actually had some really bad weather. We got hit with a little bit of it. But, hey, what's up, Mitch? How's it going? Oh, let me get some music here. But, okay, so a few things. I was able to decompress to the point where I did not really follow politics, but I saw some friends that I hadn't seen in a minute, and of course, when I see friends now, that's all they want to do is discuss the politics and what's going on, which is just fantastic. So, did have a discussion about this, and I realized something. If you don't watch like a lot of news on your algorithm, just in general, it doesn't really feed you, right? So, my friend's wife had very little idea of what was actually going on in the world, which not her fault at all. It was kind of just surprising because she didn't know that there was a war going on, legitimately. She just knew that there was something going on in Iran, but she didn't know that it was like a full-scale war. She didn't know that we were dropping bombs. That was a big one where I was just like, wait a minute, how in the hell do you not know that? I don't understand that degree of separation. So it blew. I think that we both had that moment where we were just like, what's going on? Because we're living in two different realities. She is living in a reality that, again, apolitical. She leans left, but realistically, if I have to be completely honest, does not give a shit about politics in the slightest. Even if it's affecting her, she doesn't care. She's one of those. And honestly, when I say one of those, I mean the average American. God, it really bothers me that that's the case, but it's so true. And every time that, I talk to somebody like this, it brings me back down to reality where I'm just like, oh no, it's so bad. This is so bad. Because again, it's one thing to kind of deal with it where, they're playing the game of, well, I'm not sure if I should listen to Fox News or if I should listen to whatever news. it's different if they have that, but they're still kind of informed. It's completely different when there is no information going through. And I think that is by design, because I asked her, what's your normal like day? Like, what do you consume the most? And like, what app do you use? And she said TikTok, of course. I'm not trying to judge. I'm not trying to judge, but it was mostly like short form content. And yeah, she's not getting any of that through the algorithm. So I'm not sure if that's by design, but it's also, like I said, she has zero interest in this stuff. But I saw something, like I think we were watching it here, where they were talking about how even if you have an algorithm that doesn't have politics in it, you're going to be fed politics at some point. So that's why I was just kind of blown away by that. So yeah, I gave a crash course on what's going on in Iran, and man, with her, because I used it as an experiment in just like, okay, how can I do this and be as non-biased as possible? Because obviously I come at stuff with a little leftist bias, but I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's try. Let's just, and I tried my best to just not shit on Trump and just give her the news as factual as possible. God damn, it's very, very difficult to not just chime in occasionally, just be like, he is so fucking stupid. What's up, Pinkerbell? Like the stream on the way in. Yes, I keep forgetting to do that right off the bat. If you guys could hit the like, really, really helps me out. Hank Moody, what do I think of one Nicholas J. Fuentes? I don't know. What do you think about him? That's what's more important here. Imagine telling your kids you oppose the American century on its 250th birth year. Yes. It's it almost seems like, I don't know, this whole nationalistic bullshit is ridiculous, but complimenting China. Yeah, I will compliment China. China right now is the only one not doing something that is going to result in their population having a giant economic crisis. But hey, here we are. Yay. He's doing things because reasons. Big booms. Can we get it, guys? I mean, no. I'm telling you, man. Like, anybody who's rah-rah about this shit right now, you have a very limited understanding of war and conflict. And this is where, yeah, most of my generation, anybody that lived through the bullshit that was George Bush and all that. Yeah. You know. Like, we know. We've been here before. That's why it's just like, ugh. The like button, talked about my mama. Like button has a concussion. I hit it so hard. Nice, dude. Hey, I always like when you guys inform me with a little joke added. That's nice. Yeah. Horizontal never started. It's still up. It's still up. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it just, disappear? And it still says it. Sorry, guys. I have to fix this. Yes, I understand. Delete that forever. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't know. Horizontal's just not for today. We're just going to do vertical and Twitch. If you guys insist on watching the horizontal view, you are welcome to follow me on Twitch. As all of my favorites and guests just disappeared. Great. Whatever, man. Vertical chat rules. Yeah. Yeah, it's something. It's something else, I'll tell you what. There's definitely a different algorithm. Hell yeah, Proverts. I mean, I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. It's definitely a little more blood sporty. I kind of like my horizontal chat specifically because it is like the OG chat where we, it's a more chill time. But like I said, guys, you guys can follow me over on Twitch just in case too. YouTube be doing what YouTube do, so you never know what YouTube gonna do. So, do me that solid and follow me over on Twitch. Also follow me on X because, yeah, guys, you missed all the fun. That was the other thing. That was the only other little bit of politics that I got. I sat there and I didn't doom scroll. I'm not there yet, but I did. I have it like curated to where it's just everybody that I follow. Essentially subscriber mode only. And man, it's actually kind of usable when you do that. Same with Blue Sky. Oh yeah, I'm on Blue Sky as well. Oh man, I need to start linking my socials through my my chat here, but while nothing is playing you, should put the Iran war cost tracker up. I can send link to Discord. Nah. No, with all due respect, Sylvie, I'm not that type of show. I'm not a doom show. I'm not here for that. You know, we get high on politics, but I'm not here to constantly be in that. And that's one thing I realized, again, talking to my friend who isn't always in politics, who barely understood that we're in a war. Did I ever figure out how to put that stuff on TV? I'll be honest, I really didn't take the time to do that this weekend. Yeah, my head was not in a very good space on Saturday, so, and even Sunday. Like, I missed my mom, guys. Like, I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to bring the show down. And honestly, I've talked about it enough, but so I got to figure that out. I literally did my taxes today. Like, I'll figure that out. That's later. But, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know. Exactly. I did something for me. I did do something for me. Went for a nice long walk today. Not off a short pier like some of the chatters have asked me to do, but, sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't see it as doomer to see how much it's costing us. No, I know. Sylvie, the thing is, I'm not trying to make my whole show about this, like, tracking the war and any of that. Like, I'm not trying to make my show geared towards that. I could do that as a segment, which I'm more open to doing. But with all the news that I have to cover anyway, it's just one more thing. Like, and honestly, my screen's already busy enough. I got chat, and then I got chat over on Twitch. But yeah, I got this, and then I got Stan whenever he's here. So I don't know. As I said, your show. I appreciate the suggestion. Okay, thank you. I'm also just trying to make a broader point, not very well, that a little more positivity is needed because goddamn, I was not feeling good on Friday, and it wasn't just like what was happening with me. It was just following everything going on. It's a lot, guys. Like, we have American service members who, I mean, dude, if we're still under 10, and I know that's like, this is going to sound weird, but after the metrics that I got used to during the Iraq war, it's like, wow, I can't get away from politics. I know, it sucks. It sucks. And for any of us that, kind of follow it more than others in general, yeah, it's a lot harder for us. Smoke a wiener? Why smoke a wiener? Wait a minute. I just realized that your name was Salmon Tender. Or Salmon. Salmon Tender. Wait. Do you guys do you pronounce the L? Salmon. Like, I think I say salmon. Yeah, salmon. Salmon. Anyway. Yeah, it's a lot. Yes. Hey, Natch, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, like I said, and I was able to reset. That's the other thing. Like, god damn, that felt good. I'm just gonna say, getting away from the politics. I missed the stream though. Like, this is the really weird part. On Saturday, I was debating doing just like a gaming stream because I was missing you guys. I was missing this. I definitely. It was rainy too. It was like miserable out. There was a little break there where I wasn't completely, I call it blackout curtain mode, where it's just like you don't want to get out of bed and you're just, nope. It's, giving into the little bit of depression, but you pronounce the L? You do? Okay, so salmon. That's just, I was going through Peptrol. Oh, thanks. No, I appreciate that. I think, I did a Thursday show, so we got it. Friday was weird. I caught a shadow ban. That was tons of fun. Kind of got to go into the weekend panicking whether or not my stream got put into the armpits of YouTube, which, hey, That wouldn't be fun, but God. All right, to finish up my story, because there is a broader point to me hanging with my friends and realizing that, yeah, they just don't curate the news to people the same way that obviously they do to people like us. I realized that this was an opportunity to kind of like get people to get involved in not an alarmist way, because I also realized that doing the alarmism didn't work. It actually kind of like made her go, this is like, she kept repeating, this is why I don't follow this shit. This is why I don't do this. It's just like, oh, shit. Brandon, the discourse got the same thing. Well, yeah, no, yeah, he didn't though. I know he didn't do this. Like, neither of us did. No. I caught a shadow. Like, I'll just say a shadow ban on Friday. Something was up. Like, all of a sudden, chat just went dead. And I didn't have anything happen to the channel, but it was a weird one. But the thing with Brandon is so BS. Is he not back yet? He should be back, right? Oh, yeah. Get them lighters up. Let's go. We're about to celebrate the my local time zone. So if you guys are part of the circle and want to chill, because that's what I had a nice reminder of, was while I was talking to my friends, they reminded me that I built this show to be the stoner circle of the internet, and we can discuss politics and just the goings on, and yeah, we can do it in a certain frame of mind, if you know what I'm saying. He was back, and then I think it happened again. That's just the excuse they gave him. He got banned immediately when showing, but Automod blamed the picture of AI George Washington figures. Huh. F yeah, this is the leftist stoner circle. I mean, that's why I have the greatest little saying where you get to pass to the left. You know, welcome to Pep Talks. Welcome to High on Politics. Pass to the left. And yes, when the merch is finally out, now we are just waiting on just the rollout. I hate when tax season comes up because it really does turn into, oh hey, I need to do this, and then we can get to the starting up a store. It's like, yeah. Also, starting up an online store, I'm not gonna go into the ins and outs of it. It's not as easy as it looks. You know, the way that they like say on these commercials where, oh, you got a small business and do you want to, you know, get your word out there? It's not like the I print for you shit. It's a little more complicated, but I'm really excited. I know that you guys have already seen one of the shirts, the put some pep in your step, but yeah, we also have another one, pass to the left. It's going to be fun. Limited releases and great for the summer, you know. I like how I'm trying to hawk merch that I don't even have up yet. Ghost, thanks for the info. Oh, Ghost. It's targeted abuse. It is. The thing is, I have awesome mods on my channel that they screenshot pretty much everything that is applicable to that. So, Pinkerbell, actually, shout out to you. I got to give you a big shout out on this one. You were the reason that, like, I had evidence to show them, and I think that's why the reinstatement did go through. I also had some help on X, which, please guys, don't make it all for naught. I signed up for X for you. I don't even want to be on that platform. I don't want to support Elon Musk. I wish I was high. Bloodstone, but you know how it goes. You know how it goes after that bus ride. I'll be honest. One of my favorite messages that I get almost all the time on stream is from you, Bloodstone, when you say you get home and you get to relax and light it up. Because the thing is, I know that feeling. There's nothing better than getting off a long day of work, kicking off your fucking shoes, petting your dog, say hello to the cats and all the animals if applicable to you guys. And then just being able to get that the post-work smoke in. Oh my God. And we're not talking, the backy. We're not talking that. We're talking wacky backy. If I'm saying things weird, just know, YouTube kind of did give us a hint that there's a new list of things that we can and can't say. I'm just going to be safe for now. How about a wife and kids? I have a wife. We don't want kids. I mean, if you guys, say hello to your kids, that kind of stuff. Petting the dog. Yeah. I was about to say, somebody's going to take that wrong. I already know how this goes. God damn the internet. But, yeah, if you got kids and all that. But also, that's actually the benefit of not having kids is, I get to, come home and just get ripped. That's awesome. Well, at least in my case, I do work from home. So, it's essentially, you go upstairs and then you're like, your wife will be mad at the kids. Wait, your wife soon will be mad at the kids. I don't get what you're saying. Whatever. Such a good feeling to get home and relax. Yeah, that was essentially the long and short of that. Also, guys, speaking of my wife, if you guys see, this is her cancer fund. I'm going to have to extend that. Because after going through all of our bills and doing everything, oh shit, dude. Dude, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. I can only smile. This is all I can do, and I could just cope laugh at the fact that we're cracking the 1 million mark here. Yeah. We're just, I don't know what I'm gonna do. This is insane. Living in America is fucking insane. And going through cancer, especially at such a young age too, that's the one thing that I can't stand hearing from some of these financial fucking dudes is just, ugh. Yeah, she's so young and just, man. And then they're talking about how, oh yeah, so your 401k obviously couldn't really help with this, and it was just holy fucking Christ. They just make those numbers up. Yeah, but you know what they don't make up? The whole way that they threaten you about it. I've already got we have a few things that went to collections that we thought were paid for, but they got denied by our insurance. So it's an insane cycle of bullshit that we should never have to deal with. And right now, when she's in the middle of her cancer, or middle of her cancer, I hate putting it like that, the middle of her treatment. She needs to be focusing on that, and the fact that there's that added layer of just oh, cool, we don't know what's gonna, but hey, you know what? Whatever happens. There's no. I like the vibe of your room. Yo, nipple crusher. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. That's very nice of you. It is a good vibe. I like this. I like it too. I'm glad you guys enjoy. I wish her well, brother. You as well. Thank you. You look like a naturopath. If you're not, I don't even know what that is. I have no idea what that is. What's a nat? God damn it! Now you made me curious. Don't do that. Naturopath or I'm guessing it's a naturopath. No. You're very wrong about that. No, sorry. Okay, no, we are not naturopath at all. She's on, high dose radiation and chemo. And yes, Pinkerbell, yes, they are over on Twitch. Because you were just I didn't see that name. That's pretty funny. No, we're not into that. And honestly, I appreciate everybody's advice and stuff when they come in with it, but I know people mean the best. Sometimes they don't, though. God, man, I have had some people like try to give some advice that just seemed like they were trying to kill my wife. Um, like it was the most. It might as well have just been like, hey, so you got a cliff. You ever been cliff diving without a parachute? It's just like, wait, what? Yeah, get that adrenaline going. It might as well be the same shit. Hey, youngsters, keep your heads up. Hey, Adelaide Audits. I'm trying. Kind of gave a lecture today just as my show was starting here, where I was just like, yeah, you can't just always give in to the negativity. You know that picture in the back that you have of Godzilla is the biggest, I'm the biggest fan of Godzilla movies, posters, and pictures. I'm looking for the big picture of him versus King Kong. Oh, yeah, I mean, that one's from Godzilla King of Monsters. That's a great fucking movie, by the way, but I'm not going to stun lock on Godzilla, but I appreciate your comment and also your interest in Godzilla, because hey, you know what? Big G's the shit. Goddamn. He would make what's happening right now a little more interesting, I'll say that much. Me too! I am too, Adelaide. You're nobody here. Oh, okay. Are you no one? You don't matter. Yeah, I'm no one. That's exactly it. Got a few people watching me on the YouTubes. I don't know, man. This is my one thing where I'm just like, why are people like this? Like, what is it? What is it? Like, why? Why you gotta be so unchill? Why is every, interaction, oh, this guy looks like I don't like him and he might... Do you do this to people you agree with? Like, by accident? Like, do you guys, find channels that you're just like, yeah, Trump 2020, Trump 2028, and then they're just like, yeah, cool. I like him. It's just like, oh, cool. Why am I balding? Because that's how age works. And I'm not balding. It's because I have a stupid part this is what's called an unnatural part. Yeah. My hair when I have a natural, when I actually follow my natural cowlick, I look like an emo kid and I don't like it. So, whatever. But since you did it, we will call out Moses, because that's the new bit. Anytime that somebody calls out my the balding, I'm gonna just do the Moses thing, and he can part at least one more hair. Let thine people go. And yes, we will keep that bit going. Your butt itches? Well, that sounds like a personal problem there, buddy. You like being a nobody? I personally, I like my little corner of the internet. I like being able to chill with you guys and do all this. So if that meant if I was going to get bigger and not be able to do that, then you know what? Yeah. Is that a Lego minifig? Yes, it is. It is Vitruvius. But for that, he's Moses, come on. Who has that commitment to a bit? Let's go. This is why you guys should appreciate the channel, Even if you kind of hate my politics, you can hang. You can have some fun. Sub to the channel too. It really does help me. Actually, perhaps you don't have a body. You don't have a body. Checkmate, atheists. Man, I know that some people got mad about me talking about not having a soul and stuff. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, not Pep Girl, please. It's cursed. What? See? You know what? Fuck you. This is what I have to deal with. Randos coming in here talking about, oh, you're going bald, blurdy, 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 blur. It's that shit right there. It's just like, hold on now. Pep Girl. This is, again, why? Why I have this stupid, again, I'm going to call it bad part. It's a bad part. Typo, negative Pep. It was, it's straight up oh. But anyway, now I am kind of slow. Oh, all right, hold on. Look. He's here, and he's in his bed for once. Oh, everybody say hi, Stan. God, he had himself a weekend. And he actually, he had himself a fun weekend, but god damn. He got to have his anxiety checked. That was for sure. Because, holy crap, our neighbor got a new dog. This summer's gonna be a long summer. But anyway, yeah, he's good. He was really good. Oh, also, guys, just so you know, we're back. We got him the minis. Actually, you know what? Here, let me give him one. One on me. But if you guys are interested in giving the dog a treat, $2 donations give the dog access to 2 of these. Man, I'm saying ums and ahs a lot. See, now in broadcasting, if I was on any other show, I'd be freaking out right now. Just be like, ah! I need to figure something out. Oh, that's another thing. I could never do this. Or, like, I could never be on the radio and actually get stoned. Because, yeah, that's where a lot of that comes from. I think you guys know that. All right. Also, if the music's too low, let me know. I had to reset a whole bunch of... Here, you know what? I think it is too low. Because I can barely hear it on my end, which means you guys can probably barely hear that. Puppies rule. Yes, they do. I also got cat treats. I broke down. I got some cat treats. So whenever the kitty's here... Oh, speaking of... Hold on. Did you guys hear him? Yo! Yeah. Hey, I'm explaining to everybody that you get treats now. Yeah, you get treats now. Aren't you so happy? Well, where are you going? You're not happy I grabbed you here. You want to get down? All right. But yes, now he's part of it too. So for your consideration, folks. But yeah. Are you guys Pinkerbell? I was actually serious. Do you hear the background music or? Yeah. He said no. Yes, he did say no. Supreme Justice Leto. Dude, give him one of those little they kind of look like haircut capes. You know, you ever just sat there getting your haircut and you're just like, I look like a Supreme Court nominee. That's what I do. I pretend that I'm getting nominated into the Supreme Court. It makes me feel a little bit more special. You hear music? Good. Okay, good. Good. Elevator music engaged? Hey, it's not... If this is elevator music, that's some pretty dope elevator music. I'm trying to think. Who was I on hold with recently? They had some really good hold music where... It was one of those... Oh, yeah. No, it was my internet company. And they had, like, the old school... And I'm just sitting there doing the meme, like... Yeah! It's all rules. Wait, I turn my phone all the way up. It's there, but it's faint. Okay, here. Let's do. I mean, it shouldn't be overpowering. That's actually, yeah. You guys can kind of give me the details on whether it's... Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. I just realized that this isn't working. Oh, my YouTube Studio reset this? Oh, dude. No wonder I'm having these issues. Okay. Well, that makes a lot more freaking sense. All right. Well, we are 100% not going to be able to use my horizontal mode. God, I hope I'm not going to have this all week. We'll figure it out, though. We will figure this out. But either way, P.S. Got to compliment the outfit. Nice forest colors going on. Oh, shit. Thank you. I was actually feeling like jewelry today, too. I was like, huh. That's a banger. Josh gets it, though. Josh gets it. The second that you hear that, you're just like, oh, yeah. That's it. No, dude, I want to make a metal version of that song. Somebody, wait, Kirk, where's Kirk? Kirk needs to get on this. I'm not musically talented. Somebody who's way more musically talented than me needs to get on this. Wait a minute. That can't, it's not in the public domain, the public domain, is it? Because you would think that, like, hold music, it has to be. Right? I don't know. Let's see. Actually, we're about to learn something in real time. Is hold music copyright free? Dude, that's the second one. Copyright? No. Hold music is not automatically copyright free. Playing copyright music, radio streaming services for callers is considered a public performance and requires a license. Oh, it does. Okay, so they can't do that. But performance rights. Oh, they can purchase the song to do it. Music on Hold. Oh, it's owned by a company called Music on Hold. That's bullshit. DJX could probably play it. Yes! All right, we need DJX to do that. Took a Binger rip. That'll fix everything. No, it won't. It will cook me to the point where I won't be able to continue to do my stream that I have set up for you guys. So until the 420 hour, you guys are stuck with a halfway sober version of myself. It's such a simple beat. You could honestly reproduce it. I mean, you guys got the song just based on me doing that, right? I remember there's been a few times where I had to explain. Oh, I just recently did this. It was the song, you know, me and Julio down by the schoolyard, and I kept saying like the Julio song. They're like, the what? The what? And then I finally just sang it like that. They were like, oh yeah, Scatman Pep. Scatman Pep. Oh man. You just made me realize, oh yeah, Simon and Garfunkel? Yeah, it was so funny too, because I'm just like, yeah, everybody knows this song, right? Like, then I'm like, wait, what's the hook? Whoa! No, why are you just rambling on? Because this is what I do, man. I like to just ramble and have some fun before I cover all the bullshit. But that's why, Stu. I mean, he did ask, so. Let me have my brain and my brain-isms. What? You like a little bit more structure? Well then, I don't know. I think Hassan's on, or yeah, Hassan's live. Not sure if Vosh is live. You can go watch Vosh. I don't know. I think that I can offer a little bit different experiences than everybody else. So if you want something steeped in poli-sci and fucking all that bullshit, yeah. Stu just wants to hang and troll. Well, it's fine. You can hang and troll. He's just like, get to the politics. I want to get mad at you. Can we talk about favorite strains? Yes, I think everybody knows here that my favorite, like my top go-to, actually, it's this one, Jack Herrera. It's my favorite high. I mean HI, like hi. Gorilla Glue. Good one. The Kush of the Mountains. That's a good one. Yeah, we like to rumble before we have to rumble. Or ramble before we have to rumble. Actually, you're not wrong. That's your favorite one? See, I like diesels. Like diesel strains. The one that I love the most that hasn't been around for a long time though, Trainwreck. If anybody can ever get some OG Trainwreck, like I really hope that strain comes back because oh god, it's the best. It is. It's just by far the best. The taste, the way that it, I mean, there's a reason that's called Trainwreck because oh boy. Gelots. Yep, Yeah, I can't even say that one because that one is actually flagged in there. So, yeah, but the purple, like the good purple, the purple fog. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. Although, guys, all right. So, Adelaide, I know that some of y'all are about my age. So, you guys remember there was this time where it was like the mid 2000s. No matter where you like were buying, there was always like a little bit of the purple, like the ones that had like the purple crust on them, but it was fake. Like it was something like it was like a coloring that they were adding to it, just to make it look a little bit, better. And trust me, everybody was doing that shit. Like, so when you would be told, oh yeah, this is original purple fog, yeah, then you were just like, but then you start actually, growing your own, and you realize that if it turns out purple like that, more than likely it's going to be full Sebe day. I'm not sure if you knew that, but yeah, when it starts turning purple, yeah, that's when you may have screwed up, which I've done. It's okay, Oh, God. Freaking cat. What are you doing? Sorry. He's scratching at the door. I'm just like, why? The door's open. The door is open. He just wants to be a pain in the butt. He got everything he... Oh, that's what it is. I gave him one of those new treats. Purple means stressed out plants. Yeah. Well, sometimes you want to stress out the plant, like a little bit. Get bigger, like the stronger stalks. Actually, Pinkerbell, I think that you saw the last one I did before I actually broke it down, right? Because my outdoor, whoo boy, that thing, it got as tall as a tree. Come here. Come here. Come say hi to everybody. Since you're being a little pain in the balls. Come here. Come here. Well, if you don't want to get picked up, jump up. All right. There he goes. Look at him. You can turn, Wait. Yeah. No, if you do winter time. Again, it's like Pinkerbell was saying, it stresses it out, and that's the whole thing. Doesn't necessarily always translate into like a better production. I hate that this is one of the harder things to talk about on any of these platforms. Hey, you! But it is springtime, so we can talk about plants and just in general. Oh man, so if you guys are into gardening at all, let me know what your favorite filler plant for your garden beds is, because I need a good filler plant. I planted some onions and lettuce. Man, I wish I lived in a place I could do that. I tried to plant onions and I got embarrassed. It looked like it was doing something, and then all of a sudden it was just like, no, sorry. Just kidding. When it jumps from veg to flower. Yeah. Well, I've gotten a lot better, personally, at making sure that, my dude. Pep's plants are pretty good. I'm illiterate in gardening. Yeah, I realize that I'm good at certain things. What I'm not good at is spotting, like this one specifically, filler plants, where it's just like bush, not like a bush, but I need something that's greeny. It comes in kind of big and greenish, so it kind of offsets all the flowers, because, yeah, man. I got the wrong ones last year, and they didn't look right. And then on top of it, they made everything in the flower bed sick, so... Yeah, it was such a waste. Anyway, now I really am just, like, completely blabbering, so Stu is probably just like, dude, what the fuck, man? We were just about to talk about something interesting, then he started talking about gardening. Mini hedges. No, that's even too big. So, I don't want to say something that looks like lettuce, but I don't know. I need something like that. Like, something that's, like, big leaves, grows in shade. Yeah, something like that. One of these days, I'll just get the entire, like, list of what I actually have, like, already planted there, so I could just be like, okay, so what goes well with this? Because that's the other thing. I hate the fact that it's all, like, locked in. Ooh, kale. Actually, kale might not be a bad one. Because, yeah, it'd be useful. And, hey, yeah, hostas. Oh, there we go. Cat, hostas. Thank you. Hostas. Put that in my little note. Try hostas. Cool. All right. All right. Before we get it, like, full into politics, I got something here. All right. I think you guys can hear this. So, they just did a Kat Abu Ghazaleh hit piece that... Here, can I bring this up? Why is this not... Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's bring this up. All right, so I got sent this right before I started stream. This is real. Like, this is odd. Because I haven't heard any of this, but... Here... Okay, what the hell? You gonna work? What the hell? Wow, this is, there we go. All right, so... as far as hit pieces go, this was effective because immediately I was just like, oh shit. I haven't heard any of this.
Kat Abu Ghazaleh, totally fake. Kat's campaign is being funded with tens of thousands of dollars from right-wing donors.
Yeah, so Republicans and Trump.
To Republicans and Donald Trump. And she
FEC.gov.
lied about no billionaire contributions. Evanston now exposed Kat for taking contributions from members of some of America's wealthiest families. Thousands from the billionaire family of a Saudi arms dealer. Kat Abu Ghazaleh, another fake politician. CPP is responsible for the...
All right, Chicago Progressive Partnership. That is one of the other ones that people are just like, yeah, dude, that's APEC. I'm just like, that tracks, but I'm also seeing that this is paid for by friends of Daniel Biss, which I'm just not sure, did he, like, contribute to that? Yeah, you haven't seen that one? Yeah. Going out with all that music. I really hope I didn't just screw up with that one. I didn't even think about the music while I was watching. No, there's no way. While they feel a certain kind of way, huh? Here. Well, here's the thing that... What was it? FEC.gov, right? Because I want to find the proof that she actually has, like, shadow donors the way that they said that she does. Oh, Alaska Thunderfuck. Good one. I like how, like, people that don't know, they're just like, huh? What did he just say? Like, what was that sequence of words that he just blathered out of his face? It's just like, Alaska Thunderfuck? Is that a punk band? No. What is it? I can't tell you. That's just, I'm on YouTube. I can't tell you. Afro Man. Dude, Afro Man, were you here for the segment about Afro Man getting sued by the Cincinnati Police Department for using for using footage of them arresting him in his house from his security footage? Like, huh? That's gonna be wild if he can't, by the way. Like, could you imagine, like, a new precedent in surveillance and anti-surveillance being set by fucking Afro Man? Her boyfriend situation with the Onion has been weird. Yeah. Again, guys, I'm just gonna suck it up, and I'm gonna vote for her. But specifically that one about her with Donald Trump and the right wingers trying to push for her, that makes me think, like, fuck, man, because she's a self-admitted old conservative, or not old conservative, but she was an ex-conservative. Anyone watch the video? Are you gonna fix my door? Are you going to fix my gate? Mitchell, I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I'm gonna just go out on a limb and just say, no, I haven't. It's okay, though. You didn't know that she's an ex-conservative? Yeah, she was conservative, like, I mean, pretty much until she was like 16. See, that's the thing. Hold on, wait a minute. Per her explanation, she started changing her politics by the time she was 16, 17. Like, that's when she started getting her bona fides in the leftist movement. So how can you claim that you held conservative value? Like, dude, I'm gonna be kind of reductive here, and you can just take it or leave it. Any of your politics before you were 18 doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't. It just really doesn't. I mean, maybe 17 I'll give you a little bit, but I don't know. Like, that's weird. For her to put that much stock in it, too, where it's just like, oh, by that time I was already, up on my politics and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But realistically, guys, Dan Biss, I feel like he's just more of the same. That's the problem. He's part of the machine. He really is part of the machine. The more and more that I keep looking into the guy, his policies, the fact that he just will not answer whether or not he would sanction Israel. Like, come on. It's kind of a fucking no-brainer at this fucking point, but whatever. Alrighty. Alright, well, I swore that we were going to get to the politics, so... Which in 16 years... We had that conversation, and that's where... I don't know. Yes. No, blanket. It really is... Do you really take taxation without representation, or taxation with representation seriously? Because if you're a working 16-year-old, then you do not have representation, and you're being taxed at that point. So, yeah. I mean, are we just saying words at then? I mean, I understand that a lot of America's like that. I mean, shit, dude, I just went through the fucking tax code, and I fucking proved it, by the way. I'll just say it for my household, okay? The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It was no tax on fucking time and a half. It was the fucking time and a half that she got the fucking no tax on. Her overtime was still fucking taxed. Hey. Sorry, man. I got to be real about that one, because I've been trying to tell people, and I'm like, listen, I don't care what your politics are, man. You're just wrong. Like, it's just this is how the new tax codes are, and, if you're going to be fucking upset, then please be upset at the right people. Like, be upset at Trump for lying. Like, this is one of those things that you should experience, is getting fucked by a politician, so you stop supporting them just fucking full-heartedly. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know, man. I'm going to just say that much. That's one of the biggest problems with MAGA is the fact that they will not break. They will not just... They can't shut up for like 10 seconds to just sit there and think like, you know what? He has kind of fucked this one up. If Pep Cat interview ever happens, it's going to be good. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Actually, hold on. I never checked something. Let's see. It'd be nice, but... No, I got something from Justin Ford. Yeah, Justin Ford is another guy that's like, he's one of the... he's got no shot. He has like a 2% chance at winning our seat, so But yeah, Justin Ford reached out to me, which, again, with 2%, no wonder. He's just like, well, what chance? You know what? Might as well. I'm an ex-conservative. When Obama got elected and Fox News shit their little diapers, that's when I stopped being conservative. I was 15. Oh, okay, so... Man, that's weird, because like I didn't hold a political identity until I was like 17. So... I'm not saying that Democrats don't fucking lie. Don't put words in my mouth. No. That's the whataboutism. I see what you're doing, Stu. You're bothered because you understand that I'm right. You understand that I just called you on the carpet for not calling out your own side and your own guy because you're just so into like the optics or the fucking sunken cost theory or whatever the fuck is going on your side. But I'm just saying, dude, no. Like, I constantly criticize the Democrats. That's why the Democrats hold a disapproval rating that's, like, on par with ICE. It's because of fuckers like me. Because I answer a lot of those polls and just go, no, I'm not happy with these assholes. They suck. They're lying. They're constantly fucking catering to Trump and the war machine. Like, I gotta say, man, no. I was very, very critical of Joe Biden. I was very critical of Obama. I've been critical of pretty much every single president that has held that office since I was able to vote. It's just, that's why it's so fucking blanketly weird to me that there is this cult of MAGA, again, where people just refuse to look at things objectively and just be like, yeah, things are fucked up. You know, the economy's not great. Like... Everything does everything's getting worse. Dude, I had okay, so actually, here we go. Story time before I get into the rest of the show. So this weekend, right? Get a knock at the door, and immediately I was just like, oh, it's politics season. So I was like, oh, wait a minute. This could actually be Kat, or it could be, you know, any of the 15 different people that are running for my seat. So I actually rushed to the door. I see that it's a dude, and it literally looked like a campaign manager with whoever the guy was. I say, hi, how can I help you? And he's just like, we're just walking around the neighborhood just trying to introduce ourselves. And I'm like, okay. And I was about to ask, like, Republican Party or Democrat Party, and then he's just like, and we're just kind of trying to gauge, you know, do you go to church? And I'm like, oh, what? No. And he's just like, well, he's like, you guys are, you and your wife are welcome to come to our church. And, you know, times are difficult. And he actually mentioned, he's like, the exact words were, with Jesus returning. And I was just like, oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, so this guy legitimately thinks Jesus is coming back. But, you know, I noticed that he's wearing a really expensive watch. He was wearing a pretty expensive suit. His wife had a real nice purse. So I'm just sitting there, and I wanted to. I almost did it. I'm just like, do I want to make, like, a bit of this? Because I was also thinking, like, fuck, my phone's inside. Like, so I would have to be like, I'll be right back. Grab my phone, come out, literally have my phone and be like, by the way, you're being recorded. And, no, so he gives me a pamphlet. It has a few verses from 1st and 2nd Timothy. It had 2nd Thessalonians, and then it had a bunch of parables from the book of Revelation. And I'm just like, oh, God. I'm like, after that encounter, I had to sit down and I had a real moment. Yeah. Well, hold on, Adelaide, because I'm not sure if you know the lore of me, and how I came from a church that was literally that sect of Christianity. We were just short of Seventh-day Adventists, but we didn't speak in tongues. We just believed in all the end time stuff. Like really believed in it. So I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, man, I really missed an opportunity because, again, the way that guy was rocking that Rolex and he's got that suit, I'm just like, dude, I should have just had him give me his routing numbers. Because, again, that's not even a bit, guys. If you have a tried and true believer in Christ that genuinely thinks that this shit's happening, tell them that, you know what, we're silly heathens. You know, what's the harm? Money, honestly, what's the point of making money if this is truly the end? Like, ask any Christian that believes that the end of the world's coming and ask them just why money then matters. Why does the price of gas matter if this is the end? Why work if this is the end? What are we doing? Like, that's how I know that these people genuinely do not believe it. If they did, they would all quit their jobs and they would just be going to church and waiting for this shit. I'm an anti-theist now. I'm selling Rapture pet insurance. And I actually got some... I just realized that my pet insurance is bullshit, dude. I got him pet insurance when he was a little pup. And yeah, at some point they adjusted my policy, and I finally just sat and looked at it. What the fuck? Oh boy, you on my feet again. I love trolling bitches like you. Whoa. Couldn't even get the E in there, man. Come on. Is it really trolling? I don't know. See, like, you don't bother me, so is it really trolling? I thought trolling just was like you actually had to bother people, but yeah. Also, hey guys, I'm back on the feed. Woohoo! That means that my shadow's down. My shadow's down. You know what? I'll go with it. It took 2 years though. Hugh Berry Fruits. Hi, hello. Hi. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. Man, you see what happens when I take 2 days off in a row? I think that we're going to go back to me taking Saturdays off, because it was actually nice. Do you actually answer real shit? Yeah. Sometimes I don't even have the ability to get the filter on, so depends. If not, then it's trolling. What do you mean? Like you're trying to ask me legitimate questions and want to have a debate? 7. I should be able to do that. Okay. Trolling is a way for the emotionally stunted to let out their feelings. Yes. I don't know. See, this is there's different levels of trolling. Because every one of us has had one of those days where you're like doom scrolling, or you're sitting on like, just the couch, just fucking, yeah, you're engaging in the hate, I'm not sure if you guys are like me. I'm gonna speak for me, all right? You guys can agree or disagree. There are days where, as I said, I'll sit on the couch and specifically go to like my local like neighborhood groups, because even in Chicago, you will not believe the amount of people in there that are just fucking full-blown MAGA. And I'm just kind of like, okay. And I'll allow myself to spend maybe an hour or two just going for it. I'll pull up memes, I'll get counterfacts, I'll sit there and I'll debate online and just have, I'll do the trolling. So I gotta say, this is where I'm not much better than Chris. I'm a little bit, because I don't go to random people on, YouTube or TikTok or whatever and just kind of find a stream that is in total disagreement with me and just go like, I think you're well, God damn it. Hold on. Gotta walk this one back because I did that with Honeybee on Twitch because she was talking about the fucking conspiracies and the chemtrails. I was just like, ooh. So hold on. Again, no angel. You don't skip 4 messages debate, dude. I'm not debating you through fucking chat. Also, like, dude, just enjoy the show. Either don't ever try to tell me what to do. I'll ban you for just that alone. Batmite. Ooh, I like the name. What up, Batmite? I also like the message. Debate me. I'm a master debater. Debate me. I mean, you literally just said, I'll debate. Fucking debate. I'll debate. That's not really a debate. Whatever, man. Don't be gay. Why? You know, gay's just fine. What's up with that? Wait. What's this you say about chemtrails? Dude, I'm not going there. Pat Bad segment called Shut the Fuck Up, Chris. You can just add whatever name you want to it. Hey, you know what? Not a bad idea. And here's the daily pep talks. Shut the fuck up. Who's my choice? I don't know. Rowdy's been there. Actually, I think I've told Rowdy to shut the fuck up and go away a few times. Not necessarily like go away, but it was just like, not now. Chemtrails is just energy for remote viewers. Oh my god. I just can't stand when you show somebody a video about like exhaust and just like how a plane produces such exhaust, and that's why you see these trails like behind planes. And they're just like, nope, it's danger chemicals. It's just like, okay, you're undefeated in your special zone. Yes. God, you remind me of the Wayward Swordsman. I think that's what he's called, but he's from Final Fantasy VII, where you find all the proto relics. He's just like this really goofy swordsman, but he's just like, I am undefeated. It's like, meanwhile, you've defeated him like 80 times. Yeah. 100% like ratio. Good job. Ooh, fuck yeah. Appreciate that. Undefeated at getting yelled at, but in a nice way. Hey, you know me. I don't just go fucking, full blown like, get the fuck out of my chat, you dummy. Especially if you're like known here. Yeah, chemtrails are just moisture and cold air. I know! Comrade, what up? I'm doing well. You know what? I'm glad you asked. I'm doing actually really well. I had a nice weekend. I'm just really, I'm doing much better. I had me a little time. Friday was kind of fucked up. Doesn't help that my stream is also experiencing the same shit that I was 2 weeks ago, but whatever. We persist. Chris Rhodes said that he said what he said. Debate someone instead of just speaking purified bullshit. Okay, whatever, man. You are finally back. Yes. Yeah, like I said, I needed to take that Saturday, and it was nice. But all right, let's get to this news. I've kind of put this off, and we're past the first hour, so let's talk about the Zora Mamdani, the bombing that almost happened, and it happened on video here. Where the hell is it? Here it is. Okay. Let me bring this up. All right, dude. I'm getting really sick of this thing. sorry, my streaming services, or my OBS is just fucking ass. I am so sorry, guys. Nothing is working today. Alright. What the fuck? Yeah, you didn't hear about this shit? Alright, so let's watch the status quo bit, and then we'll go to the other news that covered it. Also, like I said, guys, before we start this news segment, if you are just joining us, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I appreciate you guys being here. If you do not mind, I would appreciate you guys hitting the like button or double tapping the screen. Really, really helps me out. And also sub to the channel if you guys are enjoying the content. I do try to welcome everybody from all political persuasions. I'm not trying to keep a bubble going here, so. But we also do like to have cool people, so, you know, don't just go around being like, debate me. But, all right, guys, to the news. This just happened in New York yesterday, right? Yeah, yesterday.
Leave the goats alone, Muslim!
You saw what I did?
All right, so if you guys didn't know, this did involve that fucking weird counter-protester at this point, Jack Lloyd. God, they really are just the biggest pansies.
NYPD defending Nazis right now? Keeping them safe?
Well, I mean, technically, like
You can help build the only independent news outlet.
if you're attacking people, like, physically, I'm sorry, guys.
Always on the ground with the people.
I know,
Low
unpopular,
16
but...
cents.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan, Washington.
All right, time to eat the news veggies. Yup.
To the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
That's a QCI America great again. Yeah. Look at that. So please, guys, please help yourself. No, not yet. When we get over to the mansion. Oh, okay. She looks American. Not yet.
So it's edible, though.
Oh, it's great.
It's overcooked like a motherfucker.
Free the coast! Free the coast!
On March 7th, right-wing bigot and extremist Jake Lang, that's not Jake Lloyd, Jake Lang, held an anti-Muslim protest outside New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani's mansion for what Lang claimed was the purpose to stop the Islamic takeover of New York City. Lang had about 20 followers with him. Over 100 counter-protesters came to demonstrate against his hate. Afterwards, small bombs were found. Fortunately, they failed to go off.
Dude, you're even shorter than Jake. It's fucking crazy. You're a leprechaun, bro.
And of course, in today's media landscape, both sides are blaming each other on this one. And status quo is on the ground.
Alone, Muslims. Fuck you, Nazis! Fuck you, Nazis! Alone, Nazis! Come on, buddy. He's great. Get the fuck out of New York, Nazis! Get the fuck out!
What's with the goat?
Get out of my guys, we can't do this on the sidewalk. You know that's us. Guys. No, that's us. Get out, Nazi!
Yeah, to be completely real, the fact that the New York cops didn't just fucking shut down his unsanctioned protest is also kind of fucked up.
That's a start of the piece right there.
That's his wife. What's up, bandit? Way to join the party here.
Can you turn that off?
This is our country. If you see our neighborhood, this is our country too.
This is our home!
It's your home, but this is our home, Central America. You get the fuck out.
Get out! Nazis, get out! Nazis,
careful, we ain't trying to start a fire here.
Google images. Purchase for Trump. Google images. Look me up. Google images.
I mean, the fact that this is their whole life and people want to sit here telling us, like acting like we're the biggest idiots. Okay.
Nothing behind the eyes.
Versions for Trump, huh?
Yeah.
Honestly, again, it's so easy. You just ignore them. Where do you even get a live goat in NYC? I don't know. Coming up? Hello. All of a sudden we have cat treats now and you're gonna hang around. Alright, the fact that they're carrying smoke bombs, like right there, you do understand that, like, any of the other protesters, if they get caught with that shit, like, why are they just allowed to use like in the U-Haul? The motherfucker literally had a fucking paintball gun with pepper balls. And he was hitting protesters with it. Well, he didn't get arrested for that.
Why are you trying to stop us from filming this? Please, everybody film. You can get him on my name.
You saw what I did?
No.
It's escalated now. Well, we told you the first time, you didn't believe us.
Well, again, if they're throwing fucking stuff like that. Okay, so the protesters literally stopped this guy.
Stop! Get back! Get on the street! Sidewalk! Sidewalk! Sidewalk!
Or not. So, who were they even trying to get there?
Right, you're the only people.
Go away! Go away! Go away!
Now, to be fair, this is where the cops need to turn to them and just be like, you need to leave right now. Because they don't have a fucking permit to be doing it in the first place. So again, if they're going to play these games, they like to do this against every other fucking, you know, demonstrator. Yeah. He's literally pushing people, by the way.
Back up. Back up. NYPD defending Nazis right now? Back up. Keeping them safe?
I answered you 1,000 times. You shut the fuck up.
You don't have the intelligence to tell them
You're inside. Move me then, bitch. You the marionette? Move me. Move me then. Then shut the fuck up.
I'm scared of you? I'm scared of you?
I'm bored with you. Step away, little man. Step away, little man.
You know it. You guys are just trying to take our videos and put on your social media and get some viewers or some Facebook likes. Don't do this shit, okay? We are just here for no reason.
It's very simple.
Dumbass. I live here.
You piece of shit. We lived in this country. You piece of shit. We live in this country.
What do you think? I'm not causing an issue.
But why you are getting engaged with us in the
If you
argument?
want to
Don't argue.
protest, whatever, that's great, but be peaceful about it. Talk to people.
You are doing the shit.
Be
We are doing
peaceful.
the same thing.
You're
60,000 children just got raped and murdered,
What are you
and you
doing
want
now?
us to be peaceful.
What are you doing about it?
We're right here trying to get rid of this mayor that allegiance.
We were doing peacefully.
Just reminding, like, myself that this is who they are.
Minneapolis, we were doing peaceful. I got
the reason
by Minneapolis people.
Marionette, shush, Marionette. We're not talking to you, Marionette. We're not talking to you, Marionette. You're pumping on the streets. We're not talking to you.
was held outside Gracie Mansion, where I live with my wife, Rama. Neither of us were home at the time. This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city.
And yet the fucking cops are sitting there defending Jake Lang.
Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home. While I found this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen. Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone. I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence.
He's so good at it.
Whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city.
It's like a Stargate portal open, and all the internet characters entered the real world. Just like Ready Player One.
Wall. But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody, and the devices they brought taken off of our streets. I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety. They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, that is selflessness, and I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law.
Okay.
As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication with our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. First, I will tell you that we are not at liberty to discuss many aspects of the ongoing investigation at this time due to the pending prosecution. The suspects here, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, are going to be prosecuted in federal court here in Manhattan, and a complaint will set forth criminal charges and the factual allegations supporting those charges. After that complaint is made public, which I expect to occur later today, I will be able to say much more about the investigation and what we have learned in this case. But
we do have the update.
It's crucial that we respect that process and not get ahead of it. That being said, I can confirm this morning that this is being investigated as an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism. I can also provide some additional information building on my remarks from Saturday evening. At that time, we were beginning to conduct preliminary analysis of two devices that were ignited and deployed earlier that day, one in a crosswalk on East End Avenue and East 87th Street, and the other on the west side of East End Avenue between East 86th and East 87th Streets. That testing was performed by the NYPD's bomb squad and FBI special agent bomb technicians in consultation with an FBI chemist. Preliminary test results determined that these were not hoax devices nor smoke bombs. They were improvised explosive devices that could have caused serious injury or death. Part of our initial investigation was to determine what energetic substance, if any, was used in the two devices, and our analysis showed that one of the devices deployed by the subjects contained the substance triacetone triperoxide, known as TATP. Now, TATP is a dangerous and highly volatile homemade explosive that has been used in IED attacks around the world. Our bomb squad then rendered safe both devices. And as of now, explosive evidence samples.
Why would ISIS target Mamdani? I don't think he was the target.
Sent to an FBI lab for.
Honestly, I think they were following Jake Lang and what he was going to be doing, and this was an attempt to get at him.
Further testing. Our investigation.
Although they haven't mentioned that. They keep mentioning that this was right outside Gracie Mansion, so.
Also led our detectives to a vehicle that was tied to the suspects. And yesterday afternoon, patrol officers found that car, a black 2010 Honda with New Jersey plates on.
They're saying ISIS inspired, but.
East End Avenue between East 80.
I'll be honest, the fact that we haven't heard the term ISIS in quite some time, and all of a sudden now it's just, propagating. Like, this is where I'm going to just put my Alex Jones hat on and just say that this is, it's always weird how these attacks, they kind of fit a mold where they're just very convenient, very convenient.
First Street and East 82nd Street using a robot. The NYPD.
The trans attacks, needed those to bring some attention to the transes, get the attention off the fact that most of these people are white that usually commit these atrocities.
These bomb squad was.
But then all of a sudden, you know what? Yep. It's time.
Able to find another.
Like I made the joke last, right when he started the war, where I was just like, okay. And then, the thing happened in Austin. They were just like, yeah, this is inspired by that. It's just like, okay, usually you do the false flag before you go to war.
Possible suspicious device and materials inside the car consistent with the first two explosive devices, and the area was immediately frozen and cleared. A limited evacuation of certain floors and certain nearby buildings was conducted while the officers secured the vehicle and removed this third device, which was
All right. Well, we have the actual update that now she can actually talk about. So
the defendants are charged with attempting to provide material support to ISIS, using a weapon of mass destruction, transporting explosive materials, interstate transportation and receipt of explosive materials, and unlawful possession of destructive devices.
CNN's Gloria Pazmino is outside police headquarters for us. Gloria, what more are you learning?
We are learning more about the charges that Amir Balat, 18 years old, and Ibrahim Kayumi, 19 years old, the two men who traveled to New York City from
definitely not susceptible to fucking internet shit.
Pennsylvania to participate in those counter protests. They will be facing federal terrorism charges. They are accused of providing material support to a terrorist organization and of using weapons of mass destruction. We also are expecting to learn about additional charges in just a short while. Now, these two men were arrested on Saturday following those protests. It was a protest that was organized by a right-wing influencer dubbed as a anti.
Okay, so instead of looking at the substance of this and now saying, hey, maybe those protests shouldn't be a thing anymore because they're instigating violence,
Muslim
and antagonizing violence.
Protests outside.
Maybe they shouldn't be allowed to happen.
Gates of Gracie Mansion.
And if they are, they should be very controlled, like the way that, they tend to do it with us.
Residents here in New York City.
Your average, I'm not even talking leftist, I'm talking your average person.
And that
go stand on your random street corner with a sign for long enough. Trust me, you'll be told you don't have a permit for this.
Has attracted a counter protest. And once you had those two groups in there were.
No, again, the fact that you don't need to have actual, fucking police intelligence here. You just need to have, I don't know, a baseline fucking intelligence to go, okay, so this guy went online, antagonized a whole bunch of people. These 18 and 19-year-old fuckfaces who watched this shit decided, now's the time. And then here we are. I'm just glad that no one's taken the bait. Like, I like the fact that protesters were the ones who stood up and they pointed this shit out. They were just like, what the fuck, man?
A lot of back and forth between the two groups. At one point, the protesters pepper sprayed
but there it is.
the other group.
There it is. And that they didn't say which protesters. They said it's the counter protesters that are using pepper spray. It's the counter protesters that are using smoke bombs. They think that they can too, by the way, which is kind of fucked up.
And it was then that the counter protesters launched these homemade devices into the crowd. Now,
So which ones were the, again, there, lady. Like, notice how she's confusing herself here.
Learned more about what was inside these devices. Commissioner Jessica Tisch saying earlier that they were made of glass, nails, screws and bolts, and that if they had detonated, they had the potential to cause serious injury and even death to people around them. The material inside those devices expected to act as shrapnel. It was also found to have had explosive material inside of them. So had these devices ignited and exploded, this situation could have looked a lot worse. Now, these two men from Pennsylvania, 18 and 19 years old, facing federal charges. We also know that law enforcement was in Pennsylvania at the home suspected to be the home of one of the two suspects. They carried out a search warrant there yesterday. The mayor condemning those protests earlier today and thanking the
bold as a lion, yes,
NYPD.
But that's why we try to watch this stuff and have a layer of, guys, at least we got each other, right?
He and his wife were not at home at the time of the incident, and no one was injured.
As alleged in the complaint,
which is great,
the defendants were inspired by
somebody just took a shot at Walter.
ISIS to carry out their attack. There should
Walter
be
was
no
there
confusion about what ISIS constitutes. It is a designated foreign terrorist organization responsible for deadly terrorist attacks across the globe and has taken credit for mass casualty attacks in Europe, the Middle East, and right here in the United States. And as alleged, both defendants have admitted that they acted on Saturday because of ISIS. As Kayumi was being placed into an NYPD vehicle following his arrest, a person in the crowd asked why he had done this. As shown on NYPD body-worn camera footage referenced in the complaint, Kayumi responded with ISIS. And at the precinct, after being advised of his Miranda rights and waiving those rights, Kayumi said in recorded post-arrest.
Do you think that they're going to get a presidential pardon under a different name or some shit? Like, this, again, dude, this is very sus.
That he had watched ISIS propaganda
he just says it. He just says it, huh?
Phone, and that his actions
that
day were partly inspired by ISIS.
Let me guess, he has a transferring girlfriend at home, too.
The complaint also details statements made by Amir Balat after his arrest. En route to the NYPD precinct,
he used his cat box before he left his house.
Balat made spontaneous statements without being questioned by NYPD officers that were captured on body-worn camera footage. He said, "This isn't a religion that just stands when people talk about the blessed name of the prophet. We take action, as well as, if I didn't do it, someone else will come and do it."
Why would you say that? Like, Jesus Christ, like, this is stuff that they don't need to release in the investigation in the slightest. You do understand that this is Tish fucking doing some shit.
And later, after waving...
Honestly, man, this is enough for Mamdani to kind of be like, hey, man, so you just cool with her doing the thing where they're going to be using some xenophobic tropes?
His rights.
We doing this again?
He requested paper and wrote a message declaring in part, "I pledge my allegiance to the Islamic State."
One of my little stars went out forever this weekend. The world is just is not just politics.
Die in your rage.
One of your little stars. Oh.
Rage, you kuffar. Now, die in your rage is a commonly known ISIS slogan, and kuffar is an Arabic term that refers to non-believers. He also told investigators that he had hoped to carry out an attack even bigger than the Boston Marathon bombing, which he noted resulted in only 3 deaths. These statements,
Jesus, she looks like a thumb.
as set forth in the complaint, make clear that this was not random violence. This was a planned attack motivated by extremist ideology and inspired by a violent foreign terrorist organization.
Oh, cool. I'm glad that she's got her Star of David. Just fucking...
The complaint alleges not only why the defendants...
Dude, I'm telling you, Mom Donnie is fucking complicit in this shit now.
...acted, but how.
It sucks to say, but for real, man.
Preliminary testing has determined that one of the devices contained triacetone triperoxide, or TATP, also commonly referred to as Mother of Satan, a highly volatile explosive that has been used in multiple terrorist attacks over the last decade. As we have previously discussed, the NYPD identified a vehicle.
It's better than using American, taxpayer money to bomb a whole bunch of children.
Vehicle yesterday on East End Avenue that was linked to the defendants. Inside that vehicle, investigators recovered handwritten notes referencing TATP explosive and listing chemical ingredients for the...
This would have been a little bit easier to stomach had she not been just fucking...
type of explosive device used by the defendants on Saturday. Make no mistake, what happened this weekend was incredibly dangerous, and the ongoing investigation will be exhaustive. From the first moments of that investigation, the NYPD has been working seamlessly with our federal partners, many of whom have joined us here. In particular, the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Oh, yeah. Guys, don't worry. The FBI's on it.
Which includes NYPD.
They've done such a bang-up job going back to Charlie Kirk.
PD detectives.
Hey, what happened to that Nancy Guthrie thing? We don't talk about her anymore. She just dead? What's up with that?
Alongside federal agents, they have been at the center of this investigation. Members of the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force, including NYPD task force officers, had executed search warrants at Kayumi and Balat's residences in Pennsylvania. Another important note.
Oh, that's right. He was busy celebrating the gold medal while that was happening. I guess it was already out of the news by that point.
The two defendants arrived in New York City roughly 1 hour before they were arrested. According to our investigation, they crossed the George Washington Bridge with a license plate reader ping at 11:36 a.m. on Saturday.
That's for sure.
Parked in front of 48 East End Avenue between 81st and 82nd Streets at 12:05 p.m. and walked to the protest. They ignited and threw the devices at approximately 12:15 p.m. and were immediately arrested thereafter. I want to thank our great United States Attorney Jay Clayton for his extraordinary partnership, as well as the prosecutors from SDNY for everything that they do, especially for their work on this investigation and their forthcoming prosecution. I also want to thank the FBI, especially James Barnacle, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI New York Field Office, and Rob Cassane, the FBI's Special Agent in charge for counterterrorism, as well as the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We are grateful always for the FBI agents and Assistant U.S. Attorneys who have been working around the clock with us.
They didn't do shit. Notice how, the local NYPD is the one that did everything here.
And Saturday. Finally, and most importantly, I want to recognize the members of the NYPD who responded on Saturday and in the hours that followed. The officers assigned to that protest who ran toward a lit, improvised, explosive device, the bomb squad technicians who secured and analyzed the devices, the detectives and analysts who worked through the night to develop this investigation, and the countless members of service who helped ensure the security of the people of New York City during a very tense and dangerous situation.
They admitted everything on camera to the people that asked them, hey, why'd you do this? And they just said, ISIS.
Situation. The NY...
Like, Jesus Christ. You want to talk about how cops sometimes pat themselves on the back a little too much?
NYPD remains on heightened alert. And our mission is simple, and that is to keep New Yorkers safe.
Okay, then tell President Trump that you don't want to fucking watch this war happen anymore and how he fucking instigated this shit. But okay, yeah, we totally had, again, as I said, it would have maybe worked if Donald Trump wasn't such an impulsive dickhead and, didn't do the false flag before, after going to war. But here we are, so good luck with that one.
Price of oil threatens the global economy, and the naming of Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Iran's late supreme leader, as his successor appeared to dash any hopes of tensions easing.
Well, on the context in the next hour, we'll get expert analysis of the outlook for oil. We'll also consider new verified video, which suggests that US strikes hit a military base
Trump tells CBS Iran war pretty much
near a
over.
primary school in southern Iran, where officials say 168
That's our president, folks. And what's he doing? Is he in the war room? No. What's he doing? Oh, yeah, he's golfing.
people were killed, most of them children.
If any of you guys ever did the thing where you criticized Obama for golfing, please just take the moment to put the clown makeup on just so you could see yourself and just how you looked at everybody else. Because holy fuck.
Day of the war. President Trump has blamed Iran for that strike, but we start today with President Trump's
Of course he did. But there's footage of it literally being a U.S. Tomahawk missile. Okay.
comments in an interview with CBS in the last hour.
And then everything's, oh, you can't listen to anything they say. It's Iranian state propaganda. It's like,
Let's
tell us more about state propaganda there.
go right to our North America correspondent, Helena Humphrey, who is covering those comments for us. Helena.
This always bothers me. She's American. She's an American expat. Yet.
Great to see you. Tell us a bit more about what the president has been
Or is she part of BBC America?
saying to CBS.
Very interesting comments coming in a phone call with CBS News, talking about the war, saying that he thinks it is very complete, pretty much, saying of the Iranian military, they have no navy,
When you have no set goal for it to end, then you can claim victory.
Air Force. He said of their missiles, they
from
are down
Iraq.
to a
Jeez,
scatter.
doing
Now, the
much of
state
this.
of the Iranian military, not something we've been able to independently verify.
That sucks.
Yet at BBC News, but certainly when you consider the timeline to this war.
Right now.
President Trump had previously said he expected this operation to last somewhere between 4 to 5 weeks.
You guys were just starting to fucking calm down.
Pretty fluid when it comes to the timing, but now telling CBS
He's doing a good job as oil literally spikes to the highest level since.
that he believes that
You do understand that actually, like from price to price, it was the largest spike in American history, but okay.
this operation is very ahead of schedule, he has said. We are waiting for further comments in a press conference.
Yeah, and I
in
also
Florida
totally
that
trust
President
anything
Trump
that
will
he
be
or
giving
Pete Kegsbreath
before
have to say about
returning
this
to
shit.
Washington. This will just be
It's
after
going so well.
the closing of the markets. A jittery day
His undignified fucking transfer.
on the
Holy
markets
fuck,
when we
man.
look at the price of oil, when we look at the price at the
You literally paid double today?
petrol
Yeah.
pumps, at gas
Everybody is.
prices in
But Trump's doing a great job, guys.
some places here in the United
Short-term pain for long-term gain. Since that's the new script that's going around to all the MAGA files, that, trust me, you'll hear it.
United States, reaching their highest level ever seen in those 2 Trump presidencies. Now, President Trump has said in that phone call with CBS News that he is considering taking over the Strait of Hormuz, of course, that key waterway, when we are seeing
He's so fucking retarded. He really
of
is.
course, a lot of those
Oh
tankers
my god, he's so dumb.
essentially stuck at the moment,
take
not
those
able
stairs
to
real carefully there,
fulfill
Donnie.
those oil deliveries. And he also had comments with regards to the new Ayatollah. He had previously said
Man, he could barely make it down
he
there.
is not happy about it, now saying essentially
Careful. Well, last
that he
one's a
had
doozy there,
someone
bud.
else in mind. Now remember, President Trump had said that if Iran did not seek his approval, which of course was very unlikely with a clerical regime, that person would not last long. So I think all of this raising some very serious questions about where this war goes next.
Okay, Helena, really interesting reporting there. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. I got some fun. All right, first off, you know what? Let's just do something a little bit more fun. Can we talk about this, guys? What the actual fuck is going on with his eyebrows? I thought this was a joke. Like, I thought that when I was seeing videos of Ben Shapiro going around like this, that it was like a filter on a video, and people were just like, yeah, no. I thought they were fucking with him. They're not fucking with him. He's fucking with us. Like, what's he doing?
that banned health care for illegal immigrants. Democrats are now attempting to undo that. And more honest Democrats will admit they're attempting to undo that. Now, listen, this is a country of Americans. America is a place that requires...
As Israel annexes more land in the Middle East, Ben's eyebrows annex more land to his face. What is going on?
American citizens to be taken care of. First, federal taxpayer dollars obviously should not be used for illegal immigrant health care.
Oh my God. By the way, guys, we have a Ben Shapiro bit that we're going to be playing a little bit later. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here we go. You know what I said about the short-term gain or short-term pain for long-term gain? Here we are.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
For anybody that's in MAGA, just so you know, you're going to see a smash cut of everything that you're going to hear for the next few days.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term.
Yeah, they don't put out notes or anything like that. What are you talking about?
Gain.
It's crazy.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
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 Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term blip. Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
This is a short...
Yeah, not staged at all. Not, yeah, they're not taking advantage of you being the biggest morons ever because they know that you're just going to take anything that you fucking are fed like little babies. Oh, here comes the choo-choo of bullshit. Yum, good bullshit, right? Yeah. Eat up that bullshit. Comes directly from the orange man's diaper. All right, real quick. This is, I'm not going to do too much time on this, but another thing that Trump fucked you on. This was objectively one of the best things that Biden did, was trying to hold Ticketmaster to account for their fuckery. The fact that they blatantly broke antitrust. Nah. We live in a world where unfettered corruption is just supposed to be accepted now. So, yeah, Live Nation settles antitrust case with DOJ, avoids Ticketmaster being broken up. So, yeah, concert tickets, live event tickets, those are all going to remain really high. They can fuck you with all the fees or anything that you want, but whatever, man. Oh, to Ticketmaster. There was a class action lawsuit. I actually have my paperwork still, but this just voided the lawsuit. So, yeah, you're not getting a paycheck. You're not getting paid back from Ticketmaster the way that we were going to from all the money that they stole from us. But yeah, you know what? Again, your partisan hackery doesn't allow you to fucking think for yourself and just go, yeah, you know what? That's a good thing that Biden did. You know, everything that Biden did was bad. Therefore, Trump fucking you. And also, by the way, guys, this was not reported on at all. But it's blatantly obvious in the way that I've been getting my fucking scam calls, you know, at least 8 per day now. Yeah, so the rule that, again, Joe Biden, in his first year of his presidency, decided to institute on the telecom companies, where they were, you know, it was anti-spam. It was an anti-spam, it wasn't even a bill. That one was just, he went to the FCC and the FTC and he was just like, or no, it's just the FCC. And the FCC was just like, yeah, we'll start enforcing that. But yeah, now they can just do whatever. They can sell your info whenever. There's no recourse. You're not going to be able to sue anybody anymore for this shit. Trump can sue, you know, for a bad fucking article, but you guys can't sue when you actually do get fucked. I don't fucking love Biden, dude. I don't. Trust me. I'm very, very critical. I'm actually hypercritical of him. I thought he was an awful president for most of his term. He made some oopsie decisions, and some of his cabinet members were, you know, actually worth a damn. But realistically, I look at the two things that he did do. He picketed with the UAW, which no president has ever done, and I thought that was pretty based. You know, pretty strong message for workers, but whatever. And yeah, I thought that he honestly going after the companies that were fucking us the hardest, specifically Ticketmaster was the biggest one. Yeah, I was kind of happy about that. Why wouldn't you be? But yes, here we are. Trump is going to create monopolies. We literally have no recourse. Do you understand that they're not going to have any price checks on any of this shit? So your streaming services are about to go fucking sky high. Your fucking energy bills are already going sky high because, again, got to get rid of those regulations, folks. But whatever, man. Did Biden bomb Iran? No, he did not. That's why I can honestly look at fucking Trump and just be like, no, he's objectively the worst president in my lifetime. He started another fucking war. Like, at least with the Bush administration, I was pissed about that, but there was like pretense. There was no pretense to this one. He just did it. And honestly, it's kind of fucked up. Like, that he did it right around the time that the Epstein files really started getting spicy. But whatever, man. It's because he wants to be a crooked fuck? Yeah, that's exactly it. And he wants us to... Dude, we're going to be cleaning up this mess for a long time. And it's the consumers who are going to be feeling this. Again, most MAGA doesn't understand that they themselves are consumers. They don't understand that they're the consumer class. You understand that half these people that are MAGA that make like a couple $1 million, they think that they're in a total, like they hear that they're in the 1% and they think that they're in the billionaire class. They're honestly that fucking retarded that they don't know how to see past that. So they keep looking at us like we're plebeians. That's why you keep hearing these assholes that are just like, well, you didn't do enough, which most of the time you do just like cursory research and you find out that these guys got fucking contracts from their dad or like it's always like a family thing. Oh my God. The amount of fucking family businesses or like, actually, I know a guy. I'm not going to say his name, but this dude is the son of a restaurateur, right? His dad admittingly made a pretty fucking successful Italian restaurant. This motherfucker is riding his daddy's coattails to the fucking grave. Now, again, Italian family, so this was like automatically like Guido Central, where this guy's like, he wears the pepper fucking necklace, doesn't speak a lick of Italian except for his like, hey, bullshit. And then he sits there talking about how he fucking worked so hard for what he has. Nothing is more pathetic than that shit right there. And the funniest part is how many people listen to that shit and they fucking lap it up. They fucking lap it up. Now, I'm not saying that you don't work hard for a family business. Sometimes you actually work even more hard for a family business. But for him to sit there and act like that opportunity, yeah. I worked for that opportunity. Fuck you. Fuck you, you Nepo baby. Seriously. Just because your dad started a successful business doesn't mean that you have a successful business. That's not how it works. But you know how many people genuinely think like that? Look at the fucking Trumps. Seriously. Look at the Trumps. My favorite part about that is the Civil War that's going to start from that shit. I mean, if you guys like Succession, just wait. Just wait for the documentaries that are going to come out about the Trump family after fucking, big guy, has his Mac attack. But for real, man, I can't stand how many fucking people are out there like that. They act like they fucking, I worked really hard for what I have. And then again, you find out that it's like, no, you were handed this opportunity. You were handed your life. What are you fucking talking about? And then they're just like, don't call me privileged. Oh, that's the other thing. Oh, my fucking God. They love talking about how you cannot call them privileged. It's just like, I know how you grew up. That's the bitch about it. I love knocking those assholes down a peg and saying it as loud as I can, as in the most public setting where it's just like, shut up. Your dad started this business with a fucking loan from his grandfather. Shut up. And then you are about to inherit that business. Bitch of it is, you got a sister you got to split that with, so have fun. What's the status of Barron Trump's bone spurs? Yeah, I mean, again, we don't even know. We don't, because, like, literally, this is how fucked up, like, the news is and how, like, fast it's moving. So while I was making my title, I initially was just like, the Trump is thinking about drafting or whatever, or Trump toying with the draft. And then I was watching that BBC report that we just watched live. And then they're just like, Trump says that we're wrapping up the war. I was like, what? It's almost over. It's almost over. We're almost there. Just a few more things we got to wrap up, and then we're almost done. And then I can declare mission success. Operation success. God damn. Oh my God, dude. He's literally going to... Do you think he's going to do it? Do you think he's going to do the thing that Bush did, where he's going to be on the aircraft character? Or the aircraft character. I mean, he is a character. The aircraft carrier. Because for real, man, like, how much Trump tells on himself. Like, dude, when he was given the Medal of Honor and he was just like, you know, there's a part of me that wishes I could just give this to myself. It's just like, can he ever not? Like, can he ever not? Like, that's my biggest thing, dude. I don't care how much you love the guy. Does he ever do anything that just makes you go, oh, yeah, dude, that's fucked up? Do you know how many times I had to, like feel that way with, dude, I was watching Jesse, oh my God, Jesse Jackson's fucking funeral. And Biden was speaking. I did not miss that. I don't miss him at all because, seriously, every time he talks, you're just like, oh, man, I got anxiety because he's about to say something really stupid. Like, oh, boy, Joe. Come on, Joe. Just stay with it, Joe. Come on. And then, sure as shit, he started talking about, like, Jesse, introduce me to this one man. I forget his name. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. Like, when he starts telling stories with people involved, too, you're just like, pins and needles, pins and needles. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I don't miss it. I don't miss it. And I have to say, guys, that's normal. Like what I'm doing and what all like everybody in this chat, well, that is part of my my regs. Yeah, we don't stand Biden. We don't stand the Democrats. We don't just get behind them just because they have the D and just go, "Yep, we have to fucking eat as much shit as they shovel into our mouths because we're loyal." Like, nah, dude. Nah. Quality rant. Aw, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of, like, people that can't just be honest, and they can't be honest about, like, again, the 4 years that, like, we ended in January with lower gas prices than we have now. That's just an objective fact, but they want to gaslight you into thinking something else. They want to take you all the way back to fucking when COVID started. Again, not ever bringing up the fact that Trump was president when COVID actually started, and that's why we inherited such a shit show. But again, I don't like doing that. Again, I do catch myself, but just because I vote with Democrats doesn't mean I'm a Democrat. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Well, I am not under oath, so. Whoa. Oh, God. Okay. That was a guttural burp that I've been trying to get that up for a minute. All right, anyway. Loyalty over truth. Again, the fact is, like, it's their daddy, which I don't even know people that stand up for their own fathers as much as they stand up for Trump. That's what's weird. That's what's really weird to me. Like, they deify him more than anything. Even Jesus. Like, I've seen it. Where they're bigger fans of him than Jesus. Decent burp, 7.6 out of 10. I mean, for literally, like, yeah, for being trapped. Yeah, no, that was okay. That was okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Natch. You're definitely my go-to burp guy. All right. Well, I think that I'm gonna wrap up the rant, but still, it doesn't. Oh yeah. Please don't do that. Paps, you're so earnest with chat. I love it. Never change. Hey. Will you stop trying to get in the trash can? All right. Just so you guys know, my cat is trying to get into the trash can because the pull top from his treats are in there. And he is being naughty about it. Stop. Why are you such a terror? Here, come here. can at least watch you when you're up here. Catzilla. He is totally being Catzilla. God damn. Hassan burps way louder and Skittles fly further too. Jesus Christ loves you and died for you. Well, he died for all the little children of the world. Red, yellow, black, and white, they're precious innocent. But they forget about that until they need to hate someone. For real. I thought about that too. I was just like, wait, so if Jesus loves all the little children, does that mean all religions and creeds and everybody? Because we're all God's children, right? So he wouldn't hate his kid conservatives think this because that's how they feel. They're just like, if my kid's gay, then I hate him. It's just like, well, that's very ungodlike. Hi. See? Jesus had a bad weekend. Sacrifice a thing. Catch-22. Yeah, it really is. Hello. Are you actually going to, like, lay down, or... I feel like you're... Aw, you being a shmoo. Alright. But anyway, to wrap this up, like I said, Trump's DOJ did this, so... Yeah, you're not getting any reprieve. We're going to have to deal with shitty Ticketmaster the way that it's been for years. And honestly, that's not okay. Because everything sucks. Like, have you tried to go to a live event of any kind using Ticketmaster or Live Nation? Like, holy fuck. I will only use, I'll only go to shows that use Eventbrite. Because I'm like, oh, at least I know that, like, the performer's getting a good chunk of that, and they can't do the resale bullshit. But whatever. Yeah, because no liberal ever hated their gay child. No, actually, Justin, that's not a liberal thing. That's a strictly conservative thing. Hating your kid because of their sexuality. Now, if a liberal hated their kids because they were wearing a red hat, you might have something there. But no, you're too fucking retarded to see that. And then you go, oh yeah? Well, you're telling me that libs, they love their children and they have more unconditional love? What? You're telling me that liberals aren't like us, that like put all of our fucking hopes and dreams on our kids and get disappointed when our kid doesn't turn out to be exactly what we thought they would? Yeah. Woke? Yeah, woke. All right, so another thing that I have to point out here is just how bad Trump is at this. So you know how Trump said regime change, and I have some candidates. I have people that I need to be able to choose who is put in charge of Iran. Well, the world just turned around and gave him two giant middle fingers on that one, and says that I'm not happy about Iran's new supreme leader. What's his name? Khomeini? Isn't that the guy that we just got? Oh shit, you're telling me that's his kid? I have to say, pretty fucking funny. Donald Trump criticized Iran's new supreme leader, saying he's not happy about the rise of Mojtaba Khomeini, according to comments shared on Fox and Friends. Of course, it's always fucking Fox and Friends. Jesus Christ. Can he just ever not be a meme? That'd be fucking great. Trump previously called Mojtaba Khomeini a lightweight. He's still a lightweight. And said he wants a role in approving Iran's future leadership. I didn't get what I want, and now I'm just gonna call it. I'm gonna call it quits. You know what? We're done with the war. We're so done. So done with the war. All right, so now we're gonna get a breakdown of some of the stories throughout the week here from Democracy Now! I do have some right-wing sources as well that we will be kind of dipping into throughout the program here. But let's get a breakdown on the most important story of the weekend.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United States and Israel are continuing to drop bombs and missiles across Iran, with hundreds of attacks reported in the last 24 hours alone. In Tehran, there were reports of massive explosions earlier today after Israeli attacks on fuel depots caused fires to burn for hours, spawning a thick cloud of toxic smoke over the city of 10 million people as it rained oil rain. Many residents complained they had trouble breathing as black raindrops full of toxic chemicals
literally, it's
fell
black
across
rain.
Tehran. Officials warn the precipitation contains toxic hydrocarbon compounds as well as sulfur and nitrogen oxides. The Iranian Red Crescent Society reports 10,000 civilian structures have been damaged
what's
across
weird?
Iran and U.S. and Israeli strikes, including
That
home
awkward moment that
schools.
you actually can identify with this, because we had a train explosion that happened on a rainy day, and they told us specifically to not go outside because of the toxic rain, and that's what they called it.
And almost
toxic rain.
3 dozen medical facilities. Among the dead are 175 people, the majority children, mainly girls, killed when bombs struck a school in the southern city of Minab on the first day of the U.S.-Israeli attacks. On Saturday, President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth denied the U.S. was responsible for the bombing of the girls' school. They spoke to...
My favorite part is how much, it doesn't matter how much his base loves him. History ain't going to remember him very well.
Reporters aboard
He's got Calvin Coolidge levels of approval.
Air Force One.
Great. But the Democrats are right there with him. That's my favorite part. He's so unpopular right now that he's one of statistically the least popular presidents ever. But the Democrats that are in power right now are even less popular. So that's fucking hilarious to me. It's almost like they should maybe take that as a warning instead of just doing the status quo, AIPAC bullshit, fucking Hakeem Jeffries standing there with his howdy doody look.
Bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people.
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
We're certainly investigating it. And keep saying that.
The only side that targets
Dude, notice how he's bored with this?
civilians is Iran.
He's so bored with this. He just wants to be done with this war. He's already fucking moving on. He's like, I got what I wanted out of it. You're not talking about Epstein anymore.
We think it was done by Iran.
Yeah,
But a New York Times
Yeah, that's definitely not a Tomahawk missile, guys.
investigation found direct video evidence contradicting Trump's claims. The video shows a U.S. Tomahawk missile damaged the school at the same time as a U.S. attack
Jesus, what'd you do? Add her to sandpaper and fucking jerk off?
on an adjacent naval base operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Your mom was very unpopular after I had her last night. That's her fault.
Meanwhile, top
As I said, dude must have just sprinkled some on sandpaper and just went at it.
Those in Iran have pledged allegiance to Mujtaba
We get it,
Khamenei
dude.
as
We
the
get it.
country's new supreme leader after the U.S.-Israeli coalition killed his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in a February
Called it oil rain after he came.
28th airstrike. Khamenei's ascension to supreme leader came after President Trump warned if he, quote, doesn't get approval from us, he's not going to last long.
Ass Kisser 9000. Oh, dude. Oh, no. Trump's main man is here. Shit.
Quote, Trump said last
Yeah,
week he would
you need to get back.
choose a great and acceptable leader
Ass Kisser 5000 fucking failed.
after Iran's
Not enough sucky
unconditional
sucky.
surrender. In Tehran, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, on Sunday ruled out any capitulation to the U.S. and Israel.
America and Israel, who without any hesitation kill 168 innocent children, feel no shame for killing these children.
Damn, they got nicer hospitals than we got in Chicago. Fucking
no
A.
shame for massacring 50,000 to 60,000 people in Gaza.
Damn.
And then
That's a privacy, that's an actual privacy divider. What the fuck?
want to
Got
say
those bullshit
that we
curtains
in
that are always
Iran
halfway falling
want
down.
to kill people. We stand
Beware of
against
false prophets.
those
Ah, yes.
who
Not the ones that
attack our
are,
country.
constantly telling you that The end of the world's coming.
With full force and will
Oh, and also claiming Trump is a Christian. Hilarious.
respond with full force.
In
I don't know, man.
Washington, the state
People that try to use Jesus a little disingenuously.
departments declared the U.S. war of choice against Iran an
think that's what he meant.
emergency, allowing the Trump administration to bypass congressional approval to sell more than
UFC is nice.
20,000
No, it is.
bombs to Israel. The weapons are valued at nearly $660 million. Meanwhile, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has declined to say whether he'll block
Oh, you're just waiting for the right to sell us on a fake Jesus?
additional funding for
Oh
the
my God.
Pentagon's
He comes out looking like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
war against Iran, telling NBC's Meet the
They have an AI video of him on the horse.
Press, quote, we'll walk that bridge when we come to it.
Dude.
Iran's military continues to launch missiles and one-way attack drones at Israel,
Yes, this is news. This is as much of the news as you can get.
as well as U.S. military
Like, trust me, dude. This is like NPR if it had a little bit of a lefty swing.
bases across the Middle
We also know that where they land. You know,
East
it's insane how you guys can constantly just say this without any substance. Then sue them.
and the countries that host them.
You know that news,
Earlier
like news networks, they're held to a defamation standards. So, all right, if they're reporting something blanket false or blanketly false, shut down Democracy Now! Then go for it.
Today, Iranian strikes killed 2 people
here you
in
are.
Israel.
You're in a chat saying
seriously
fake
wounded a
news,
third.
fake news. I don't like it.
Elsewhere,
Fake news.
Iranian strikes have destroyed radar, communications, and
You
air
ever think about this? That our voting in America was perfectly fine until one whiny ass president fucking complained about it.
defense
You ever think about that? Just like in the vacuum of politics.
systems in Qatar, the UAE, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. The attacks continued even after Iran's president issued an apology for Iranian strikes on Gulf states and said Iran would not strike targets in the region.
That's why I do have this theory that all these are Israel, but that's just a
In
theory.
Iraq, fires broke out in buildings belonging to U.S. corporations Halliburton and KBR after an Iranian drone attack in Basra targeted a compound housing workers of foreign oil companies. Saudi Arabia reported its first deaths from Iran's attacks, reporting a strike on a residential area that killed 2 people. Bahrain's government reports an Iranian drone attack damaged a water desalination plant and injured
Which, by the way, this used to be constituted as a war crime.
3 people.
Going after, water infrastructure.
Roughly 100 million people across the Gulf region rely on desalination plants for their drinking water. Elsewhere, Bahrain's state-owned Bapco Energies company has declared force majeure, declaring it can no longer honor its contracts after an Iranian attack set its only oil refinery on fire. Meanwhile, police in Norway are investigating an explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo early Sunday morning as a potential act of terrorism. No suspects have been identified in what appeared to be an intentional explosion that caused minor damage and no injuries. Lebanon's health ministry reports more than 500,000 people have.
Well, that's how most people. Again, Natch, with all due respect, that's a very 90s take. Because I think that me and Dieter talked about this, how we grew up in the Great Vacation era of America. Like, if you grew up in the late 80s through up to 2001, you grew up in America's long vacation.
Have been displaced.
And that's why we all look at this, like, because we all had this idea of just like, man, nothing really historical has happened to us. And then 9/11 happened, and we were just like, oh, there it is.
In the week since Israel resumed
millennialism
attacks on Lebanon, with forced displacement orders affecting
what it is,
hundreds of
That's real. Like,
thousands of
I
people.
recognize it because I fucking went through
So far,
it.
Israel's assault has killed 394
God, I remember being like
people
7, 8 years old, just being like, oh, wow, like, we haven't had a war in how long? And just, I remember that being the first time that I couldn't actually conceptualize something that people were telling me about, like, as far as like a war. Because my buddy's mom, she came here during the Yugoslavian conflict. So she told us about how, like, she grew up she went through some real shit just to get to America.
Lebanon, including 83 children, 42 women, and 9 rescue workers. Meanwhile, Human Rights Watch warns Israel's military has once again
we didn't
used
have to deal with
white
that.
phosphorus munitions in residential areas in southern Lebanon, a violation of international.
Let's not even get us started on Operation Desert Storm, because that was an actual just like, no, they're conducting operations. There's no war there. But then we tried to like when I was in school and even going into high school, that would be like anytime we classified a war, Desert Storm would be there.
Humanitarian law. In the occupied West Bank, Palestinians held a funeral Sunday for 3 Palestinians killed after Israeli settlers attacked them near the village of Kirbet Abu Falah.
Yeah, that ceasefire really fucking holding strong.
Palestinians were shot dead by settlers during the overnight attack early Sunday. Then a 3rd Palestinian suffocated to death as Israeli soldiers fired tear gas at crowds that gathered to confront the attackers. The killings bring the death toll from settler attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank to 6 in just the past week.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Israel's continuing to attack the Gaza Strip in violation of the U.S. brokered
Meanwhile, fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's sitting there with his fucking long-ass horns.
ceasefire agreement it agreed to in
Every time I see him, dude, I just picture him with these
Israeli
giant
tank
horns
shells
now.
hit a tent encampment housing displaced families in the western Nuseirat area, killing at least 3 people, including 2 girls, while wounding 10 others, including children. Another strike in western Gaza City killed 3 men, including 31-year-old paramedic Abdurrahman Hosni Hamdouna. This follows an Israeli drone attack on Saturday that killed a father and his daughter in central Khan Yunis. Gaza's health ministry reports about 640 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire since the ceasefire was supposed to have taken effect 150 days ago. The Pentagon reports another member of the U.S. military
Look at you pretending to be upset. Hashtag Lake and Riley.
has died in
Yeah, tell me more.
combat, the 7th since President
How
Trump
much
and Israel launched a
how much you
full-scale
care?
military assault on Iran late last month.
assholes.
The Associated Press reports the service member was an Army soldier who died of injuries sustained during an Iranian attack on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia on March 1st. CENTCOM also reports an 8th service member has died in Kuwait due to what officials called a health-related incident. On Saturday, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth attended a dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for 6 Army members killed by Iranian attacks on Kuwait. The price of oil has surged past $110 per barrel as Iran continues to attack
Don't let MAGA know that.
fossil fuel facilities across the Middle
They need to, dude, just hunker down. It's going to be a few weeks. Short-term pain, guys.
East, while bringing tanker traffic through the
It's gonna take a
Strait of
minute.
Hormuz to a standstill.
But everything's going to be great soon.
It's the biggest spike in oil prices since the early months of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, with some analysts warning oil
Yeah, you guys remember when they were blaming Biden for that? Because that was Biden's war.
could hit $150
But this is actually Trump's war, but they're just like, this isn't his fault.
per barrel within weeks. The Wall Street Journal is calling this the most severe shock to energy markets since the 1970s. The U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs in February, with the unemployment rate ticking up to 4.4%.
He knew the gas would rise. He did this on purpose. I
according
mean,
to new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
it was getting too low, guys.
Economists were-
Oil futures, they were getting too low. Like the oil executives, they kept seeing this AI boom, and they kept seeing like all these other stocks just constantly rising. They saw, technologies and other energy sectors fucking just making money all, throughout the year. And then, yeah, they felt left out.
Predicting employers had actually added 50.
I don't know. We went after Venezuela, then all of a sudden did Iran. Gee, I wonder if the oil lobby had anything to do with this, as far as and also AIPAC.
1,000 jobs last month, but job losses in February resulted in the second largest decline in monthly job creation since the COVID pandemic. Tens of thousands of women around the world marked International Women's Day by demonstrating against gender-based violence and calling for an end to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Here in the U.S., protesters gathered at Zorro Ranch in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused and trafficked underage girls and young women. Protesters gathered outside Trump Tower here in New York, calling it the Believe Survivors demonstration. In France, 73-year-old rape survivor Gisèle Pellicotte led a march calling for an end to sexual violence. In Brazil, protesters expressed outrage over the
Were we just supposed to let other nations continue to trade oil without the U.S. dollar? Again, when it's his own fault for instituting sanctions he had no business doing.
Of a 17-year-old girl in Rio de Janeiro earlier this year. In Peru, thousands of women marched in the capital Lima demanding government action against gender-based violence.
I missed that. Late cheers, folks.
For Women's Day, what we're calling on all peasant and indigenous women is that we can't give up. We know life circumstances are very hard because climate change has devastated everything in Peru. Cities are disappearing. So what we have to do, as our grandmothers, grandfathers, and ancestors always taught us, is rise up from the dust with our native seeds. We'll keep guaranteeing life and peace, guaranteeing food sovereignty. Be strong, comrades.
The U.S. and Ecuador announced Friday they carried out a joint operation to bomb a drug traffickers' training camp in northeast Ecuador near the Colombian border. The camp belonged to the Comandos de la Frontera, a Colombian crime group made up of former members of the FARC. Meanwhile,
Yeah, I'll be honest. If he wasn't doing all the other bullshit and committing war crimes, I'd be fine with this, but
Pentagon says it killed 6 men
yeah,
in
like
an
this shit.
attack on what
This shit, I'm not okay with because there is actual rules of engagement. But again, they don't want to be bogged down by pesky rules of engagement, you know. We call those war crimes.
Drug smuggling vessel in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Once again, the Pentagon provided no evidence.
Again, it's a war crime to double tap any boats. It's a war crime to do what we did to the Iranian boat during that peaceful exercise. We have more war crimes where, again, on that same Iranian boat, we left them to drown, which, again, even the fucking Nazis didn't do.
The ship had been
okay.
involved in ferrying drugs, though it posted video.
Keep acting like we have the moral high ground.
On social.
But also, just in general, these types of boat strikes are not... You do understand that this is completely foreign, right?
Media showing an attack on
striking drug boats with lethal munitions. Last time I checked, dude, we were supposed to just fucking send them like Coast Guard and then, you know, bring that shit back to kind of prove that that was the case. But now you're just, they've done it. They've already made it. So you just believe that everything the government says, which is insane to me. It's insane to me how just in not even 4 years, in 2 years, you're just like, yep, I believe everything the Trump administration has to say to me, and all liberals are liars. You're fucking retarded, and you need to own that, bro.
Vessel. The latest.
I keep adding the F to this one.
Killing brings the Pentagon's claimed death toll in similar attacks to at least 157. President Trump.
You're a loser. Dude, you don't have to talk about your mom's pussy that way.
Oil prices soaring. West Texas crude now hovering around $100 a barrel. You can see this chart over time. The last time it was this high was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and that height was at June of 2022. But I want you to look at the very end of this chart, an almost vertical increase over the last 2 weeks, an incredibly quick rise over a very short.
Guys, just remember in comedy, whenever you roast somebody, it's always, you always have to look at the person that you roasted for immediate
period of time.
Approval that you did good. You did good.
It could get even higher, experts say, by the end of March.
That's all you have.
Maybe even $150 a barrel of travel through the Strait of Hormuz.
Your comeback sucks. Are you a virgin?
Does not start flowing again. That flow of oil through that
this dude assuming everybody's just like him.
Waterway has affected.
No, but we know you are.
Ground to a halt.
Hold on yourself with a fucking megaphone.
20-mile stretch of sea between Iran and Oman, and actually only a 2-mile.
Oil prices are temporary. Ah, There's that thought process that I heard in 2022.
Sea lane.
Odd.
The president shrugged off the rise in oil prices, calling it a very
short-term oil prices. Again, it works. I mean, hey, just anytime that we need to, just look to the Republican script that they hand everybody in their media spaces and just be like, oh, okay, this is what we'll hear.
Price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. CNN's Matt Egan is with us now. In these prices we've seen overnight, the
he still hasn't figured it out.
Sharp increase, more than 10% in one day, Matt. That's pretty staggering.
Yeah, it is absolutely staggering. Look, oil prices are going through the roof. And you know, oil is a notoriously boom to bust market. But even by those standards, this is just a historic spike. Look at this. Oil prices
It's Trump's spike.
9 months ago, all the way on the left side of
Trump's war. Well, it's the Epstein war, but Trump's oil spike. So, yeah.
your screen. This
is the Trump economy, baby.
Last time there were tensions with Iran and a conflict. And that looks like just a tiny, tiny increase compared to what's going on now. Before the war started, U.S. oil prices were trading at about $67 a barrel. At one point overnight, they got to $119 a barrel. Now, let's look at a live look at oil prices. You can see they have pulled back from that peak just over $100 now.
The difference is, dude, the news would read the scripts, but we could also look at that and go, oh, they're lying. You look at those scripts as a Trump supporter, and you're just like, there it is. No truer words have been spoken.
However,
by Caroline Leavitt and the Trump administration, they only tell the truth. Most transparent in all of history.
However, 11% increase, a $10 increase.
By the way, you know, green on oil, not good, right?
Dollar amounts. At one point this morning, U.S. oil prices were on track for their biggest one-day dollar.
You want to talk about not being able to talk without a script? 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of that fucking State of the Union bullshit, and he didn't go off fucking teleprompter at all. So,
increase.
Tell us again. Script
in history. Now, as you mentioned, the problem is the fact that this war.
The only difference is, dude, you're the only people that are fucking standing behind the government with this one.
Supply of oil.
You wonder, like, this is where you retards thought that everybody that disagreed with you politically was just a Democrat that just took their fucking talking points from the Democratic Party.
Out of the Middle East. And it's not just that the Strait of Hormuz effective closure is delaying the shipment of oil.
Yeah, trust me, once it gets to $4,
out of the region. It's the fact that oil producers there, they have nowhere to put the oil. They're literally running out of room to store it all. So they have to slash production. And you look at gas prices, $2.98 before the war started, $3.48 a gallon right now. That's the highest level since August of 2024. Quite the move in just
damn you, Biden,
the span of a little over a week. And you know, this is another look at gas prices as well. Zooming out, you can see how it's just going significantly higher. Now, it's not just gas though, John. Jet fuel, right? Jet fuel prices have skyrocketed. United Airlines CEO warning that could raise the cost of airfare. And diesel as well. Diesel prices, they're actually up by even more than gasoline on a percentage basis.
Products, because remember, we have to ship products with diesel.
24% increase. This is a 3-year high. And look, this is bad news for farmers.
How come that Venezuela thing didn't make gas cheaper? Oh, yeah.
For railroads, for trucks, and ultimately, John, for...
Well, no, hold on. You guys were crowing about how cheap gas was just 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, actually. God, it's already... We're getting to that point.
Consumers, because...
I thought this was going to be a 5-day war.
Everyone is indirectly paying...
Why is Trump lying all the time?
Paying the cost of diesel when they're buying stuff. So
why do you trust him all the time? How come you guys never listen to anything he says and then call him on it?
This is a significant situation.
Like, God, the day you guys start doing that, the day is when the country actually will get better. Because he does have, like, he's got an ego, but he also, like, when he starts losing you, that's when he starts doing things that really matter.
Look, the White House is arguing,
like pulling back on the tariffs, all that shit.
And the president has said that this is hopefully just a short-term glitch.
Yes, and a speed bump for a little bit. Yep.
That prices will...
Again, the ones believing that one, I have a feeling, are under the age of 20.
Eventually crash. Hopefully, he's right. I think the bottom line here is how long does this last, right? The duration. Because... if this is just a few days of $100 or so oil, this could end up just being a blip economically. But if this is something that lasts in terms of weeks or even longer, then
Yelling
you're
at my
going to
dog.
start to hear some people really concerned about a potential recession caused by higher energy prices. And looking at U.S. stock futures, they're down, but not dramatically lower given the scale of the spike in oil prices.
Again, when I woke up overnight and prices were around $120 a barrel, there was, I don't want to use this word loosely, but there was borderline panic at the steep increase in just a few hours.
Absolutely, there's no other way to look at it.
People were on the edge of their seats for a few hours. Matt Egan, thank you very much for that.
There was an overnight drone attack on the
Guys, I'm getting roasted in chat by this guy. He hit me with the you so dumb.
residential
I don't know how I'm gonna recover from that one, guys.
area of
Boy,
Citra, which is near
MAGA sending their best today. Fuck.
key energy infrastructure in Bahrain. Now, that drone attack injured 32 people, including 4 children, 1 2-month-old, 2 young boys, and a 17-year-old girl. The latest we've heard from Bahrain is that it's
Do you mean that sanction money that we gave back to them before Trump became president because we owed them money from sanctioning them too much?
national oil company
Yeah, that's how that worked. We made a deal.
APCO has actually just issued a force majeure. That essentially means that it won't be able to meet its contractual requirements to deliver
At Pep Talks, RIP, condolences, brother.
certain amounts of oil due
For what?
to an unforeseen circumstance, that unforeseen circumstance being this ongoing conflict. Video geolocated by CNN shows an industrial area that houses one of the Bapco refineries on fire recently with large amounts of black smoke billowing from it.
Oh, YouTube actually started like deleting the comments. Oh shit.
Whether that is linked to this force majeure or not, we don't know. We've reached out to Bapco for comment and we can let you know when we find out more. But I think what this really points to is that this weekend, Iran has consistently targeted Bahrain's civilian infrastructure. Yesterday, a desalination plant was hit. It wasn't damaged to the point of no longer functioning, but it was hit. This morning, we see
Yeah, and that's how this works, is we know through dealing with Iran through 4 different administrations since all of the fucking shit started. And guess what, man? Trump's the only one that disingenuously fucking convinced you fuckers that we needed to go to war with these assholes because he knocked out their nuclear program in what, June? Or are we back to being like, no, he lied about that?
this drone strike in Citra.
Because, yeah, dude, you can't take out the nukes and then be like they have nukes. Again, I know he thinks you're stupid, and you know what? I dare say he's probably right. But we're not that stupid.
Near energy
We hear this and we're just like, okay.
Structure that's injured all these people. And now the latest is that in this other area of Bahrain, that one of these Bapco refineries is on fire. So this really points to a clear target from Iran on these sorts of infrastructure.
G7 finance ministers meeting today to discuss whether to release
Have to remind you, green arrow on crude oil, not good.
oil from their strategic reserves.
Especially right now.
CNN's business editor-at-large, Richard Quest, is live in London. Good to have you, Richard. We are looking at these prices as attacks continue to unfold.
Oh, dude, it's about to go up past $4. Is that when you start panicking, when it's over $4 again and you don't know if it's going down? Because right now you're coping pretty fucking hard. You see what's happening, and this is you coping in chat, dude. I mean, I'll allow it, but goddamn.
On infrastructure across the region where I am. Question.
Do you have to do like a triple axle to get that perfect score for your mental gymnastics there? Holy fuck.
Is how bad could this get at this point?
According to one trader, the
just need a
sky's the
mental
limit.
triple axle.
For one simple reason. Look, we came back from 120 down to these levels because of that G7 meeting.
I don't panic on
which is taking place. But there are real.
You do understand that this means energy production in your home also spikes too. So just whatever, man.
The factor that's really moving.
Well, it's not as cold as it was before.
This market. Firstly.
But gas stoves, I fought for gas stoves. Oh, wait a minute.
That there is very little oil moving through the Strait of Hormuz, virtually none at all. So the supply is almost non-existent, or the increasing supply is non-existent.
Again, this goes for
and
one
the second
more week. We're fucked.
Factor, the damage that is being done to infrastructure, both in Iran and elsewhere.
And then your job is also dependent on our economy being strong. So if our economy is not strong, you're going to lose your job.
When you see, for example, as you saw in Bahrain, with the depots being blown up. So you take...
I love that I have to explain basic econ to people.
Those two factors.
But this guy, he's got a job, folks. He takes care of himself. Allegedly.
You end up with a market that...
Meanwhile, his pants are definitely on upside down and backwards.
...is extremely worried about what comes next. We went into this war, by the way, with a glut of oil, which is why we had a price of around $60 a barrel. That has evaporated, and now the concern is not only the supply, but...
You realize that we also still have those contracts that are long-term contracts, so that's why you're not seeing us just go to reserves the way that, Biden did.
Frankly, just will they even be able to handle the stuff?
Because also that kind of shows that Trump is not exactly confident that this war is going to be over.
They can get it out the ground.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fact that the world doesn't have oil. It's just moving that oil around and getting it to the places that matter most. And that includes, of course, refineries.
Just wait until the news catches up that fertilizer's not making it out. I know fertilizer's not something sexy to talk about and it smells bad, but it's one of the most important aspects of our civilized society.
Yeah, we're not just talking about oil here, but we're talking about refined products, aren't we? And those products around the world are massively important to the...
Oh, I actually love America. I just hate the fact that it has been bastardized by billionaires and they use the dumbest people in our country and weaponize them against us.
Global economy, the G7.
And unfortunately, because, the left does have empathy and they're just inherently not just pieces of shit. And they it actually takes work for us. Like me, I have to work at this. I know. Believe it or not. But yeah, I have to kind of work to be mean. It's not just natural. But you guys are just cocksuckers naturally. That's just you are definitively what proves that some people are just bad, born bad people.
7 ministers are weighing
because you're selfish.
Releasing
you have all the worst qualities of humanity.
Strategic.
And you're sitting here just acting like those are merits.
Reserves. What does that look like? What
Anything
might
I don't
that
like
look
is
like,
woke.
Richard?
Okay, so if you start releasing the reserves, of which all major governments have a certain large number, and the US has, gazillions based. It's in the.
Someone knows that I'm right.
The poorest rock and in the mountains.
I always like the people that are just like, you're so wrong that I gotta make fun of you and tell you how wrong you are because I just know you're wrong.
In the ground in the United States. That does bring the price down.
What am I projecting, numbnuts?
No.
Dude, he has all the power and he's failing with it. The American people see that.
Question.
And then again, it's just him. Big baby man who totally had an election stolen. He didn't just lose at the merits of him being, kind of bad at his job, especially at the end there. Nope, had to be stolen. Nothing can ever not go the way that Donald Trump dictated it.
About it, but it is a short term.
And then here we go. We're in a war. Now he's trying to tell you everything's great. Short-term pain. Price is going to rise. And now all he can do is sit here and watch this war of his own making tank his own presidency because it's ruining the things he cared about. His shiny toy, the economy that he actually wanted to be remembered for, isn't going to be there. It's not going to be nobody's going to remember the Trump economy as being the shining bastion and beacon of fucking light that we need to always go back to.
Measure.
It's almost like he's giving us the second time that we've looked at an economy and gone, we really should not do what he did.
You are making it available to the market, but you're not able to replenish it. You can in the US because you've got, of course, local supply, but elsewhere you won't be able to replenish it. So the moment you release your supplies, your stores, if you will, that is a one-hit wonder. You had better hope that the overall situation improves.
Damn, MAGA's angry tonight? Yeah, they are.
If you have a scenario where
I know why
the president of the United States says
they sense it, they know what's going on. Half of the contingent that they side with thinks that it's the end of the world. They genuinely think it's the apocalypse. Then you got the other side that don't believe in the Christian side of things. They just want to troll, that are looking at this and they're going, no, the left is lying about this. It's all hyperbole with you fuckers, and you guys don't know. It's all fake news. But then their own side starts reporting on this, and they're just like, no, what? Dude, Pete Hegseth literally said that he's aiming for the return of Jesus Christ. I hope you guys are ready. I mean, are you getting raptured? I don't know.
Oil prices soar.
Just watch that one. We start with Donald Trump's economy sputtering as he escalates a war with Iran that's threatening global energy and America's wallets. Today, the February jobs report. The U.S. economy is losing 92,000 jobs. The unemployment rate...
Well, tell that to your fellow maggots.
Picking up.
Seriously, I'm not even kidding. You might want to tell them that. Because they're literally, like, their world policy is trying to create more destabilization so greater Israel can return. So then Jesus on his winged horse comes back.
4.4%.
And then maybe Trump might be able to get into heaven.
Yes. Here we go. This is the big Feb jobs report. Non-farm payrolls minus
Yeah, I'm actually one of the lucky ones that does have a job.
92,000 minus 92,000. That is a biggie.
Don't do what one of my friends did.
We have a...
He quit thinking that he would find the grass greener on the other side. He ended up in the same type of position for less money.
For February non-farm payrolls, a loss of 92,000 jobs. We are also seeing the unemployment rate tick up to 4.4%.
Why would that matter? Even if I worked at McDonald's, dude, that's a fucking dignified job. Work is work. It's assholes like you, honestly. Dude, you do realize that, like, fast food workers were, like, what kept you alive during fucking COVID. But sure, denigrate them some more.
The White House is clearly...
Shit on the people who work in your grocery stores. Shit on the people who service you. And, like, again, dude, your job's not that fucking important. Like, the one thing that I've realized is people that really overemphasize what they do are the ones that, they don't add anything to society.
Really caught off guard, and they're trying to spend the data.
Let me guess, you work for some fucking construction company that just keeps building shit that we don't need. And you also, you pull some government contracts so you get to really,
any way that they can.
You're just a smart businessman. You're not a taker. You're not committing fraud.
It's something of a surprise, but there's some weather, there are strikes on the West Coast, and I think that we also have this birth-death model. Yeah, I think it's consistent with everything else we're seeing.
I don't know what kind of fucking lewds they're giving this guy, but holy shit. I strive to look as fucking stoned as him some days. Yeah, I know it's a bad report, but there's just things like weather and things like that.
The GOP knows a weak economy during a costly, undefined war in the Middle East isn't great economic pitch ahead of the midterms. So, more than a year after Trump took office, his aides are still trying to...
Actually know quite a bit about Catholicism and like just being an Anglo-Catholic.
You guessed it, Joe Biden.
Roman Catholicism or Orthodox? You got me there.
The midterms are about roughly 9 months away. How soon can we expect the jobs picture to pick up sharply? More jobs coming in.
Hey, there you go.
Into the economy. When are we going to see that?
Let them fight. Eat my ass and fucking what's his face? Doug.
Well, I think we have seen that.
That's how you know that I have a very serious gig here is when I got two people in my chat. One of them is named Eat My Ass. Except he actually did 455, so it's actually Eat My 455. Funny. Gotta admit.
Tick up a little bit. Again, this number in its raw numbers is not something we wanted to see, but overall we're still better than what we inherited from the Biden administration.
And then Doug.
Fact check, false. Biden's last 13 months in office, the U.S. economy created 1.4 million jobs, while Trump's 13 months back has seen the economy gain only 198,000 jobs. Meanwhile, there's no end in sight to the war with Iran. Now rattling energy markets, sending the price of oil up, and pushing stocks down, down, down. The S&P 500
this was after
is
a
now
Bitcoin
in
crash,
negative
too.
territory for 2026. Qatar's energy minister is now warning of catastrophic consequences for the global economy. Quote, "This will bring down the economies of the world. If this war continues for a few weeks, GDP growth around the world will be impacted. Everybody's energy price is going to go higher."
Yes.
And guess what? It's already happening. The average price of...
Except you have China that's just, they did this thing where they invested in renewable energy, so it's not going to completely tank their country.
Gas around the country has already surged by 34 cents in the last week alone. But Trump is firmly in his let them eat cake mode, not showing much empathy for struggling Americans dealing with high gas prices.
Oh, yeah. Did you see the Instagram or the fucking video that Trump's dipshit fucking granddaughter put out? Which, Jesus, dude.
Trump saying, quote, if they rise, they rise.
You want to talk about some, like, just a mid person in general, mid looking, mid personality, and like,
but this is
sitting there trying to do all the liberal tropes of, like, you know, the influencer shit, but she's also just, you know, a Trump.
Are more important than
so I'm
having
kind of glad to
gasoline
watch her
prices
just get
go up a little
ostracized the
bit.
way she has, even by her own side.
Joining me now to discuss is Justin Wolfers, economist.
The fact that she
with
was
the
in L.A. and went to some fucking, you know, hoity-toity grocery store.
University of Michigan.
They were all just, how come you have a fucking Secret Service detail? What the fuck?
And host of the Think Like an Economist podcast. And Juanita Tolliver, NAACP Image Award-winning author of A More Perfect Party. Congratulations, Juanita. And host of the Archival podcast. So, Professor, I will begin with you. A bad economy is defined by...
That's where I thought I'd be by now. Like, for real. God damn.
Many things. Sometimes it's people not getting work.
When I started picturing myself, like, hitting 40, I was just like, I'm going to be so bald.
Sometimes it's people working, but they don't think that they can make ends meet.
According
But
to chat.
rising prices is something that is universally a part of problematic economies. Which of you things do you think is hitting Americans worse and is going to last the longest? These rising prices or these low job numbers?
Look, the rising prices, there's actually some reason to be optimistic that what will happen is gas prices go up. They're going to stay up, but at least then they don't continue to rise. It's when prices continue to rise that we call inflation. Look, when I say people are going to hate that less, that's like...
Oddly enough, thank God the Fed didn't raise interest rate or lower interest rates.
Having two terrible
honestly,
flavors.
that kind of saved us.
You know, like shoe leather ice cream versus what, I don't know what kind of ice cream you'd hate the most there, Jason. Licorice.
See what happens, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild.
But we're in the middle of, look, today's job numbers, I really can't overstate this, have really fundamentally changed how I feel, and I think many Americans feel
I like
about
that Stuart
the economy.
Varney guy. So
We are now at the point, you showed smiling, happy Kevin there before telling us about these numbers. We
Doug is
have
crashing out in
lost
chat.
jobs since Liberation Day. There is no one who stood on stage
Also,
on
you know
Liberation Day and said over the next
What's up, dude?
338 days, I'm going to destroy jobs.
Welcome to the show.
They promised us a very, very different future. That future hasn't arrived, and I am frankly angry. I'm angry that these folks won't own up. I'm angry they won't tell the truth, and I'm angry that this is a result of a series of absolutely insane policy blunders that my freshman students would have told them not to make.
Juanita, you know, the midterms are 9 months away, but I am of the mindset that people's decision-making happens much, much sooner. If you think about the elections that we've seen, these primaries that we've seen, the people who've been knocked out of power, how much do you think this bad economy is resonating?
Doug's having fun making an ass of himself in chat. Cool.
Even before you
let him
get to the fact that Trump is engaging in an extremely unpopular
Let him crash,
and
guys.
illegal
It's fine.
I mean, Jason, people feel it
Periods,
every
Doug,
day. And
periods.
I'll push back on one thing Justin said about people
He doesn't know how bad he's getting it, too.
responding to these jobs.
You guys are
numbers. You know,
fucking
people felt it in their wallets
brutal.
over a year ago, Jason. Look, the reality is this Trump administration
long as the attention's
and
not on me
Republicans
for
have been
today,
behind
go
drastic
for it.
changes that impacted people's wallets, whether that's ending healthcare subsidies.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, the healthcare
absolutely
spikes
raised the rate that
really
people are
fucked some.
paying.
So while I was getting my taxes done, I got to listen to this guy's diatribe about how, like, he's pissed off that, you know, these H&R places and all these fucking, you know, smaller, like, turbo taxes, like they're fucking everything up, and you know you have to go really out of your way to find a certified public accountant, blah 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 blah. And then I don't know how, but he started going on about how his Medicaid. He's just like, and then they took my fucking Medicaid. It was just like, whoa. That was a left turn there, dude.
Or the struggle that they're having with housing costs,
It's like,
grocery costs.
okay.
It's a laundry
I can't even
list. And
afford
I
it
think we've seen
anymore.
that show up in especially special elections, Jason.
Sounded
Think
like
about
he was going
Tennessee
through it.
7. Tennessee 7 was a district deep red. Donald Trump won it by more
Sure, he
than
was also
20
pissed off because, yes, it was a small CPA's office.
points in 2024, and that race came down to single digits. When I look at those numbers, what that tells me is that Democrats
Great countries have free healthcare.
independents
This
are
is true.
highly motivated
Yeah, great countries don't commodify their actual citizenry
to
and then bank on them getting sick.
turn out against Donald Trump, and Republicans
It's almost like, you know,
are
doing
not
these things that increase the exposure to these chemicals. Like, dude, what he did with the glyphosate, that should go down in history as one of like the worst moves a president has made, where we have determined that glyphosate is fucking not only toxic enough to pay out provably that fucking Roundup was knowingly causing cancers. But now Trump, his corrupt ass, made it so we can't do that anymore. So, you know what? Too bad if you guys get cancer, especially a preventable one, because fuck, you ain't going to be able to sue nobody. Like I said, the rich can sue whoever the fuck they want, but we can't sue them. They're protecting their own, and you guys, if you're MAGA, are supporting that. You guys are supporting this world in which we have no protections.
Motivated at all
And last time I checked, I think that most of you are working class.
to potentially engage in these elections because they're rich.
It's always this idea of, I'm not on it. You know what? If I don't need that, they don't need that. And then, God forbid any of these people ever need unemployment. Like, God forbid.
Recognizing that Trump is harming their wallets too. And
Oh, you will give a shit if you get cancer. Trust me. You think that you're being big tough guy. Nah.
Jason, I think going into the midterm.
And honestly, if that's the attitude you have, don't go to the doctor. It's fine. It's fine. You don't ever need to go to a doctor. You really don't. Get as sick as you need to. Doctors are for pussies, dude.
The recipe for success in
Just remember that.
politics is absolutely going to be empathy and actionable solutions. I say actionable solutions because you absolutely need to tell people how you're going to make their lives better. What are you going to do for them and deliver for them? But empathy comes in where Donald Trump is going
Stop
full
asking that.
saying
Like,
if the gas prices
What?
go up, they go up. Like,
Why?
what?
Why would MAGA want to continue to ask that question? It's almost like holding Trump to those promises that's a little pesky thing.
Like that energy
proves
is not
that
gonna
he
help
doesn't
anybody.
keep his
It's just gonna
promises.
piss more voters off.
You know, it's funny. I try to think of all the different ways in which regular
just wants
people
cancer.
understand the economy.
Explains why they love Donald Trump. They see him and they're just like, he's beautiful.
And one of those things is gas prices, but the other thing has to do.
Do you think there's anybody that genuinely looks at him and is just like, what a handsome man?
With housing or job competition. Justin, you know, there's
like
a piece
big boss
out now
ass from
talking about
fucking
how
Star
there's
Wars.
members of the administration who are saying,
Ooh,
some of this is AI and AI is
MAGA.
taking jobs and that's why we're having these sorts of job issues. You know, do you think that is something that Republicans are going to be able to pull off? Are they going to be able to convince people, hey, it's not our mismanagement of the economy, it's not our crazy tariffs, there's some robot program that's taking your job. See, be mad at that, not us.
Well, by the way, AI is actually something that the government can help regulate. Nothing is a foregone conclusion. We actually get to shape how these technologies change our lives. Look, I can't tell you about political rhetoric, but I can tell you about the truth. The truth is that AI is not yet having a market impact on the economy. A second truth is it will.
Bexy, you seem like the type that if you're not sub to my channel, you should be.
But if you look at data on how many companies have been fundamentally
Also, hit that like
transformed
button.
by the emergence of AI, my university has not.
care.
MS Now has not. And the folks at home know that their lives have not yet.
But seriously, if you're enjoying the show, please hit that like button. It does help me out a lot, and I sincerely appreciate it.
Been fundamentally changed. What's happened is we're in a no hire, no fire economy. In turn, that hurts young people the most.
I'll
Yours
do
and
it with
my
you.
students, Jason, they're graduating.
I like the video.
If there's no hiring
You liked MSNBC? MSNBC, fake news.
on, they're the folks who are getting hurt the
Let's get
most.
it all
But it's
out.
not just that. The unemployment rate has been drifting up. It's now up to 4.5%. It was at 4% when the president was elected. It's been as low as 3.5%. This just isn't the sort of healthy economy that we were
I
hoping.
bet you buy cans of alphabet soup so you can swallow D's on slow nights at the bar.
And not the one that they have been sort
It's
of
a hell of
bragging
an insult.
about. So, you know, here's the thing, and I think this is important. There is a way in which, Juanita, that a lot of people are saying, all right, look, Donald Trump has some crazy plans, but those plans are eventually going to work themselves.
Why is there an open can of SpaghettiOs and they're missing all the D's?
Out, right? You're going to get these better deals after these tariff situations.
Dime
You're
store
going to
Asmongold.
have the economy sort of slow.
That's better than Asmon Bronze, all right, Dime store Asmongold.
Down a bit after this war
At
with
least
Iran
that's a
because we're going to have
little
some
bit more
stability one
original.
way or another. Is that something that the Republicans are going to be able to sell? I mean, look, 34% of the population is always going to.
Who got the who got the main, like the final shot here? Because, man, he seems pissed now.
To be aligned with the president. But is there a way in which you can sell this war in Iran that actually makes sense to people? Not morally, but economically, that is something that will actually be a boon to you and your family and going grocery shopping on a weekend?
I mean, not when the leadership in Qatar is saying, look, we stopped production earlier this week and the region is likely to stop production and that's going to harm and disrupt global economies. No. And Jason, I look at politics like every other relationship. So picture you've been off and on with a boyfriend. This is Trump's second term in the White House. So you've been off and on with him. And now he's saying, oh, it's been over a year, but more is coming. I'm going to be that rapper. I'm going to get that job. No, he's not.
No, it's
Walk away. And I think that's the reality check that a lot of Americans are going to confront, that we've already seen playing out.
But businesses are hurting, and that's why you're seeing sad Trumpy now.
Look, Texas,
you know, he wants to go golf. He wants to do all his his big boy president stuff, but he also doesn't want to deal with all the hard questions about the war he started and what's doing to the economy.
Democrats turned out at a historic rate, right? Because they know how much is on the line. We know that Republicans have doubled down on voter suppression because they know how when people are pissed off, they're going to turn out at the polls.
These trailer park warriors thought they'd save the country from Biden's damage.
And I think that's something that American voters are going to contend with.
Meanwhile,
going
he's
into,
just like, you know what? They don't have a pot to piss in. They have a Trump flag in their front yard. Let's take the rest of the money that they have.
November, but any candidate
and they'll give it to me and they'll blame the Democrats. It's the beautiful thing.
Who's running on this ballot, you need two things: empathy and actionable solutions
Tom
to
Jones is back. It's not unusual.
Mess that Donald Trump is exacerbating with every shot that he injects
I think
into
I
this
can do
economy.
that song. It's not unusual to be in love with anyone. It's not unusual to have
We're following developments out of the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel have launched new strikes on Iran.
You know why I know that song? Mars Attacks.
An intelligent and influential commentator. I've always liked and respected him, even when we disagree. I still do. He's trying to be partisan and staunchly conservative.
Yo! That was nowhere near the video I was trying to play. That's crazy.
Fighting. Iran has named Mujtaba Hosseini Khamenei as its new supreme leader.
Oh wait,
takes over for his
CBS.
father, who
I
was
don't like
killed in the
CBS
first
videos. I
hours
refuse.
of the war. More on this. We're joined by CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata from northern Israel. So, Charlie, it's so interesting because up until this moment, there were questions as to who might become the new supreme leader, including some names that were floated that were relatively, and I say relatively, in a theocracy, a dictatorship,
keep going down,
that were relatively moderate. But apparently, according to the reports I've read,
Trump's definitely unusual. Could you imagine him doing it? It's not unusual to be in love with anyone.
More radical than his father.
Yes, it is. You know what? Sometimes it is unusual. That's what we call being gay. I know that my base knows what I'm talking about. Am I right? Am I right? It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. That's also true. My buddy Jeffrey. I mean, my not buddy Jeffrey.
Because as you said, this is not one of the front names or the front runners that we would have thought might have stepped into that.
34 cents. Shit. Yeah. No, if you live in a city, you're getting fucked.
Theocracy movement. 1979 of the revolution that said we shouldn't have hereditary leaders here. That should be based on their merit and their leadership skills and qualities. So the fact that they decided to go ahead and literally name the Ayatollah's son as the new supreme leader sends a message out, particularly to the United States, kind of like meet the new boss, same as the old boss. This is a person who's never held any government office. He hasn't made a bunch of public speeches. However, he is thought among insiders to be the power behind the
you know it. He's fucking dropping some bangers.
They call it. So he has.
Hey, Doug, I hope you shart orange Kool-Aid in that 1998 Ford Fiesta you're living in.
Been part of the decision making. He's been a sort of counsel.
Bye, Doug.
To his father. So he's certainly in the inner circle. But again, we also remember how many people were wiped out in the first wave of attacks. A lot of leadership went away there, and this is definitely.
Dude, I haven't had somebody straight up come into my chat just be like, "I'm winning so hard," and get roasted as much as. Oh my god, dude!
Based
you guys are fucking skewering this guy.
Hereditary decision that this is the Ayatollah's son. We don't know a lot about him, but we think
like being
that
slow
he has
cooked.
at least the same sort of ideals that his father had.
And also just a roadblock for the...
So we got the deets on that. He's pretty much just as bad as his dad. Nothing has changed. We're in the exact same position we were in before. Yay!
We have now had multiple attacks on regional desalination plants, including a strike on a significant one within Iran.
So now the Dow sucks. Does that mean that Pam Bondi has time to apologize to Epstein survivors?
This is obviously a war crime.
We'll see. Although we won't see because her deposition is private.
But it's also, opened up a new escalatory front. This is actually something Professor Zhang talked to us about, how vulnerable this entire region is. And actually the GCC countries outside of Iran, they're the ones who are more reliant on these desalination plants because they lack freshwater sources.
I only know one Kazarian, and that's Frank Kazarian, which from TNA.
Within their own countries. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Trump getting asked about a U.S. attack on an Iranian desalination plant.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting a desalination plant.
Whoa, we just got popped out of nowhere.
In Iran, and they said that might open the door to other strikes on infrastructure, non-military.
Allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them.
Look, you respond to that allegation.
Just a quick reminder, guys. You guys can give the good boy here some treats by donating a $2 to the super chat or through the description.
The U.S. hit
Wow.
They are among the most evil people
earthy tones
ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done
Bro,
over
I accidentally scrolled and there is a MAGA trash under my stream.
the last 47 years. So I know nothing about it.
Guys, you know what that means. Go pester their chat and just be mad the entire time? I don't know. Is that what they do?
Than to say, if they're complaining about a desalination plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
So complete deflection there, and then just uses some of the Israeli atrocity propaganda.
But what is he even talking about?
Well, he
what's the
linked it to
reference to
October
Hamas?
7th. Yes, and he's claiming that Iran is now behind, which all of the reporting suggests Iran had nothing to do with October 7th, outside of Hamas obviously being allies of theirs. But just complete deflection. Uses all of this debunked atrocity propaganda, tries to make it so that Iran is directly responsible for October 7th, et cetera. And we're already seeing the consequences of this new escalatory front. Let's put B2 up on the screen. We now have Iran caused material damage to a desalination plant in Bahrain. First time, they say, an Arab country has reported Iran striking a desalination plant. So just to be clear, U.S. strikes an Iranian desalination plant, and then they say, okay, all right, game on. Let's go. Two can play this game as well. Let's put B3 up on the screen just so we can take a measure of how impactful this is. So these are the countries in the region listed out here by their level of dependency on these desalination plants, which of course convert salt water into fresh water. Okay, the most dependent, with 90% of their water coming from desalination plants, is Kuwait. Then at 86%, Oman. Then at 75%, Israel. Then at 70%, Saudi. At 60%, Bahrain, which was just struck. 50%, Qatar. 42%, the UAE. And Iran, now they have some water issues, but it is not nearly the level of the GCC or Israel. Only 2%. Iran is, the tweet here says 3% dependent on desalination. The chart says 2%, U.S. allies in the region at 40 to 90%. Think about that. Think about that. If you are, Kuwait is basically wholly dependent on these plants, which are vulnerable, and the U.S., running out of interceptors and not doing a good job of defending these allies anyway. And your move is to attack an Iranian desalination plant, just completely opening up that front. This is extremely dire for these countries.
I'll also raise another one. Are we sure it was us? Are we sure it wasn't the Israelis? Because this is something that they
Holy
love.
shit. Holy shit. Soccer's just saying it like I am.
Right, to see the broadened
nice.
war, and then immediately the strike that happened back on the GCC countries. As we've been talking about, they don't care at all about the GCC. They would be happy to see them collapse. Also, if it's funny, when I lived in Qatar, all of the Americans, we would always joke because gas was literally cheaper than water. Mm-hmm. So gas would be like 89 cents a gallon, whereas water would be $1 a gallon.
Yeah, you know what's really fucked up? We're gonna remember that when the water wars are actually like full blown, because we're still running out of water and we don't talk about that.
Wanted to buy it from CVS or like some sort of grocery store. That is how different.
That's a tomorrow pet problem.
Actually are over there, especially for fresh water. So you can think and just talk about how you've got only a certain amount of runway whenever it comes to water desalination. But the bigger point is about civilian infrastructure.
Even his tie's not horrible.
This strike on the water desalination.
He's got his favorite dad's root beer
and
tie.
the closure of the Straits of Hormuz literally is a choke point for every single person who lives in the Gulf. Because think about it, you've got...
Did you guys see that story that they found a school full of water that was supposed to go to the Flint, Michigan community? And it was just it was like the school was abandoned and it had been sitting there for like 8 years in like this moldy conditions. But they found something along the lines of like 4 or 5 just giant pallets of fucking water.
Everyone talks about the Straits of Hormuz just for oil, but it's not. Remember, they have huge, food. Like all their food comes in from there.
I think I misspoke. 45.
Everything. If you've ever been to these countries, everything is imported.
Jesus fucking Christ, Pep. One disaster at a time. Hey, I like to focus on them all.
Literally, there's nothing out there. It's a desert for fresh food.
Not food sufficient, not water sufficient. Everything has to be imported.
Everything is either flown in or shipped in. And if you 2 weeks,
guys, if you don't live near a fresh water source, you're kind of fucked. That's why Chicago is actually I watched this Vice piece. God, this is how long ago this was. There was a Vice piece talking about why like any of the properties along the like lakefront, or just like if you're within a 30 to 40 mile radius of the lake, then your properties are going to skyrocket, because we have we're sourcing some of the cleanest water in America, or in the world for that matter.
All they have.
And we're not sure how long that's going to last.
The runway, whenever it comes to food or water, I mean, it is a disastrous situation, especially for the civilian populations of a lot of the, not to mention, 1 million plus Americans who are all living in the country. Good luck getting out right now. Look at Dubai Airport. We're going to show you some of that stuff later on. I mean, the civilian infrastructure attacks, this is designed to inflict maximum damage on all of the population. So it's really dangerous.
And to your point about who did this, so put
me runs. I think you might understand this.
6 up on the screen.
On a day with no traffic,
Israelis blamed
I'm about
UAE.
20 minutes away.
Okay. UAE is completely denying this, that they struck this desalination facility.
On a day with traffic, it could.
And they also hit back at what they described as inappropriate Israeli conduct. So, it definitely...
Will I ever wear a tie on stream?
Yeah,
I'll put a suit on.
Disinformation campaign
really special,
coming from the Israelis.
We'll figure it out.
Why? Because they don't want this to be a limited conflict.
Bro, I convinced 2 pro-Trump people not to support him anymore, and they became Democrats.
Their incentive.
Again, if they're becoming Democrats, it's not necessarily better.
Are all in the direction of dragging.
Dude, Democratic leadership needs to feel pressure. They can't get these even small wins of just like, hey, some of the MAGA are starting to change their minds. It's like, if they focus a little more on like, hey, I'm still like independent minded. But these lefties, we can't listen to them. And then they listen to the left and they're like, oh, wait a minute.
As many countries into this thing as they possibly can.
Cosplay Jake.
So, I think
Fool's Day.
Given the breadcrumbs here, I think you're probably right.
Yeah,
the most likely suspect here is Israel. But ultimately, it doesn't matter from a, whether it's the U.S. or Israel, because certainly
I'm the same.
The Iranians blame us for everything that's being done to them right now. And you
I
already...
convinced my friend to leave MAGA, but then it actually kind of made things worse, because now he's like a conspiracy theorist, like to the point where he doesn't know what to believe, and he went down too many rabbit holes.
We're going to talk to
and it's actually kind of dangerous for him.
Trita more about this, but you've
Germany's
already had, the Iranians made this sort of outreach, like, okay, regional Arab countries, if you don't attack us, we're not going to attack you back. Trump immediately comes in and undermines that, and now, that very fragile sort of accord to limit this and contain the conflict and step back from the escalation chain that has already been completely destroyed. And clearly Israel here trying to keep that regional escalation.
Just like, that's it, we're getting a big bag of Cheetos.
Going by saying, oh, it was UAE. they're denying it and saying, you know, basically, you all are outrageous for the, you know, the disinformation that you're spreading. We can put B7 up on the screen here as well to see, you know, this analysis. Senior analyst on Israel at the Crisis Group says much of what Israeli media is reporting in Gulf states as disinformation appears to be part of an effort to escalate the war further between Gulf and Iran. And the you know, I think
that's what Trump's
just, like,
banking on.
Undeniable at this point
Trump
what
thinks
they are
that they're
up
just
to.
going to end up
But last thing here,
creating the new. They're going to come to my axis of peace,
or
or
up
whatever
on the
fuck he
screen,
calls it.
you can see the way that the Iranians are reacting. So this is the foreign minister of Iran. He says the U.S. committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant on Qasem Island. Water supply in 30 villages has been
It's good to have an
impacted.
open mind, but not too open that your brain falls out. Yeah, he's very much in the Candace Owens wing of things.
Attacking Iran's infrastructure is dangerous move
we'll be getting to
with
that in a
grave
little bit.
consequences. The U.S. set this precedent.
We should do
not
the
Iran.
Ben Shapiro thing first, though.
Yeah,
we'll do Ben Shapiro
that's why
first.
they already
and then
attacked
Candace
in
Owens.
what is it, in Bahrain?
Bahrain.
And just, I mean, Bahrain. Remember, where are all those Americans who are in the Gulf? In Bahrain, like in Kuwait, and all of these countries are massively dependent on these water desalination. So I actually think, look, this is a broader war theory. Like, what do you do? Let's go back to the history of all warfare. It starts out just troop on troop. Then it's like, well, when you get gridlocked, what do you do? Oh, well, now we have to wage war on the enemy's ability to sustain the front. So what do? You no longer care as much about that. Air power is going to go and attack, remember, ball-bearing factories and all of these places of infrastructure that sustain the war effort. This is what, if you think back to World War I, what did they do? Why did they have unrestricted or U-boat bombing?
Don't wipe the Cheeto dust off your mouth.
To literally make sure that the Britons couldn't continue the war effort on their
Save
home
that
island,
for a different
so they couldn't
website.
continue to
What,
send
OnlyPeps?
food or any supplies to the people who were on the front. The same things that the
Welcome to
Allies
Pep
did
Talks.
to the Germans. We would attack their food supplies and all these other things. Again, same thing. We wanted to cause mass famine.
Where's
to
that
make
one
sure
guy? You don't take this seriously. It's like, yeah.
The population would stop supporting the war. This is what total war looks like. The
Take
Civil War.
life
How did
seriously?
it end?
No
It
shit.
would go through Atlanta and burn everything to the ground. This is the problem with sustaining these types of conflicts. And it's literally a fight literally to the death. And then you have to say, who has the ability and the will, or at the very least the will, to want to fight to the death? I don't even want to pay 50 cents more per gallon. The number of American dead for me is already, it's 7 too high who are confirmed. Who knows what the real number is. So for the rest of us, we're out here being like, oh, diesel, $5 a gallon, huge disruption to our life. Jet
fuck, they're saying we have boots on the ground already.
fuel is going up. Anybody who wants to fly. By the way, our Asian allies are getting hammered. You know, the South Korean index is down 15% over the last 5 days. They're getting destroyed because all their oil comes from the Straits of Hormuz. The Japanese, 90% of their oil comes from the Middle East. The Nikkei 225, I checked this morning, is down like 9% over the last 5 days. They're getting hammered, the entire world. For what? For literally nothing. And then you've got interceptor stocks that are all falling, civilian infrastructure.
I'm dead serious. Do you think MAGA would be comfortable if we just stopped keeping track of all economic indicators while Trump's, like, not even in a timetable, but like Trump says, we just shouldn't pay attention for a few weeks or maybe a month or two. Like, would you guys be comfortable with that?
This is textbook for how a war, for any war,
Oh, yeah,
which doesn't
yeah.
initially
Where's
find
the MAGA
smashing
debate,
success in the
Chads?
first couple of days. It has to expand. It doesn't have a choice by strategic logic. I mean, theoretically you do, which is to say, oh my God, this was a horrible idea. Trump's not going to do that. And even if he wanted to do that, Israel's not going to let him at this point. And even if they did, then what are the Iranians just going to say? Yeah, okay. They're like, no, we're not done with you yet.
And normalizing those attacks on civilian infrastructure, that is to Iran's benefit. Because this is the sort of stuff that's very easy to attack with the drone, right? And, you know, so this is a game they can play all day long. And so what have you accomplished so far in this war? You have you decapitated the head of the regime. Now you've got a harder line person who has been named as the supreme leader, the son of the previous Ayatollah, who just had his whole family murdered by you. So congratulations. You've got another Khamenei who is more hardline than the previous one, who's now in charge. Okay. You've likely unified, actually, the Iranian people behind this government, given that they are under siege and under attack. You have now your economy being destroyed in real time. I mean, true threat of like a global depression situation already just with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. You have failed to accomplish whatever the goals are. Not that you've been real clear about what those goals even are, so it kind of makes them unaccomplishable. But you have not collapsed the regime. There isn't.
Oh yeah, we got Pep eating. Yep.
There is
Look
not
at me taking care of myself
a
on
regime
stream.
change. You do not have control of the nuclear materials. They continue to be able to, to strike within Israel. I'm seeing lots of reports this morning about attacks from Iran in Israel and also
breaking points.
On GCC member states as well. So
we look like hunting buddies.
And now you're in sort of this bind where you're very likely to end up sending ground troops in and having many, many more Americans dead.
Or we're going to solve some crimes together.
That is what's been accomplished.
We look like two badass detectives from Portland.
Quote unquote, so far in this war. It could not be more of a cluster. Like, it's just an absolute disaster and very hard to see how we get out of this anytime soon, because Trump, there are no good options for Trump to walk away. And as I said before, even if Trump tried to walk away, not at all clear.
A democratic socialist.
That the Iranians would be like, okay, good, let's go back to the way things were, because they know that they would just
keep your pesky fucking capitalism, add a little social, like a dash of socialism, and I might be happy.
Be courting another attack yet again in the future.
Such a disaster. All right, let's get to oil. Hey, if you
whatever money we borrow to pay for the war just adds to our debt problem, because now we have more debt that we can't repay. But it's also possible that the dollar blows up here, that the world does not want to finance this war. The world was already moving away from the.
Yeah, I had heard. I actually had heard this from this guy and Dave fucking Ramsey of Christian. He's on the Christian MAGA side, and he definitely made a living off of those people. Even he's kind of sounding the alarms on this, where he's just like, this does have the implications to send us into not just a recession, but a depression that we might not be able to get out of, especially if he allows this to go. I heard the indicators are until August. If this goes till August, we're fucked.
The dollar before the war started, they were de-dollarizing.
But watch, Chuck Schumer will still vote to continue the war, and Hakeem Jeffries will vote to continue the war because they're also getting butt fucked by Netanyahu. So.
Economist Peter Schiff warns that the war on Iran,
the gas spike's already over,
could actually further weaken the U.S. dollar and even drag the United States even deeper into debt, something I've been raising.
Love how there's a few of those types in chat where I've actually, you're not the first one I've seen where they're just like, what war? What are you talking about? It's technically a conflict. And honestly, you guys are just being that's hyperbolic of you to be acting like this.
Concern about on this show. And in fact, his concerns are
get my smart word out.
Warranted, to say the least. So let's get into it. So 2 important disclaimers.
Yeah, actually, I did today.
That I want to get out of the way right off the bat because this is so important. Peter Schiff does have a conflict of interest here. You should know about it. So for instance, he's a big advocate of investing in gold. In fact, he does.
You're almost too retarded for my chat here, bud.
Does have a finance.
The fact that you just said it's a 47-year war, you're absolutely fucked in the head if you are listening to that slop from the Trump administration.
Financial interest in getting listeners to invest according.
I don't even know if you're just a fucking troll, but it's a lazy troll. That's why I'm saying, like, this guy, like, I kind of feel bad even calling him retarded, even though he is.
So keep that in.
No, you're retarded. And you can go now.
Mind. Number 2,
you're
the
dismissed.
Dollar has actually rallied since we started this war on Iran.
Wait. Yeah, it's hyperbole. So it's well, I mean, they think it's hyperbole.
According to
even though it's factual.
NBC, the dollar is still seen as a safe haven asset. So even though the dollar had been
I used it correctly. I said they thought we were being that.
Weakened in recent months, especially, and especially in the last several months. The war in Iran ended up spooking the investors who took money out of riskier investments and instead decided to park their funds in the
guys. The power of a random chatter.
US dollar. Okay, so that's what happened after the war started. However, the dollar's rally has slowed down a little bit today. Now, with that out of the way, The war in Iran could open up.
Oh, Pep, I subbed, by the way. I'm so happy to debate some of the idiot MAGA in your chat. Spy, dude, I really appreciate you. No, I do.
A whole new.
I appreciate you subbing to the channel, but also I appreciate having somebody that enjoys doing that. You know what? Because we do get our fill. We get our fill.
Can of worms when it comes to inflation, and we should be very worried about that.
Squishmallow, I need to go to YouTube so
First,
I can
let's
see.
go
Here,
to
I'll send you the
Schiff's
link.
argument, and then I'll fill in the blanks.
The economy, will it be able to sustain such a war with the increase in energy prices? Will it won't impact the US as much as it will impact Europe and Asia?
Well, as long as we can keep going into debt and, we can sustain it. As long as we can keep
Yeah, but who keeps buying our debt?
borrowing money. But the problem is, if the Fed has to print all the money and we have a lot of inflation.
That's how this works. That's how war works.
Can
dude.
we
Why do you think that the fucking housing, the housing crashed in 08?
sustain that?
It wasn't fucking, it had nothing to do with Obama, by the way.
Foreign central banks are moving away from the dollar. Now, it's possible that
You said they were being hyperbolic. Okay. Then I was wrong.
this war slows down the exodus from the dollar, but it's also possible it speeds it up. And if it speeds it up, then, we're even less able to continue the war. If it slows it down, that buys us some time. But it's going to mean higher oil prices. That's a certainty.
No, I know.
How much higher?
I just remember the old buzz line where they were just like, it's because Obama won then, and it was before he got into office. They were anticipating that he was gonna fuck the market even higher. I'm like, that's not how it works.
It's hard to say. They could end up being a lot higher.
God
And
damn,
obviously
dude.
that's problematic.
The amount of energy that they can spend trying to shit on someone that they hate, but also the amount of energy they spend defending somebody that they love. I will just say that I don't think we can ever match that shit.
That sure is.
But that's technically good. This is why I keep bringing it up that, yeah, they are in a cult. Yeah, they do worship this guy, and it's fucking weird as shit.
Problematic, Peter.
It's not like Tim Wall's saying it's weird. I mean, it's weird. I don't like anybody that much.
Definitely problematic. And I have no doubt that what we pay at the pump, we've already seen it increase since the war began. And I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon. And remember, when it comes to energy, when it comes to oil, when it comes to gas, we're not just talking about what you pay at the pump. We're also talking about the cost of transporting goods and services.
Thank you.
And
said
so
that.
that
I
is
also
going
said
to
the thing
lead
about, natural
to
gas, but
inflation.
whatever.
So speaking of high oil prices, on Monday, an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia was damaged by 2 Iranian drones. Not good. Those drones were intercepted, but shrapnel from the drones caused a fire in the refinery. So that forced the
Gas prices are
refinery
gonna
to
go up.
pause
No, because
operation.
the thing is, these idiots, like that one guy, he's like, the gas prices went down. Okay, so when they go down from hitting their peaks, which they are right now. So even if 35 cents, right? This guy's celebrating 5 cents coming off because of a speculation that Trump said he might hit the reserves. Again, speculation. It is insane how they can change the gas prices like that just based on whatever, the tangerine tyrant has to say.
That's not good. That limits oil supply.
I move markets while I poop.
That same day, Iranian drones targeted
true
a power
power.
plant and energy facility in Qatar. In response,
You ever seen the market dip because you had a bad day?
Qatar Energy, a state-controlled energy company, announced
Had some Taco Bell, didn't agree with me. All of a sudden, I decided, you know what? Things are too good.
it was going to stop
Tariffs on Taco Bell. That's why I wanted to get rid of Mexico, but then they told me that Taco Bell's American.
producing natural gas indefinitely. So
Don't
there's
confuse me with all the Spanish. Why would you call it Taco Bell?
no timeline on when they will go back to producing more natural gas. And as you can imagine,
That's all a lie.
spiked the price of natural
Which one? The one that he moves markets while shitting out Taco Bell, or whatever the fuck she said. I don't know. I was on a roll there.
gas because again, supply stays the same.
Tangerine tyrant.
I'm sorry, demand stays the same, but supply is limited.
You know
Energy
what?
facilities in
That's my mom's favorite.
Oman
So.
and the UAE have also been attacked. And traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has come to a screeching halt. If
Wait,
you're
the founder of Taco Bell had the last name Bell? No lie. No shit.
wondering how relevant is the Strait of Hormuz, about 20% of our oil gets shipped through there. So that's not a good sign. So time will tell how bad things are going to get when it comes to oil prices and how this war, regional war at this point, is going to impact global economies. But right now, we do know for a fact that the American people are facing an affordability crisis. We were facing this affordability crisis even before the war began.
It does this auto adjust
and
thing.
when it came to our debt,
I hate it.
I mean, we're already topping $40 trillion in debt.
Even with my
and we
settings,
just got started with this war. Disaster, absolute disaster. That's why Schiff argued that the war in Iran could be a convenient scapegoat for the poor US economy, even if it leads to more economic chaos in the future. Let's hear his argument here.
Trump gets a scapegoat because a lot of problems that were going to happen anyway with the economy can now be blamed on the war.
I watched this documentary on John Bell. Live Moss.
It's great, but we had to go to war, and one of the sacrifices of war sometimes is you have a recession, you have higher inflation. So it's not my fault. I mean, everything was going to be great, but unfortunately,
if I was president, here's like Pep at his most immature is literally if I was president, not only would I would just do Donald Trump impression the entire time, where it's just like, listen, I need you guys to do something for me. I don't have a Diet Coke bell, but I have the Taco Bell bell. It's time to live Moss, people. Let's go.
Fortunately, we had no choice.
Tacos on me, fire sauce galore.
We had to go, fight this war.
The sad part is, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump would just do that.
And so the weakness in the economy is not my fault. Right, everything would have been great, and it will be great once we end the war.
But he started the war. How's it? If that narrative collapses on itself,
what the fuck?
Because he started the war.
Yes, but if he says I had to, I didn't start. I had no choice. We were in imminent danger. Iran was about to nuke us, or whatever the hell he's going to say.
He says different things depending on the day. By the way, Trump does. We got dragged into the war by Israel because they want regime change in Iran. Marco Rubio was telling the truth.
Yeah, he literally does just shift by the day.
The first time. But anyway, as this war rages on,
you will always be Anna Asparagus to me.
That Americans were already hurting. I think most of you already do know that, but there are more signs of a troubled U.S. economy.
I personally like Anna Crapsparian, but
this really worries me.
It's because I coined it.
So last year, a record 6% of workers in 401k plans administered by Vanguard Group took a hardship withdrawal. That is up from 4.8% in 2024 and a pandemic average of about 2%, according to Vanguard. You guys, that's disastrous. Okay, that is not good. And when you take a hardship withdrawal from a retirement account, you not only, depending on what
Anna's a walking UTI
kind of retirement account is, let's say it's a traditional 401k, you not only
that bitch has some stock in Big Cranberry.
Have to
I can tell.
Pay taxes on the amount that you took out. You also get I think 10% penalty. Unless there are a few exceptions if you do a hardship with.
I don't watch TYT. This is about as much as I watch. I don't watch full episodes by any means. Occasionally I'll find a clip and be like, okay, this was relevant for the show. Not a horrible take. Honestly, when it comes to Israel, I can still deal with them.
I think you...
It's other things where I'm just like, and we're going to ignore this.
Might be able to be exempt from that 10% fee. But the fact that people are taking money out of their retirement is not a good sign.
Do you think that it was just like he woke up and he's just like, time to go play some golf? Oh, hold on. I'm making my way down the stairs. Hold on.
And the fact that percentage is going up is
it was a small staircase.
Really bad sign. The top reasons for taking hardship withdrawals last year were avoiding foreclosure. God, it's going to make me cry. It's so devastating.
And here's Netanyahu's ringtone for Trump.
What a good boy.
Avoiding foreclosure and eviction and paying medical expenses, according to Vanguard. The median withdrawal.
Well, if you would excuse me, President Trump has called me.
What a good boy.
Yes, Yes. Oh, you know why I have that ringtone.
All was $1,900.
Actually, no, it's.
If you're not angry, I just want you to explain why. Like, I want to understand it.
Just kidding.
I really do. How does it not hurt people to see that our country's living like this? It's just not right. But this is what we're dealing with. So,
guys, we're talking about serious things.
You know, Peter Schiff, despite his conflicts of interest with gold and all of that, I think that he tends to keep it real when it comes to the Federal Reserve printing money. He keeps it real when it comes to the reality of
but he has literally, like, again, his agenda, Anna,
our true economic condition.
Like, that's why you do have to be very careful about disingenuously using people like them.
And I appreciate his,
you know, and I'm going to say that, yes, she's disingenuously using him because, again, it's not like she's referring to him about all his other economic expertise.
Honesty in his candor.
It's because she's using the one where she's like, yeah, this is bad. And see, even they recognize it's bad.
Sure. Now, we here at the Young Turks obviously have known
I
what
like
the
to go
reality
to Drop Site News and Zateo. That's pretty much who I use now.
of our economic situation is. It's something that we care deeply about and talk
Status
about
Coup.
a lot on the show. But I think the thing I want to leave you all with is you will get what you are willing to tolerate. And unfortunately, our electorate has been willing to tolerate a lot of garbage with our leadership. And I think it's time that we band together and demand change. Otherwise, our situation will.
I feel like those little farts were definitely a little too kind for Trump. I feel like this is his. And we're moving on to the next video. What was that about? I don't know. Sometimes.
You know, this war may be hurting Americans.
Prepare to be like to see some triggered people in chat.
But one person who's doing swimmingly well, enjoying a windfall, is Russia's invading autocrat Vladimir Putin, and now the U.S. is considering lifting even more sanctions off of Russian oil as the cost of crude has surged above 100.
Meanwhile, so we're lifting sanctions on Russia, and then they're also selling, and you know they're selling positions of our artillery. What?
Dollars a barrel for
the fuck?
The first time since 2022, India refiners will now be granted a 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil. That's according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. But President Trump says rising oil prices, quote, are a very small price to pay, adding, quote, only fools would think differently. We'll see whether.
Yeah, he's either hollering or he's clonopin. Yeah, no, he really, god damn, dude. You know what? Fuck it. We need a break from like the more serious news. Let's do this.
However, that's not the only theory out there.
Let's do the Ben Shapiro stuff. Let's start getting into the like funner, more fun side of the show today, because I gotta say, I've been enjoying doing this guy's stuff with you guys. It's always, oh my god, he gave his cow eyebrows. Oh, VFT rules. I gave the cow eyebrows like Ben Shapiro. All right.
There's two other theories that are circulating around the internet right now that are trying to figure out where these caterpillar brows have all of a sudden come from.
The fuck? Where? Why? They do. They look like caterpillars.
And the main one right now is the theory that Ben Shapiro was actually
Holy caterpillars. Dude, you ever experience, just real quick, you ever experience one of those caterpillars that has like the spikes on it? Yeah, I did. And I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. I didn't know that you weren't supposed to touch those. Yeah, there's good reason.
Recently, with the Ben Sharp,
that venom does not fuck around.
P-brow Pinocchio curse. And yes, the Ben Sharpie brow Pinocchio theory is that every time Ben Shapiro tells a lie,
no,
his eyebrows grow bigger.
I need to commit to this bit too.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and we have some absolutely pressing and breaking news today. This story is going absolutely viral.
That's a moth
right now, and you may be thinking,
really,
Nate, is this about the dumb war in Iran that nobody wants, or our file president who continues to cover up the Epstein files, the fact that gas prices are skyrocketing out of control. No.
We just covered all that. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you for a good lead-in.
It's about
Man.
what in God's name is going on with Ben Shapiro's
Dude, I just watched They Live.
eyebrows.
What the fuck is going on here?
This is absolutely insane. And you may be thinking, Nate, that's obviously an AI image. And it's actually not. And,
No,
the
it's
very
not.
first
No,
thing
when I
I'm
found
going to
that
show
out,
you in
that's
this
why I
video
started
is
getting
we're
obsessed
going to
with
go
this. This is
directly
insane.
to his Instagram page and show you a video to show you, no, this is real.
Yeah, somebody
And
sent this to me over the weekend. I was like,
the internet is losing their minds over it.
oh, it's my sister. My sister sent this to me. She was just like, dude.
But I do have some theories
Bad microblading, I'm
about
telling
what's
you.
going on with Ben's brows.
Yeah.
So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump.
Yeah, you know what? There's one time that my wife microbladed her eyebrows.
Jump into
They look good, but it was also alarming because I was just like,
this. Let's talk about it. So first thing I said I was
that.
going to show you, of course, is Ben Shapiro's actual channel, just to show you this is not AI. Now you can see here, official Ben Shapiro channel. The eyebrows are growing, as you can see about a week ago. This is the video that's actually going viral right here. You can see I'm going to click on it straight. Nothing being pulled up. No AI. Here we go. My God, these hedges are growing out of control.
Folks, you may have seen this rumor that we here at Daily Wire are working with Jonathan Majors on a new movie. And that rumor is...
As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, this is on his page. This is not AI. And so, yes, it appears Ben Shapiro is actively channeling his inner Eugene Levy in some sort of weird competition runoff. And who could have the biggest brows in America? And to be honest, guys, I actually think the bullying about this is kind of uncalled for. Ben's taken a beating already as is. The fact that the internet is now just absolutely destroying him with the memes. Yes, Ben Shapiro watching the entire country make fun of his eyebrows. And we're going to show you about 10 more of these memes as we go. But again, for me, a little too much, uncalled for. I am not going to partake in any of it. Wait a second. Sirloin? Not you too. Oh, Jesus. But you know what? Even though Sirloin has jumped in on the action to make fun of Ben, I personally am going to stand in solidarity with Ben Shapiro on this. So I was actually fortunate enough to find Ben Shapiro's actual makeup artist to teach me how to do these brows. So again, I could stand in solidarity with Ben.
Today, I'm going to teach you how to do a Ben Shapiro-inspired eyebrow tutorial. I've been Ben's makeup artist for a couple of years, and so I'm ready to spill the secrets. First, we're going to outline the eyebrow with a lighter color. Go a couple inches above your eyebrow, and just don't worry about the shape. Let the shape be whatever it wants to be. Then repeat this process with a darker color. The color I'm using is called Skid Mark. Now, I'm doing a more natural look.
Looking
if
good.
you want Ben's signature look, you're just going to go another inch above your eyebrow. Blend your eyebrows, and now it's time for my secret weapon. Grab your crazy glue and any black hat you can find.
Whoa,
I found this one in a dumpster outside my
crazy.
apartment. Apply the crazy glue, and then grab some hairs off of the cat and put them onto your eyebrows for that natural hair look. Comment below what you think and let me know if you tried this tutorial.
Honest with you, I didn't really think this one through because this tape is actually pretty sticky, and I'm a little bit concerned that when I take this off, it's going to wax my eyebrows.
That's
So
why
here we
I
go.
did this. See? You need... This is why that little cow needs to be his puppet. And, like, he doesn't have a Tim Pepper, does he? Well, I am literally the biggest fan of Tim Pepper, making fun of Ben Shapiro's eyebrows. This is a really weird situation. Kickflip.
Okay, we were right. Lost a couple hairs, but that's the price of comedy sometimes. And again, the internet's been absolutely ablaze. People at first just couldn't believe that this was actually real. As you can see here, people have been sharing these memes. Most people didn't believe it. It even says here, I really did think y'all were editing Ben Shapiro's eyebrows to look like that, but I was wrong. It's legit his eyebrows. Also, you got to love Ben's almost comment. Listen up, you whiny bitches. Oh, that's a pot calling the kettle black if I've ever seen it. And again, we showed you. That's directly from the video, right off his own Instagram. Things are getting absolutely out of control on Benny's brows. All right, guys, a lot of you already know this about me, but some of you may not.
All right, so this is a live read of some kind. Like a game or something.
Brows first started to appear. Again, we're back on Ben's actual page, back to the video when the gigantic brows first appeared. And the post was on February 26th, right before the war with Iran kicked off. Whoa. So what's the theory? Well, it's that Ben Shapiro's eyebrows, I believe, may be directly tied to the Greater Israel Project. And as
I was so about to say, is he going to do it?
Israel expands its regional grasp, Ben Shapiro's eyebrows are growing with it. As you can see here, his eyebrows are most definitely growing alongside the conflict.
They are,
However, that's not the
dude.
only
They're
theory out there.
huge.
There's two other theories that are circulating around the internet right now that are trying to figure out where these caterpillar brows have all of a sudden come from. And the main one right now is the theory that Ben Shapiro was actually cursed recently with the Ben Sharpie brow Pinocchio curse. And yes, the Ben Sharpie brow Pinocchio theory is that every time Ben Shapiro tells a lie, his eyebrows grow bigger. And as you can see, they're spiraling out of control this week in his coverage of the Iran war. And let's check out some of that amazing coverage. And here's a video by Ben. Brows are looking big. Also, the kippa seems to be getting...
The fact that we're caring about this is wild to me, but you know what? Fuck it. Let it run.
Bigger as well. Maybe the kippa and the brows are both tied together in this whole issue.
The United States has won the air war. There is no air war. The United States and Israel have complete air dominance over Iran. They have devastated the ballistic missile capacity.
All right.
Again, my
so
chat dissipated.
Benny Shapiro claims we've...
Yeah, you know, that tends to happen like right around 7 o'clock.
Won the war.
It's almost like, you know, their bedtime or like they got to wrap it up. You know.
Or because we have complete...
5 to 7, though.
Control
like
of
clockwork,
the airspace, okay, in Iran, huh? Now, this is why you don't want to listen to little 5'2" dorks who never served and don't know anything about war or foreign conflict. Now, if you actually knew anything about history, where else have we had total air control? Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. And yeah, how did that go? It turns out that having complete air control for the United States doesn't mean that you've
Dickie McGee's act.
Facilitate in successful regime change. In fact, even with complete air control, we've got a 0% success track record at it. So thank you for that, Ben. But what's the third theory? The third theory around Ben's brows centers around the fact that it's not actually just Ben's brows. This is actually a MAGA phenomenon that's been happening this week. Now, as you can see here, the brows are absolutely out of control as Ben goes after Tucker Carlson.
Yesterday, President Trump went directly after Tucker Carlson.
What's happening? Because we're about to watch him on Piers Morgan, and they're just as bad.
Tucker has lost his way. I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA. MAGA is saving our country. MAGA is making our country great again. MAGA is America first, and Tucker is none of those things, and Tucker is really not smart enough to understand that.
Okay, again, keep in mind, Trump went after Tucker, said Tucker's not MAGA. Let's look at what Trump had to say about Tucker. Yes, Donald Trump said Tucker has lost his way. I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA. No, he's not, and I don't think he claims to be, and most people aren't at this point. But what makes this theory so interesting that the brows is a MAGA problem? Uh-oh. Well, when we zoom in, we actually start to see, oh my God, it's happening to Donald Trump too. You can't see it at first because of that white hair on the orange backdrop. But when we zoom in, holy shit, those brows are as big as Ben's. And it's not just Trump, it's also the female Ben Shapiro.
Gonna leave for the night as I have college tomorrow. Well, Spy Nilu? I'll just call you Spy. Spy, I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate you engaging in the chat. That's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, I stream daily, so definitely look out for the stream tomorrow.
Hero 2. Oh, sorry for the jump scare on that one, but as you can see here, yes, even Laura.
Yeah, Spy, if you get here a little bit earlier, that's when, yeah, I have a lot of traction with the MAGA crowd, surprisingly.
Jigsaw.
See you tomorrow. All right.
Coomer.
The nightmare-looking Coomer
is rocking those
nightmare-looking Coomer
insane brows now as well. So what's really going on here? Are Ben's brows tied to the fate of Israel? Is it the Pinocchio curse? Is it just a MAGA issue? Well, one of the things I'm personally worried about with my theory is if the fate of Ben's brows are tied to the Greater Israel Project, well, what happens if Israel loses? Because honestly, outside of the people who are watching Fox News, it's not going very well for them right now. And what does that mean? Well, if they lose, this is also what will happen. Yes, if that happens, as you can see here, that is what we'll be dealing with, and that is absolutely
Oh my God.
horrifying. I think I
Tinkerbell,
may just prefer
you're so you nailed it. The guy from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
the giant hedges on
all-
his face.
yeah, where
now,
he's
as I
just
said
all
before,
the,
I don't support this, but the internet is being quite
Oh my
brutal
God.
on Ben for this.
Tucker has lost his way. I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA.
Wow.
MAGA is saving.
You're trying to make sure
What
that
is
it's-
going on, Ben? What is
Yeah.
going on with your eyebrows, dude? This can't be a real video. If this is a real video, he's doing this shit on purpose. How can you get a perm for your eyebrows that like makes them really big and fucking crazy looking? Because holy fuck, he's rage baiting me. That's what it is. He's rage baiting me.
He's
Man,
rage
some of these
baiting
getting
me.
so over the top,
That's what it
completely
is.
inappropriate. I cannot condone any of this. I mean, too much, guys. Just absolutely not okay. Not okay. So I'm honestly not really sure where to go from here, guys. I think we're all
God
incredibly
damn it.
confused as, again, Ben's brows are just taking over his entire
Wasn't
face.
prepared for
But
that
perhaps
meme,
as this
no.
war on Iran rages on, we may actually get to see
that
the
cute?
true fate of old Benny Boy's brows.
Whoa.
So we'll just have to wait and see. That's going to do it for this one.
Don't forget,
Catch
guys,
y'all
that you
in the
guys can
next
give
video.
the cat a treat and the dog a treat. $2 super chats are the what trigger that? Oh, you're being so cute. Wait, I might have to spend $2 on them. All right. Oh, do I care? Yeah, here, let's do the Philly D thing, and then we'll go to the Piers Morgan thing. Okay? Because yes, we do have to. The Piers Morgan thing. I mean, but this is a direct tie into it. You know what? We'll do Philly D in a minute. Yeah, screw it. We'll go right to the Piers Morgan thing.
Ben Shapiro is
I'm breaking
undoubtedly
protocol.
an intelligent and influential commentator. I've always liked and respected him, even when we disagree. And I still do. He's stridently
Apparently, like, dude, he did a whole episode on just Ben Shapiro.
partisan.
I don't know what this is about. I don't know if this is a debate. I don't know what's going on, but this is all about facts don't care about your feelings and calling Ben Shapiro woke.
And staunchly conservative, of course, but he's willing to criticize Trump and others in the administration when he thinks they've got it wrong. Well, one thing he doesn't criticize
Brows have their own
is
manifest
Israel,
destiny.
and he routinely gets very upset when other people do. It's such a blind spot for Ben that through the red mist of his
parasitic
rage,
leeches.
he sees an alternate reality where anybody who disagrees with him is a demonic, America-hating terror apologist who can only possibly be doing it for ratings. And it was brought to my attention that he was very upset about a debate last week featuring Dave Smith.
So last night on Piers Morgan, which is the Jerry Springer of
They are like, they get bigger and bigger, and they like culminated in what we just saw. That is fucking what
political television,
what is going on? His makeup artist is doing him dirty.
where people gather to throw chairs at one another and determine paternity.
I mean, we're all talking about him,
Piers
though,
Morgan,
so that could have been a
who
good
sort of made a
publicity
mockery
stunt.
of the entire
Like, that could've-
industry.
That's one
by
that worked.
putting on screen, whatever dregs are still willing to go on screen with Piers Morgan. He had on Dave Smith, who has, apparently his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead give poorly informed foreign policy takes.
Actually, he just quit comedy, so.
And also to hate America. Here we go.
Well, first, Jerry Springer was a very good friend of mine, and he was a beloved national treasure who actually hosted one of the most successful shows in television history and became a media mogul worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So thank you for that comparison, Ben. Second, we proudly host lively debates on things that people care about, featuring guests that people care about.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, guys. I think that Ben Shapiro was in Piers Morgan's media diet.
To cover both sides of complex news
What do
stories
you think?
in an
It seems like he saw this and was just like, oh, bollocks, I'll do a show on it.
engaging way.
God, I got to learn how to do a British accent. Boy.
Do the debate sometimes.
You know how I do a British accent?
Get a bit combative. Yes. Do audiences tend to enjoy a bit of theatrical rough and tumble? Of course they do.
Mocktards hate America.
That's why
DJ No Fly.
the Daily Wire,
Indeed.
Ben's company,
Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you as part of the community here. Hit that subscribe button and continue to enjoy the show.
has an entire
And yes, I do actually let like other political persuasions in my chat, so you will also be able to debate if you like to. We actually had somebody that likes to do that. That was wild to me.
Political
I was
debate
just
show,
like, really?
which is
You seek
literally
this out?
called Bar Fight. That's why Ben's own show features hard-hitting segments including Ben Shapiro destroys celebrity
Nailed the accent, Pep. Couldn't tell you weren't a tea drinker.
ice reactions. Ben
Oi, give me some of that Earl Grey, yeah?
Shapiro destroys the Golden Globes.
Go drink some Earl Grey tea, watch some Peaky Blinders.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke socialist TikToks. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke religious TikToks. And when it comes to humiliating the industry...
Wait, he's doing react videos to, like, just random videos? Damn, dude, I don't even do that on this show. Like, all right, hold on. Sovereign citizens, hold on.
Please tell
I'm
me
gonna
why
nip
the
this one in the bud.
Pulitzer Prize
I was about to lie.
did not reward Mr. Shapiro
No.
for this masterpiece.
What the Run.
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry. Third, I want to examine the charge that I've committed a sin against journalism by hosting what Ben Shapiro describes as whatever dregs are still willing to appear on my show. Well, on the subject of Iran and US foreign policy specifically, recent guests have included Masih Alinejad, Lisa Daftari, Patrick Bet-David, Carla Sands, Rob O'Neill, Goldie Gamari, Jonathan Conricus, Alan Dershowitz, Alika Le
It's a who's who of Zionism.
Bon, Ambassador John Bolton, General Wesley Clark.
Holy shit, it really is. Oh my God.
Mark Kimmett, a former UN prosecutor accusing Iran of mass murder. Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Vice President Mike Pence. Eric
That is like the biggest nightmare roto ever.
Weinstein, Josh Hammer, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and the IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani. Now, it's unlikely that Ben is talking about any of these people because they are either vehemently pro-Israel
with a grand
or
IQ
to some
of 0.
extent they are supportive of attacking Iran to destroy its regime. It's also unlikely he's talking about, say, Michael Knowles.
Oh, damn.
Knowles or Isabel
where'd that guy go?
Brown, who make very valuable contributions
Fuck.
to the show on a
Where's the
regular
other guy?
basis and do, of course, work alongside Ben Shapiro at the Daily
Where's
Wire.
Spy?
So what
Spy needs to come back.
he really talking about? Well, we know he doesn't like Dave Smith and flat out refuses to debate him, which strikes me as pretty cowardly. You can make up your own minds about why he refuses. And what Ben really takes issue with is that among the many guests supporting his worldview, and specifically supporting Israel, we also invite many people who don't support his worldview and don't support the Israeli government.
Take Piers Morgan, of course, suggesting the only reason that I was not appearing on his show anymore was his criticism of Israel, which is weird because I appeared on his show for literally months after October 7th, even though he was already critical of Israel. And I really haven't said anything on Piers or about Piers or to Piers for probably a year. I just stopped appearing on his show. Why? Well, honestly, he kept bringing on actual Nazis and the Nazi adjacent and then treated them all too often as voices worthy of a large audience. Like, for example, these people.
I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to America, and I think it's the greatest threat
to
the world today. I truly believe that.
You think Hitler was very cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan, Israel is ISIS.
Only amongst people who weren't listening.
That's how I feel about those young men in Gaza. You ask me why I won't condemn.
I kind of want to watch that Candace. That's where I think I'm going to do the fun half. We're going to watch the Candace Owens thing with Nassim.
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Because those young men were born into a concentration camp.
Israel has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people.
The Daily Wire.
And it's Piers' choice.
Daily Wire. He's like the Daily Show guy for Egypt, right?
Who he decides to have on his show and how he decides to conduct the kind of clown car battle royale that he does on a show every night. And it's my choice not to.
I hate debating at this point. Shit's out of control. Israel is about to benefit off the war, losing this war.
To join that circus. Yeah. We all make
the U.S. losing this
our
war.
Choices, and we all live with them. But some of us make our choices based on actual principles,
just like, huh?
and not the clicks.
Well, the last time Ben Shapiro appeared on Uncensored to discuss Israel's war on Hamas specifically was in March 2024, at which time I was being accused on a daily basis of being a paid-up Israeli shill. He lacks the self-awareness to realise that many pro-Palestine contributors got very angry with our show for hosting so-called genocide enablers like him. That's exactly why I'm not partisan and don't want to be. There is more than one view on any emotive or consequential subject. You can't possibly know you are right if you don't know what the other side thinks. That's precisely why free speech exists as a principle we all defend. And when it comes
well
to
said, the Golden Geek. Piers Morgan is like Joe Rogan with a bigger budget. It'd be hilarious if it wasn't so genuinely frustrating.
Principles, as Mr. Shapiro puts it.
Piers
I've
looks
reminded
healthier.
him that
Yeah,
I've
he's
left
probably going to be back in studio.
several high-profile
in
jobs
no time.
over my principles. Principles like my views on gun control and my belief that...
Also, the Golden Geek, welcome to the show. Not sure if you have subbed, but please do if you have not already. Actually, that goes for any of you that are enjoying the program. And also hit the like button. It really helps me out. I know all YouTubers do it, but goddamn, if you really want to help one of us out,
criticizing a princess
I appreciate
is an
it.
essential right. I give my opinions about everything based on the information I have at the time, and I change my views when facts change. Some people might find that highly irritating, but it's because I'm not an ideologue, and I never will be. Ben Shapiro calls our debates a clown show circus, and that's fine. He's perfectly entitled to his opinion. Many people do choose to watch Uncensored, including clearly Ben Shapiro. It's ironic that the clips he showed were not from our so-called battle royale debates, but from long-form one-on-one interviews, which we do a lot of the time. And it's outrageously disingenuous that the clips he showed did not include the parts of those interviews where I called out every single one of them about things I didn't agree with. His montage of the same interviews could have looked like this.
You sound like a Nazi. I mean, why do you say that?
That's literally what Nazis would have said in World War II.
You think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million
I've been here a couple times. Don't know if you remember, but a while ago I... Oh, yeah.
The
No, I actually do remember that.
comparison, which is more apposite, is
Appreciate
ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic
Yes,
terror groups
absolutely.
intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. That's not true.
As the numbers, okay.
It's just not true.
Piers.
Well, Professor, with respect,
Okay, I'm not going to.
it's not true.
Piers. Yeah, but you have to listen to what I say.
But you want me to believe you when you say you weren't aware of the scale of this
No,
for several
Piers,
days. And I
wait.
find that I'm incredulous that you want me to believe that.
This country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
Uh,
of what
pretending to be
happened, which-
refugees. They were
Well, well,
people
well,
fleeing a Holocaust.
You can take the view, as many do, that interviewing people with extreme opinions is pointless. You can stick your head in the sand like an ostrich or hide behind your very big
This
desk
is
and wish
literally
you
just
didn't have
a
an audience,
response
but
to
they
Ben
do.
Shapiro.
My view
God damn it. Well, that tells me that Ben Shapiro's not as irrelevant as this guy would have liked you to think.
is that they already speak unfiltered to large audiences. And whether you like it or not, and at least on my show, these audiences get to see them being challenged. Ben Shapiro used to make a mockery of deplatforming when the person being deplatformed was Ben Shapiro, usually by shrieking protesters on woke campuses. But his uncompromising views on Israel and America's military and political support for Israel have turned him into a cancel culture vulture with the very same sneering intolerance he used to loathe. If you disagree with him, you're a Nazi, he says, channeling Kamala Harris. Everybody knows my position on Israel. I vehemently defended Israel's right to respond and defend itself after October the 7th. I became increasingly critical of Israel because its government's actions
John
in
Lawrence
Gaza became
Kearns.
impossible to defend.
Here's is a talent show judge with no real talent.
We don't need to relitigate all of that now. But as Dave Smith correctly
point.
points out, it's not just me. Polling shows the American people have turned against Israel and its government in particular for precisely the same reasons. If Ben listened to some of the arguments instead of just throwing tantrums about them, he might understand why. Just as I continue to host people who defend Israel's conduct in Gaza when many people wish I wouldn't and say I shouldn't, Ben Shapiro does. He, of course, has my phone number and my email address. He could have discussed his differences with me in private, which I would have preferred. but he hasn't bothered to even politely reply to my occasional messages for a very long time now. Oddly, since the very moment I started criticizing the Israeli government. And he chooses to get on his own podcast and throw pathetic potshots at me instead. So let me use my platform to respond directly. The difference between me and you, Ben, is that I'm heavily criticized by both sides because I listen to both sides, and very often I criticize both sides too, without fear or favor. You're only criticized by one side because you choose to air only one side, and you choose to ignore or even silence the other.
Wait, is this new?
I'm a journalist. You are a propagandist.
I feel like this is new.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Oh, you wanted to drop that bad. Oh, no, this was a month ago. Okay, hold on. All right, here's the new one.
I think this is one of the most successful military operations that we've seen from the United States.
Will has his White House talking points down almost 100%. I'm not sure there was an original thought there.
We're a week in and people are already losing their composure over this.
The #1 trending hashtag
Again, dude, because we recognize the trends.
on social media the last 9 days has been #SendBarron. So if that tells you anything about where the American public is at, they don't have an appetite for sending ground troops to the Middle East.
If you want to say 90% MAGA supports this, then you have to account for at least 40% of the people that were once MAGA are not MAGA anymore. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Finally. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. President
Obama once said that he could see his poll numbers rise and fall with the price of gas.
I'm about to fucking agree with a fucking Alex Jones lackey. Well, ex-Alex Jones lackey.
It doesn't bode well for the current President Trump.
The media.
Surged
This is a weird space to be in, I have to admit.
Causing oil to rain from the sky. Iran says it will respond by attacking oil facilities across the Gulf. Economic chaos is inevitable. That's why Senator Lindsey Graham, the unofficial spokesman for war, debuted a new justification this weekend. Change the regime, control the oil.
Look at this
Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Weird.
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast.
Lies, and more lies.
We're going to make a...
This is the craziest part, is MAGA doesn't understand that they're standing up for this shit.
Ton of money.
And like I said before, and I know this was a little bit soon or early in the program, but they really don't watch that shit. They don't know that they're saying the exact same shit that Lindsey Graham said, and they would hate it.
Well, making the case for war needs to happen, and it's...
I'm trying to stand up for them, but I don't think they understand that. It's like, no, they spew a lot of bullshit, dude.
Upset for all the reasons I explained last week. You can't plausibly declare victory without first defining what victory is, and you have to bring the public with you as they shoulder the enormous cost of war in lives and in dollars. There is belatedly a clear message on these spiking prices, but we're hearing it after the fact.
They don't care. No, this actually plays. It doesn't matter until big business is impacted.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Glad that they're
Short-term
bringing that
gain
up.
be for long-term gain.
Oh, Blue Georgia.
Short-term
Somebody
pain,
saw the same one.
with long-term gain.
That's where it popped up for me.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain.
We have to focus on the short-term.
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 Short-term and
hearing
long-term.
it again is just...
Hopefully this is a short-term pain.
Oh, fuck.
And when it comes to short term, well, the Iranians might have a different view. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Mojtaba Khamenei is the new Ayatollah, replacing his assassinated father. Far from being a US or an Israeli pick, he's a radical hardliner. He has a singular mission of saving the Iranian regime, and he enters the war in the mood for vengeance, with much of his family obliterated. And just as the pro-regime Iranians don't even need to change their chants, it looks like Iran won't be changing its strategy either. Their mission has always been to sow chaos. It used to be in the shadows through proxies. Now it's in plain sight. Chaos for
where they get their scripts from, literally like Caroline Leavitt in the White House.
Go up in smoke.
The White House press pool.
Chaos for the Gulf as tourism and business are choked off. Chaos for the Iranian people. And from where we sit today, it's very hard to see how this doesn't spell chaos for Donald Trump, the United States, and for the rest of the world. Well, joining me now is Christiane Amanpour, the chief international anchor for CNN and host of the X-Files podcast. Christiane, I can't think of many better people to talk to try and make sense of this chaos. Can you make sense of
the chin grab?
What is happening right now?
Yes and no.
It's better when you have a beard.
You correctly said that there has been no articulated casus belli, but most importantly, no articulated end game and end strategy by Israel and the United States. On the other hand, Iran did clearly tell all its Gulf neighbors that if it was going to be in what clearly is a battle for regime survival, that it would A, attack Israel, B, attack the US bases in the Gulf states, and C, start attacking their economies as well, given that a lot of the strikes are happening from that region and from those bases. So they say it's not chaos, we have no choice, this is a battle for survival. But I think what you started by saying is clearly what they're doing in the Gulf is turning Gulfies against them. So that's not good if they want to make friends and influence people, especially influence Trump to try to stop the war by ratcheting up the pain. But I think the most troubling thing, as you pointed out, is that now more than a week into this war, which remember was described as necessary because of an imminent threat for which there was no evidence provided, and most people don't believe there was imminent threat. So it's a war of choice. No support for it in the United States in terms of polls, 60% plus against it. No case made to the public, no approval from Congress.
But they're saying that was actually part of the plan, is because the protracted way that Bush did it it kind of played into the unpopularity of it.
Et cetera, et cetera. And you know what? I'm just looking across at a clip.
Whereas like today, like I started the show off saying, I have a friend that didn't even know we were at war.
I had from weeks before. Trump offers few details as strikes on Iran loom. That's even before the war, much less now. So this is a problem because, as you pointed out in some of the clips you had, one of the conditions that Trump has put is unconditional surrender. And as you mentioned, the person who's now become the so-called supreme leader is more of the same. And this is a hard-line religious...
Dragon Slayer. Hey, man, been a while. How's it going?
Some might call
What's
it
up,
fanatic,
dude?
but a religious, deeply rooted, multiple layers of administrative, 47 years of building this regime that ain't going to cry uncle. It might be beaten, but it doesn't look... And who would it surrender to, by the way? There are no Americans on the ground. Who does it surrender to? So the military might be doing a certain thing, but the politics of how you get out of it, I'm talking from the US side now, is still incredibly unclear, Piers.
Yeah, and this son of the Ayatollah, the new, as you put it, so-called supreme leader, who now
the way information spreads now is so different than the Bush times. Yep.
Have a massive target on his back, presumably. But he is somebody who's coming in who's reputed to be at least, if not more, hardline than his father. But also, he's just lost his father, his mother, his wife, and several children, I think, in this war so far, which is, enough. I remember interviewing Netanyahu a few years ago for CNN, actually, and I went to his office in Jerusalem, and there he has a picture of his brother, who was the commander in the raid on Entebbe. And in fact, he was the only...
Is she saying that we didn't learn anything from... Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
As you know, the only person who lost his life that day. And as Netanyahu began to tell the story, he began to cry.
Please explain where we're ignorant.
On camera, as he was talking to me. And it really stuck with me because it made me realize how personal it all was for him. And I feel the same way in a different way, but about this new supreme leader. He will be deeply grieving.
Seriously, I think that Trump is the biggest pawn in all this. And it's not like saying that he's off the hook. I'm just saying he was used. Like, they knew that they could do this. That's why, like, if the Illuminati or whoever the fuck is controlling the world right now, because it ain't Trump. I can tell you that much right now. But I also think that Netanyahu also, like, I don't know.
Closest family
I don't feel like it ends
here.
with him.
And he's already a radical hardliner. The idea that he's going to
I think that I think that even if Kamala won, we'd be here.
Foul in, surrender, do any
Unpopular
kind of
opinion, but I do.
I think it's for the birds.
It would be different, and I think that with Kamala, there would have been something different predicating it.
Well, look, on the face of it, it looks that way. It's really interesting that you bring up the personal aspect from Benjamin Netanyahu. You know that some have suggested that for President Trump, it is also somewhat personal because there was an assassination attempt. They say it was backed by Iran, all of that kind of stuff. And one that didn't get so far as to fire any weapons, is what I'm talking about. But still, personal. Even, do you remember George H.W. Bush? They say, the war against Saddam Hussein was also partly personal. Talking about the Iranian side, though, before this...
Do you think that the media would have hardline support? The media has hardline support with Trump, yes.
Happened.
Yes, that's why I think this was planned from the get-go.
I was in Doha.
That's why it doesn't matter who owns CNN or MSNBC or CBS. They're all saying the same bullshit.
Annual Doha.
They are all manufacturing consent to stay in this war and conveniently not reporting on any of the stuff that would make people kind of turn their head and go, huh? We did what?
Forum, and I met.
No, they're trying to do it where it's just like, oh, another success in Iran today, and oh well, this war's. Trump says that it's wrapping up. Like they're only reporting on those types of stories.
The deputy Iranian foreign minister.
Commercial news. I mean, fuck commercial news, but they're still useful. You still should listen at least to what they're saying.
It was whack.
Like this is why I get mad at people that just hear they say fake news and then they're just like. They use that as their excuse to stop listening.
On about how they were
That's literally the point.
Trying to restrict. This is before.
No, you have to definitely be able to listen and then kind of think for yourself. That's the whole thinking for yourself part. Like, just because I watch Piers Morgan, CNN, or any of these other mainstream media sources doesn't mean that I am just believing it.
The demonstrations that
too much pundits
they put down so brutally and so bloodily.
Punditry is different than newscasting, by the way.
This is at the beginning.
This is why, like, what I do, I don't ever claim to be a journalist. I am a commentator. Technically, that's what a lot of pundits who come on to like those those panel shows that you see, like the roundtables and shit, those are commentators.
Beginning of December.
Or pundits, if you will.
Oh, we're letting women walk around without...
You got to find sources. Most of the sourcing can be done back to like the AP or any of like the on the ground, news organizations. The other part is it is like sourced through, used to be like, X. God, I remember when Twitter actually was kind of like, people would go to Twitter for news, and then you'd be like, well, anybody could just tell some bullshit. It's like, no, they had some checks and balances on that. Not anymore.
Their veils, we're doing this.
I don't know how I can watch Fox. Because I look for the lies. I look for the way that they're just like spinning it so they can keep it to like fit the mold for the regime. Because they are regime propaganda. Out of all of them, they're blatantly regime propaganda. It's like being in North Korea.
That we want to make a deal with the United States, et cetera, et cetera. But he said, in June, there was this 12-day war. They killed so many of our leaders. And he said there is now blood between us.
It will never hurt you to listen to this kind of stuff, by the way.
So imagine
You know who it hurts? The dumb. It hurts people who cannot think for themselves. And so, honestly, that's where you get a lot of like the vitriolic anger from like MAGAs. Yeah, I guess that works. Because honestly, they're just like, I don't know what to believe, but I can't believe this.
They said that in June.
I mean, we're also kind of like, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm going to be. We are genuinely lucky that they can read at a 6th grade level.
Way before Khomeini and the others. Now the leader of their
yes, you're right, but I just can't. I get
has been killed. Now,
that's why I got people like me.
What I gather,
I go into the fire.
This was because Israel felt A, it had a target of opportunity. B, it felt that you go in and you get the head first, and that they hoped.
What's wrong with that? I mean, if you want to be like the fucking people breaking the news, then go be newscasters or like go do on the ground journalism. Like, no. This is always like what pisses me off is when people like complain about that, but then they don't do it. It's the same people that fucking complain about politicians but never get into politics.
Thought was going to collapse accelerate the collapse of the rest
You realize that they kind of do that on purpose too, to make sure that like it doesn't look as sexy to you.
of the regime.
That's why you always have some fucking rich fuck that, you know, oh, did you see George is running for city council? Yeah, you know, he just bought his 4th gas station. Yeah, you know, I think I could vote for him. George does a lot for the community. He employs a lot of us.
It is gone. The country is demoralized.
And then it's all the same shit. Vote for George. And it's the same bullshit where it's like, oh, I could fix the city budget. And then you find out that he's just giving his friends sweetheart deals and contracts.
Those who are left are demoralized. The leaders will want to, you know, perhaps try to, you know, call for an end to this or whatever. They hoped and planned for it to be the first big blow in gradually cracking the regime. Well, that hasn't worked. And as you say, by a point,
I worked in news. It's the rich fuck that owns the network. It's their agenda. Oh, it depends.
Was not necessarily in the front running.
Local news you can get away with a lot more, just because you're reporting on local stories, so they're not going to like run that by the owner of the company.
Before this,
because most of the like, again, we're talking about Sinclair Media. We're not talking about news stations, right? Like when people hear ABC News, a lot of idiots think that ABC owns all their local affiliates, which is just not true.
It's before his father was killed. A, as you said, they have a new supreme leader called Khamenei, and B, one that is pretty hardline. The truth is, we don't know a huge amount about him. He may decide to be pragmatic. It's unclear. But what we do know about him is that he has very close ties to the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and it's right now the IRGC that is in charge. And if anybody wasn't clear about that, what happened over the weekend showed it. You remember the so-called, and we're talking in degrees.
This is just framing us against each other
Now, relatively. The moderate president, secular Masoud Pezeshkian, actually came out and apologized to the Gulf allies, to Turkey, to Azerbaijan for stuff that was going their way. Within seconds.
You know what's weird? I can't stand Trump's voice, but I still fucking watch him. I do impressions of him.
Trump decided.
Maybe I'm a. Ooh.
Decided to go on Truth Social.
But masochistic, huh?
Say, see, they're surrendering.
Bringing us back. Hey.
Within further seconds, I'm probably
Eric, we had a little bit of
exaggerating and collapsing the time, but minutes, let's say.
Little bit
the
of vacation.
IRGC came out and said, no, sorry, I don't know what you're saying, Mr. President, Pezeshkian.
We got caught up with the Goth baddies, and then they kind of locked us down. Yes, you can't escape the heels.
My president. No. We will still.
But here we are. We are back.
Continue to attack as long as they are allowing their countries to attack us. So they sent more missiles. So you can see who so far is being empowered by this war on Iran, because it is a war for their very survival now, unlike others.
I wouldn't want to believe Republicans are our enemies like Trump says Democrats are to Republicans. The thing is, I hate this. I really do hate this shit because I'm not even like a fan of the Democrats, but they don't play that game as much. Democrats play the game of we need to have decorum because we have to work with these motherfuckers. Like, they don't say that any Republicans are just overtly evil. And like the ones that do, again, are doing like it's the Jasmine Crockett's are the ones that are just like they're saying Trump is that, but I have not once, now that I really think about it, heard any of them just overtly say people who vote for Republicans are evil. Whereas I've literally heard the opposite from Trump, where it's just, no, anybody who doesn't like Trump is a radical leftist and evil.
Yeah, I mean, the two things.
I mean, that's painting with a fucking broad brush. And honestly, that was that gave me some fucking ammunition because I showed a whole bunch of people that were, you know, centrist, and they were just like, oh shit.
Is it really?
Again, they don't see this stuff.
Strike me. One is there's been no uprising of any significance by the Iranian people. A lot of that, I suspect, is driven by completely rational fear following what happened to the protesters in January, where up to 30,000
Stop touching your face.
were slaughtered. The IRGC clearly have a grip on the country. It's also clear that I'm sure the American military and the Israeli military are scoring a lot.
No, I've never actually heard them say those words. If you can find me a clip, please send it.
A lot of damage against the Iranian
I'm dead serious.
forces and against their military capability. I'm sure.
Are they blanket calling all Republicans fucking evil and saying that you could never or wait a minute, am I misremembering the fact that Kamala sacrificed the left to bring in the fucking Liz Cheney contingent of the Republican wing? Like, come on, man.
All that's happening.
You can call me laughably ignorant. I'm asking you to prove you're saying that I'm wrong about something. Prove it.
But there's no sign of that fueling any.
You can use all your fucking ad homs or whatever the fuck, man, but I just told you, show me one example of an actual Democratic politician calling all Republicans evil.
Any kind of rebellion. But also,
I'll wait.
Also, what is happening at the
I'm
same time,
going to be here for a little bit,
which I think could be incredibly impactful, is that the strategy.
James Carville said, call Trump fat. He didn't say shit about the voters.
The Iranians to go after
he didn't.
the Gulf states, but to do it in a way which is really intimidating tourists and expats who live over there and so on, could completely change the dynamic of those countries. They are run.
Who are Republican voters that like Liz Cheney, the centrist ones?
By
the ones that didn't like Trump from the beginning.
Who have built new business models.
Believe it or not, a lot of people saw through his bullshit.
Entertainment and tourism. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Dubai and other places. You're seeing an exodus of people now from these states who have, because the safety that they took for granted has been just blown out of the water. And at the same time, you're seeing obviously the economic pressure of the Strait of Hormuz being pretty much closed. And you put the combined effect with the rocketing oil prices, rocketing gas prices, the huge impact on which it inevitably will have on inflation.
No, I said that Jasmine Crockett uses that about Trump. She doesn't call Republicans evil. Like, again, find me one fucking clip of her saying all Republicans are evil and the enemy. If you can find me that, please, I will happily retract my statement. But until then, I'm going to just say what I have witnessed myself with all of the fucking evidence in front of me. No, I have not seen one Democratic politician ever say that all Republicans are evil or the enemy of the people.
Not least in America, that I think you're going to get huge pressure.
But I think that you know that I'm right, and that's why you're kind of doing this thing where you're trying to like pivot and just be like, oh, you yourself admitted that they do and had to make a differentiate. Oh my God, a differentiation. Holy shit. Holy shit.
From the rulers of the Gulf states to try and bring this thing to an end, because their whole new business model, which has been trying to move away from oil, which they know is eventually going to run out, is literally going up in smoke here.
It really is. So let me take that part first and then go back to the people's movement inside Iran. So, of course, I mean, basically what you're saying is a fact that for decades, the Gulf states, the Persian Gulf states, have been banking on stability and security to allow all these people from all over the world, stability and security, those are the key words, right? That it's a safe place, it's a permissive place for all those activities that you just laid out. So I've been talking to some people from there, people in, important positions, and they, there's no love lost between them and Iran. They always have thought Iran is a threat and that he's...
Differentiation is I know it is. But I also have something called dyslexia.
To be, controlled, but they didn't want this war. And I find this interesting because some people say, oh, they really did want it. They just didn't.
Not that was responsible for that one. That was just me being dumb. I'll own that one.
Didn't want to say it publicly.
But just factually, I do have dyslexia.
They're saying that they're surprised by the
low-hanging fruit if you're going to make fun of how I read.
The massive retaliation of Iran. And they kind of knew this was going to happen. Certainly on my program, the Saudi intelligence minister said, well, I'm surprised that Trump was surprised or Israel was surprised or the Gulf states were surprised because Iranian officials came to each and every one of the governments there in the lead up to the war saying this and this and this is what we're going to do. So Iran's apparently its aim is to create enough pain there for them to weigh in with Trump and to try to stop it. So that's one thing. But the other thing is
how is it playing the victim by telling you something that I'm pretty open with on my stream here?
They also say,
again, you're the only one playing the victim here because you haven't actually given any substance. Where is this clip of any, and I'm literally saying any Democrat saying that the Republicans are the enemy of the people?
Look, because I asked.
You know it doesn't exist. That's why you're sitting here pushing back so hard.
How are you going to continue having American bases on your territory? Because the very basic contract that these bases would also be used to protect you is not happening. The Americans have sent the Allies have sent all their anti-missile.
Again, I'll even accept you like calling me stupid, but you haven't brought your one major point that you started this with to an actual conclusion. So I'm going to just assume that you're another lying sack of shit that 100% believes everything that fucking Trump says. So cool.
Missile defenses to Israel, but apparently none
You're not worth my time anymore. So that was fun.
to the Gulf.
Have fun, Chad.
Tell.
He's probably going to leave in a minute anyway.
What's the, what do you get out of having these bases other than, being sitting targets? And they said to me, look, it's very likely that we're.
By the way, that's like my barometer. If you're not, like, if you want me to engage, I'll engage up to a point, but fuck that guy.
We're all going to have big.
He had his chance. I don't even care if he comes up with a fucking link anymore. Now he's just, he's proving that you guys cannot actually make points. Like, this is something broader. Like, this is MAGA to me, is whenever I, like, conversate with any of these assholes, I ask in good faith them to produce something, and that's how they react. They make fun, they ad hom all fucking day. Nothing. No substance, no evidence.
Conversations after this war about what we do and whether we're going to keep hosting these bases.
It's just a lonely loser, folks. Carry on.
I don't know what they're going to decide, but I think it's interesting that it's now for the first time
hey, fuck, dude. Even my chat wants nothing to do with it.
Real active thing. The other thing is, a lot of these governments have told me, well, some, that they believed that the talks in wherever they were, the mediated talks with in Geneva through Oman with Witkoff and Kushner and the Iranians were close to producing an actual
Blame Biden and Obama. Yeah.
Satisfactory deal on the nuclear.
Nope. And then literally next comment, Obama and Biden gave billions to Iran.
So that was one thing. They really thought that was going to happen.
No, not really.
And the Oman.
No, they just gave into whatever deal we signed with them, and also we gave back a whole bunch of money that we had locked up because of sanctions. And then when those sanctions ended, we gave their money back. I know you guys don't know how to actually process news.
Money, foreign minister.
It's not. It's always something like it's always a big scandal. But again, I love how you guys can always see the scandals from the Democrat side, but you can never see the ones that are right in front of you from your own party being committed on you.
Even went to the U.S. and said that publicly to the administration and to the news organizations. You're right about the people of Iran, because nobody is going to come out under the bombings, right? Because, I mean, that's the fear first.
I admit my bias.
That the bombings could.
I'm a programmer there. I admit my bias, but try to also give you guys the news from a centrist point of view, if you will.
Really kill them, and that their regime will kill them.
Fake news, whatever. Go back to your bubbles. Go. Shoo.
And right.
We know no one loves you. I don't either.
Now the regime
I'm just add me to the list of other people who hate you.
Is bringing out supporters, and they are intimidating those who might be protesters who are not on the streets right now. So that's not happening. And the other
bias towards logic and empathy. Yeah.
The other thing is that don't take anybody's
okay, Eric.
word for it, except for the
where. And again, enemy from within is not calling the Republicans an enemy and just saying they're an enemy of the people. That's still not good enough. I want a direct quote of a politician from the left of center saying, "I think all Republicans are evil and the enemy."
The American.
That's what I want, because I've literally listened to the President of the United States say that anybody that criticizes him and doesn't like him is a radical leftist. So
intelligence group, the DNI, was reported by the Washington
I agree.
Post.
I just looked it up. Okay, who is the politician?
And the New York Times.
But again, that doesn't prove my point.
The classified briefing.
God, you think that ChatGPT would actually just be able to be like, here,
they told
now shut this guy up.
The administration that even a long war would be unlikely to topple the theocracy.
Dark Brandon basically said that.
Add to that, Trump saying that he doesn't mind if he deals with
we saw how you guys reacted to being called a basket of deplorables.
Religious.
That in turn is you guys being like, they called us the enemy.
Leader, and he doesn't really care about democracy for Iran. You have to wonder what's in it for the Iranian people right now, although they desperately want an end to this ruthless regime.
Look, he's holding my hand.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary situation. Just want to end, Christian, with this breaking story today about the Iranian women's football team who've been competing in Australia and have been denied its reported asylum by Australia. And Donald Trump has intervened and said Australia's making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing the Iran national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. This is Anthony Albanese. Give asylum. The US will take them if you don't. Thank you for your attention.
And then deport them immediately. This is why we're laughable on the world stage, guys. By the way.
President Trump.
Yeah, we're really big on the immigration thing.
The point being the
They genuinely don't see it. They fucking just don't see it. Holy fuck.
The Iranian football team lost its last group match.
God, sometimes it is actually painful to just be like to watch this shit and just go,
Women's Asia Cup on Sunday.
And his biggest
and they had
supporters are just
earlier
like, yeah!
not sung the Iranian national anthem. And the belief is that if they go back to Iran, they will face potential death. What do you make of this situation?
Man, they will never miss an opportunity to make women from another country or just in general, victimized women. They'll never miss an opportunity to disingenuously use them. But then, sure as shit, we got the Epstein victims where Pierce could have made an entire series where he interviewed each and every one of them. Nah, why would I do that?
Should Australia rethink its decision?
Oh, enemy of democracy is also not part. That's not saying that they are enemies.
And what do you think of Trump?
Believe it or not,
offering to step in.
Well,
because they're not an enemy to us, technically.
First time hearing of it, so I'm just thinking on the fly right now. I do remember what you're talking about because we also reported it, that they were not singing the national anthem. Then the next day they did sing the national anthem. We assumed that they were pressured to do.
My parameters are, I know you don't, Eric.
Do that.
I know. I'm just saying. I laid it out pretty obvious on my end where I was just like, no.
I would say
if it doesn't literally fit the parameters of almost matching Trump's quote, then I don't want it.
Given what the regime has done to the dissenters in the
it's
street,
like we know
and then
no, my broader point being that as much as I don't even like Democrats, they morally do have the high ground when it comes to this one.
the rounding up of
Because they always do try to be like, there isn't a bad American. It's like, are you sure about that?
anybody who might have participated in the protests or even helped the wounded protesters, i.e. doctors, they have rounded up tens of thousands of them and they're in jail. So I would say the Iranian women's team, have good reason to be very afraid. And I'm just thinking, I mean, I read this, I'm assuming it's true. The Sri Lankan government gave asylum to the surviving sailors who were torpedoed by the United States. You remember a few days ago?
Yes, I do.
An Iranian ship that was not in, it was in international waters, and it comes
international
from
waters
exercises in India. It was torpedoed. A lot of people were killed.
Which again, now
and
people are just like, yeah, but an enemy. It's like, that's not how this works, bro.
some were rescued by the Sri Lankan.
You understand? Again, this is what MAGA, it's playground politics with these motherfuckers. Literally. They are just like, I'm going to walk up to Billy, punch him in the face. Billy punches back, and then they go to the teacher and tell them that he got bullied by Billy.
They apparently
MAGA
have taken those, they've demanded asylum and they've gotten it, apparently, these sailors. That's the news. So I would say that Trump is right, his instinct is right, that the US should take them, and if and Prime Minister Albanese should grant them asylum because of what might happen to them and send them to the United States.
Again, they only call out bias when it's somebody that they don't agree with. Again, baby brains.
Because Trump has also asked these people.
They don't know how to think for themselves. They tell themselves that they're like, I'm the biggest free thinker on the planet.
To come out.
I just wait for what Donald Trump has to say, and then I say the same thing.
And to protest under bombardment, and even when they were in the streets, and he said help is
literally, you have 2 fucking networks that do that for you.
On the way, and it was never.
And then you want to sit here just being like, these radical leftists
On the way.
Propagandists.
So I think it is basic humanity to make sure that these women, and remember, women are under particular targeting in Iran and other places, they need to be secured. Their lives need to be saved. And I think the government of Australia, I don't know the details, but really needs to take a deep, hard, good.
He's a good businessman. Yep. Only good businessmen have bankrupted 3 casinos. Name one more person that's bankrupted casinos.
Yeah, I think just to clarify, I think they haven't actually made a final decision yet, but they've been dithering and they haven't said they can.
You know what's funny about you trying to say I haven't proven a point? There's somebody in chat that literally agrees with me ideologically that has been working harder than you to try and prove that there was a Democrat that said what I asked if they had said, that if you could prove it. But here you are.
Have a sign, and I think that's.
You are literally just as useless to us and useful to Donald Trump as everybody knows.
That's what the debate is about. So we'll see how that plays out.
So please, by all means, go back to being useless and a dredge on society.
Christian, always great to have you on our Censor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, join me on a different kind of panel now are 3 people who've all supported President Trump's re-election, but have varying views on the Iran war. Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project, Owen Schroyer, who's the host of the Owen Schroyer Show, and Caroline Sunshine, former Trump spokeswoman and Deputy Communications Director in the...
I cannot not see that microphone and just be like, C-3PO,
2020.
He took your penis.
24 campaign. Well, welcome to all of
Goodness gracious me.
Will Chamberlain, let me start.
Unless it starts doing this just out of frame, just stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
With you. Just looking at this completely objectively, this looks to be brewing up to be not just a hell of a mess, but potentially a presidency defining.
I just hear Han Solo, hey, Goldrad!
Mess for Donald Trump, and something that could cost the Republicans not just the House in November, but they're increasing
the gold color makes it sound better.
In Washington. It could cost them a Senate.
It sounds like some shit Donald Trump would say. You see, I got this gold microphone. I love gold.
As well, which is unlike.
It just trails off like gold member. I love gold. Mr. Trump, hold on. I'm thinking of the gold. Oh, yeah.
Likely, but you got to say, if this war turns into a disaster, that could happen. What is your take on where we are with this?
I just have the completely opposite take from you. I think this is one of the most successful military operations that we've seen from the United States.
Holy shit. Max Velocity's brother is on TV talking politics.
The only possibly more successful one, I would say, would be the Venezuela strike, which, I mean, you can see the political effect of that. We already have diplomatic relations with Venezuela and flights to Caracas. But, I mean, we opened this war by
his brother
killing 50 of the top leadership of Iran within the first 5 minutes. That's unheard of. I mean, everybody, I feel like, is kind of operating under, you know, we still all have PTSD from 2003 and the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan, and aren't looking objectively at what has happened and the incredible competence demonstrated by the combined forces of the United States the United States Navy and Air Force and the IDF. The combination of the two forces has, I mean, put Iran completely on the map. The missile strikes are down 90%. Drone
Is that guy still talking?
Strikes are down 85%, and it's
I literally hit him
in a week. You know, people are talking about forever wars.
As I said, he doesn't engage in good faith, so I'm not going to fucking engage with him.
I mean, those wars were 20 years. We're a week in, and people are already, I think, losing their composure over this. It's a really remarkably effective
operation.
operation.
My check go, but it didn't actually ding
a
over
momentary spike in oil prices, I mean, is not going to shape things. I mean, think about how quickly the news cycle moves in the modern era. In a week from now, I don't know that you'll be talking very much about this, Piers, given how fast things move. So I doubt that.
Well, let me respond to that. I mean, I think that, look, again, I'm just sitting here trying to be objective about what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I have very vivid memories of 2003. I was the editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper in the UK. We were the Labour supporting paper, so Tony Blair's supporting newspaper, and we took an anti-war position. And, you know, I remember all the arguments in the run-up to that war. I remember the initial early military spectacular success that was enjoyed by the allies in Iraq. But then I remember the cold, hard reality setting in of what followed that, and no real plan for what was going to happen with Iraq, the rise of ISIS, the fueling of Al-Qaeda, and so on. Complete mayhem followed because it hadn't been properly thought through. And what concerns me about this is not actually the clear, obvious military successes that have been enjoyed by the American and Israeli military, as you would expect. The American military is the most powerful in the history of the planet. It's not that so much. It's just that I think that with their responses, the Iranians are being quite tactically smart. What they're doing is they're trying to put the fear of God into people living in the Gulf states, many of whom are expats from other countries. They're trying to get them to leave, which many of them are doing. They're trying to destroy the business model of places like Dubai, which is it's a fun, completely safe place to come. And they're doing that by hitting hotels and airports and so on. And at the same time, they're controlling ruthlessly the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows. And, that is extremely concerning, not just because of the huge spike in oil prices and gas prices, but also because of the
what that can do to the global economy,
geopolitical elements of that, involving China.
Yeah, we forget that China still has a lot of our bonds,
Russia's involvement, and so on. So, I much as I'd like to be as optimistic as you are, I look at it and think, they may be being defeated in terms of military firepower, but the regime remains intact. They've replaced one Khamenei with another. The IRGC clearly have a stranglehold over the country. The combination of the bombing, putting the fear of God into Iranians so they're staying in, and the IRGC's control means there are no rebellions on the street that we can see. So Trump's idea that this would be an organic rebellion off the back of the bombing raids by the Iranian people is not happening. And I'm looking at it thinking, well, okay, maybe it will be over in a week, but I'm not quite sure how this ends as simply as you think it's going to.
All right. So there's probably about 5 or 6 big arguments that you made there. So I'll try and address each of them in turn. First, let's start with the Straits of Hormuz. I think you're overstating the extent to which the Iranians have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Their entire navy is at the bottom of the ocean.
That doesn't matter. Like, you're overstating how much their navy actually matters. It's the proximity to their mountain ranges to the strait. They don't need a navy. They have proven that they have missiles galore on this one.
And the Americans are there to guard it.
Jesus Christ, this guy gets paid to do this.
The only really remaining threat is some of the missile threat from the south, which is being aggressively degraded by the United States. You made a really big claim, and I think this is extremely important. You made a claim about how the other Arab countries, because they are being bombed by Iran, that this is a sophisticated strategy that's going to get them to question.
Wait, dude, if you want to fight, this isn't the place where you're too high to give you a care about your BS counterpoints, which you didn't make or highlight a person. I asked you, you just ignored, so it's
their continued work with the United States. I think
he's still going.
It's the opposite. I think they all realize they no longer want to live under Iranian blackmail. And I think they look at Iran flinging missiles in every direction. I mean, a couple days ago, they flung missiles at
God, now I really do feel like I have a little kid like in my chat just pay attention to me!
Azerbaijan. And that's an important thing to realize because the leader of Azerbaijan, Aliyev, was the one leader in the region to give condolences to the death of Khamenei. And how did they respond? By launching missiles at a school in Azerbaijan. And you saw him immediately.
Like I said, fucking MAGA, just a bunch of toddler-brained idiots.
This
is just how they work.
Well, on this point, just to be clear, just crystal clear, I'm not saying for a moment the Gulf states won't continue to support America. In fact, the complete opposite. I do believe it's been a massive strategic error, actually, by Iran.
There were bombings in Western nations every day back in the early 2000s. Shit was wild.
To go after the Gulf states in the way they
have. In missiles.
But I think from a tactical point of view, there's no doubt that in the short term, it has put the
how they launch it's just a big trebuchet. Allah Akbar!
Got into people. And I think it may question the resolve of the Arab Gulf states, the leaders, to want this war to be remotely prolonged, because they can see that the longer it goes on, the more damaging it gets to all of their collective interests. In fact, I think they are falling in behind America in terms of they hate what Iran is doing. We saw that from the Qatari Prime Minister overnight in an interview with Yalda Hakim from Sky News saying that. But that doesn't mean
find
they
a
want
place
this war
that
to
appreciates
continue.
you.
So the question then becomes, if there's a lot of pressure on the economics of this war, never mind the loss of life and so on, on the economic.
Whoa! I just noticed that he's got a 4-person panel. Like, holy shit!
Of the war. Then how does this actually end?
That's why we can actually listen to this.
So I think it actually ends up working the opposite way. I think that what the Saudis and the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain will decide is they don't
DJX. Good to see you, brother.
want to permanently live under the threat of Iranian blackmail. And that's what this would be. If they made an early peace because they were scared about their economics, then Iran would just hold this over their heads indefinitely while they built up a huge ballistic missile capability, while they restarted their nuclear program. And then basically these countries would be at the mercy of Iran. I think so. What that means is that the Arab countries will decide in their...
I would have actually engaged with the guy if he would have just engaged in good faith, because I was willing to even walk it back, because I was just like, yeah, I don't actually know this, so I'm giving you an opportunity to prove this through doing your own research and just, oh my God, look, you got a leftist streamer to admit that you were right. No, nothing.
Their own interest, that they want this war finished, and that even if somehow the United States steps out of the way...
You blame Trump for the demise of the Choco Taco in 2022?
I think they'd end up finishing it on their own right, taking advantage of the weakened Iran...
I was promised by Taco Bell that they'd release their own...
regime right now to try and impose their will on it, even if in a world where the United States retreated from the scene.
Okay, let's bring in the other two guests. Owen Schroyer, what do you say to Will's argument? Very bullish, thinks that this is ending quickly and it's going to be a massively big win for the United States and Israel.
Well, I think Will has his White House talking points down almost 100%. I'm not sure there was an original thought there. The one thing he missed was you're not supposed to call this a war, Will.
You read
Remember,
a book in the last
you're
decade.
not supposed to call it that. Here we go.
You insulted me. We can keep doing this all day.
I'd love to, Will. I also find it funny that...
Wait, you guys mentioned Taco Bell, and I just found the button again. Let's get to it.
He keeps saying Iran blackmail, another
What's up,
talking
Robin?
point that is
Nice
coming
night,
from Western
yeah.
media. As
It
if
was a
we
nice
didn't
night.
just see the Epstein list and all the connections to Israel revealed with that. He says Iran blackmail. As far as the conclusions that we're reaching here, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about these conclusions about the Gulf nation states. When
All
this
right, now
thing
that
first
I can't see this guy, I'm missing some of the context to some of your fucking chats.
broke out, they said, oh, it'll be
Damn
all
it.
the NATO countries and the EU countries and the Gulf nation states, everybody lining up against Iran. Well,
I think
it
Piers
hasn't really
lives in
been that
purely
smooth.
autopilot mode.
It seems
Sounds
like a
like
lot
it.
of them want to maintain good relations with the U.S., but they're not so sure about what's going on with this war. And, you bring up what happened with Azerbaijan. They come out and say, okay, we're against Iran, and then they get hit with a bomb, and you don't even scratch your head for a second. You don't even think for 1 second that could be a false flag, as if these things don't happen
completely
anymore.
one of these.
wrong.
So
You've got
I
it
think that
completely
there's a lot...
backwards. They came out and gave condolences for the death of Khamenei and then got bombed.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this all turns out. I don't think it's going as smoothly as Will likes to represent. Like I said, I'm not sure there's an original thought there. This is the neocon. Will represents the neocon faction of right-wing politics that we thought we defeated in 2016. We thought we defeated again in 2024. This is the opposite of what Trump ran on. And that's the big thing here. We can debate about war and foreign policy. These things aren't going anywhere. The problem is this is a total betrayal of Trump's base. This is exactly against everything he ran on.
You're planning to eat.
And the
Oh, my bad.
1984 Orwellian nature of the Board of Peace launching war after war after war and sitting here screaming about how Iran is firing missiles all over the world while Israel is in a war with 7 separate countries at the same time. The irony and the hypocrisy should not be lost on your audience, Piers.
Okay, let me bring in Caroline. You were a former Trump spokeswoman. Where does all this sit with Donald Trump's repeated mantra when he campaigned in the 2024 election of America first,
Wait,
no more
on
interference
Twitch.
in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East?
Your chats are still showing up in my my comments thread here. So the point of the counterpoint was that leftists have 100% said all Republicans are evil. That was no, it wasn't. See, move that fucking goalpost, dude. I said, give me one quote from one politician that I can equivocate to Trump saying that all fucking people that don't agree with him and leftists are enemies of the people.
Least, and now.
And he didn't even just say that. Actually, sorry, I mixed up the Biden quote because he said enemy to democracy. Again, I can actually be a little bit genuine here where it was like, that was close, but that also wasn't you who brought it up. Oh my God, dude. I asked for one fucking quote.
Here America is.
You couldn't produce it. And then you're sitting here bitching because you got called out on just being an idiot.
In the biggest
and being wrong.
Interference imaginable.
This is what happens when they're wrong. They're just like, no, I'm not.
In the
fake news.
Middle East, taking on Iran in this full-blooded, full-throttle way. Where does that sit with how he campaigned?
Oh, the radical left are the literal enemy of the people.
You know, first,
dude. Come on now.
And foremost, I love the American military. I love our troops, just like millions of Americans do. And that's why we were so excited when a candidate like Donald Trump came on the scene.
I don't see how you can watch these spazoids. This is the problem. This is probably the first time I've listened to these pundits. I expect no original thought because they are riffing off each other. It's true. I mean,
no more involvement in the Middle East and no new wars. And I would go on TV and say that on behalf of the president during the 2024 campaign. And I was proud to do it. I was enthusiastic to do it. It wasn't just that President Trump was talking about that. No more involvement in the Middle East. Criticisms of our past involvement in the Middle East were extremely valid. An indictment of the neocon political class establishment.
You had one job to do, just take the L and stuff like an adult.
And their record in the Middle East. It was the passion with which he talked about it. You know, you can go back to 2016 and you can see the fire in him, the passion that he was talking about it with. It really electrified people and moved them.
Oh, shut the fuck up like an adult.
Put him.
Hey, Rebecca, how's it going?
Into the White House.
How you doing?
He said
Good to
no
see
new
you.
wars, and I think
you can make it
people
today.
are confused right now in the base as to why it looks like we now are in a new war in the Middle East. You hear this talking point going around that 90% of MAGA supports, you know, this war, but that's not mathematically possible because if you look at the coalition that elected President Trump into the White House, if that was true, right, if 90% of MAGA supported this war, Nikki Haley would be in the White House right now as president. Marco Rubio would be president. I mean, the American people had a chance in 2016
you were here at the start
to elect literally anybody else besides Donald Trump, who were all on stage in that Republican primary saying, we would love war with Iran. They had a chance to do that again in 2024 by picking Nikki Haley as their candidate, but instead they picked Donald Trump.
Yes.
I also think if 90% of MAGA supports this, I don't think your show would be getting the views that it's getting. I don't think Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson's show would be getting the views that it's getting. You know, polling is sort of an outdated way of collecting information. You know, they say Vietnam was the first living room war, but it looks like this is the first war in the social media age, and social media is...
Bitch. We got iPhones in 07. I'm sorry, but you're wrong about this one.
A way for
it's the fact that by that time, by the time that you even remember this shit, and like you already moved on to like the Trump presidency, because like again, I think that Trump was like a reset for people's brains in that on that one, because that's when everybody stopped giving a shit about the wars.
For you to see in real time how the public is perceiving something. We certainly...
It just became the new normal where we're just like, oh, we're always at war.
Use that on the campaign, I can tell you. Social media is a more accurate representation of public sentiment. You can track it in real time versus polling.
You got glitched out and was told stream had ended over and over again. Yeah, so, I know what happened.
So...
Yeah, you were in the waiting room.
This idea that 90% of the coalition supports that
I had an issue with that
quite
today.
Literally isn't possible when
Hopefully
you
it's fixed by tomorrow. We'll see.
Look at the wide swath of people, independents, moderates, Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, young men who all joined President Trump's coalition specifically because they were really excited about the promise of no new wars. And I guess that would be my question to Will, though, is, you know, first and foremost, do you think that this is a war? Because, you know, the president has been on the phone with reporters, a lot of them who he calls the fake news, you know, Politico, CNN, Axios, New York Times, on the record in those phone interviews calling it a war. The Secretary of Defense has called it, Secretary of War, excuse me, has called it a war. But the president hasn't publicly come out and said to the American people that it's a war. So, Will, do you think this is a war, and is it a new war?
Well, it's a very good question, which I will get Will to answer. What I would say, though, is I don't think America has declared war, correct me if I'm wrong here, but since the Second World War, and yet it has repeatedly gone to war. And I do think it's a complete farce, I have to be honest with you. As someone who loves America, and loves your constitution and
Look, I got
loves
them both on
Americans.
cam for once.
The idea that you have not been waging war repeatedly ever since World War II is ridiculous. And the idea that this is not a war when the American mighty military,
the tape gag was so good,
has gone in full throttle against Iran, both at land, at sea, every imaginable way you can think of. It's crazy. Of course, it's a war, isn't it?
Well, on the other side,
pretend otherwise?
Oh.
I mean, I think it's a war. I don't know what the legality of it is and why the president might want to avoid it. You know, he might want to say, to use the language.
Well, he doesn't have to clear it with Congress, does
powers.
Well, the truth is they all do it.
I don't think any American...
They all do it. I mean,
yeah, they
have
it's
the same reason. It's the same reason Clinton.
I hear you.
Yeah, but just to finish my point,
really good reason not to do that.
It's a reason Clinton didn't do it with Kosovo. It's a reason that Obama didn't do it with Libya. If you don't call it a war, you don't need congressional approval.
Right, but then we don't get to do things like knock out 50 of the Iranian leadership in the first 5 minutes of the war, right? We lose the element of surprise. This isn't...
I'm glad that he at least fucking admits it. Like, goddamn, the amount of people, like pundits, that are still just like, it's technically a conflict. It's like, really? Damn.
60s where there's no telephone communication across oceans.
I think that Scott Jennings guy was still trying to pull that shit on CNN.
England hears about our wars 3 weeks later when a ship shows up. Instantly, the moment we declared war, the Iranians would know what's up, and that would be the end of our ability to gain the element of surprise. And that saves American lives. If we're going to do a military operation, I think that we want the commander-in-chief to do so in a way that minimizes American casualties to the extent possible. And so,
I mean, like not broadcasting it on
Signal? It's totally justified for him to do that. I'm sorry, Caroline, I just am not impressed by saying that the polling...
How's Piers getting paid for this? He gets the monetization from his channel, which has got 4.36 million on average, around 300,000 to 400,000 watching. Yeah, no, he makes a pretty penny.
Doesn't say what it says. This is not just one poll that says.
Although he has to pay his staff, so I don't know.
90% of America supports it. It's consistently across all the polling that's done. You have 85% plus of Republicans supporting the president. And I think that it's because they understand that the president is not conducting the war in the manner of George W. Bush, that it's not stupid.
Also, can I just say special shout out to the Twitch folks.
He created the space for negotiation after the 12-day war. You need to remember, he hit those 3 nuclear sites and then immediately forced a ceasefire, including telling
have a Twitch exclusive stream coming up soon.
Around when they had been struck after the ceasefire deadline.
A whole bunch
he wanted a
of
negotiation. He wanted to be reasonable.
But
the problem is the Iranians... It's like the Black Knight and Monty Python. They refused to accept that they were beaten and refused to make any concessions. You need to just go listen to Steve Witkoff, who Tucker and everybody loved a year ago, explain what his negotiations were like. They opened the negotiation by saying, we have 60% enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. We have an unalienable right to enrich, and we're not going to give you anything.
The fuck are you getting your talking points from? Dude, nobody said that shit.
On the negotiation table that you didn't get militarily. Like, what is President Trump supposed to do? And if he cowers in the face of this,
but I would throw
brilliant. I'll let you
this
go.
is
my can you just point out how that was blatantly false?
On this very point that Will just raised.
Whoa.
And I'd like to bring Owen back in here just to respond to this. But this is what Antony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, said about Israel trying to pressurize Barack Obama to launch military strikes on Iran. And saying they would just attack themselves if Washington refused. Take a listen to this.
Back during the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, in the days after the October 7th attack on Israel, the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Israelis were insisting that in the north, Hezbollah from Lebanon was about to attack, and they wanted to strike preemptively against Hezbollah. And President Biden said, "Look, we're with you. We'll always be with you in defending Israel. And if you're attacked, we're there. But we're not
business
there if you're going to start something." And we came within about 30 minutes of having a war in the north based on bad information that the Israelis had.
No, I mean, I found that really interesting to be reminded of that, because, has Donald Trump been played here by Benjamin Netanyahu? Has he been sold a pup? Was he told, look, they're going to go after us. We're going to have to attack it imminently. You're either in with us or you're not. And they said, okay, well, we better come in. I mean, is that what's happened here?
Well, I think you have two separate things happening. I think we have to recognize the power of the Israeli lobby. I think this is something that the average American is now very aware of, the power of the Israeli lobby. And so now AIPAC is trying to find new ways to fund their candidates that don't go through AIPAC because it has such a negative stench on it now. But then there's Netanyahu. So AIPAC buying our candidates
the fact that AIPAC tracker has been, like, not only took off the way that it did, but has been effective in these primaries. That can't be, it cannot be overstated.
Essentially, sell out America's best interest is one thing, but Netanyahu is a completely different issue. He's been lying to the American people and the United States Congress since the 1980s. He's been saying that Iran has days until they have a nuclear weapon. So obviously somebody's being dishonest here. It wouldn't be the first time that Israeli intelligence has lied to us. I could look at some recent times. I think the whole story about Iranian drones off the East Coast, I believe that was false Israeli intelligence. I think that the strike on that school that just happened in Iran, I think that was bad Israeli intelligence that we acted on. So I think Israel has been giving us bad intelligence, whether intentionally or accidentally, for years. And I find it funny that we sit here, and again, it's this blatant hypocrisy and irony, except it's not funny because we say, oh, we're saving American lives. Well, at least 7 American lives have been lost in this war so far that we know of. We also had 3 people shot and killed here at a retaliation attack at a bar in Austin, Texas, where I live. And as far as this number of 90% MAGA supports this, well, you can only believe that if you're counting the fact that the Mark Levins of the world who support this war more than anything, they get ratioed on every single post. And so they're the ones that are supporting this. They're the least popular. Tucker Carlson, whatever you think of his politics, he's more popular now. And so I just don't see these things adding up in real life. And I think the issue is we've been dealing with this centralized media and even a centralized political narrative that's been able to kind of get away with lying and deceiving the American people.
Actually, that's a good question. How did they give bad intelligence by accident?
Because they were distracted.
That doesn't seem like something intelligence would do.
Maybe that's because social media didn't exist before. Maybe a combination of the two. But it just doesn't work anymore. We're not buying these talking points. And again, if you want to have a foreign policy debate, that's fine.
War. The thing is, like, the long and short of like this conversation is Owen agrees with her. I agree with Owen, who I never agreed with before. The only odd man out is the neocon.
The average American is...
That is, again, he's a war hawk. I would bet that he has money invested into war stocks.
Sick of what's happening.
Most of these people end up having just that, where they're just like, oh, yeah, well, you're just mad that you're not smart like me, and you didn't invest in Halliburton. It's just like, oh, Jesus Christ.
In the Middle East. And this is what resonated with that person.
Centralized media? I'm not centralized media.
Wow.
I'm a fucking online commentator that likes to watch centralized media to fucking commentate on it, bro.
Trump was campaigning.
So I appreciate your input there. Heck no, 89.
Since 2000.
But also, dude, this is called High on Politics for a reason.
2015, we have spent trillions of dollars, at least $5 trillion.
Realize it was 8? Yeah, dude, it's fucking late.
Trillions of dollars in the Middle East. That's what we've done. And we've gotten nothing for it. We've gotten absolutely nothing but our blood and treasure in...
I'm here at 5:30 and haven't eaten yet. I gotta go make some raviolis.
That region and nothing to show for it. And so Americans are sick of it.
No, not you. Other dude started that. Oh, Jesus, is he still here?
Much rather spend $1 billion a day as the cost of this war. It's up to $10 billion now. We would much rather see that invested in our own infrastructure, our own people, our own...
I hate to give him, like, at least this one, but he gets the, I think he's the second person I've ever done that to, where I didn't just ban him outright, where I was just like, screw it. He can stay, but I'm not going to engage with him anymore.
Country, whatever it takes. That's what this administration was supposed to be about. So if you want to say 90% MAGA supports this, then you have to account for at least 40% of the people that were once MAGA are not MAGA anymore. Otherwise, it makes no sense. And if we...
Yeah, dude, you lock this monster for real. No. You might, I don't know. You might be joking, but I'm not. Yeah. Dude, I get a lot of fucking hate watchers on this channel, which is fine, but it's also confusing to me. Yeah, do right-wingers sit around watching left-wingers? They don't. That's why they set the narrative and the left reacts.
Continue to let these neocons co-opt the actual...
That's what it is, setting the narrative.
America First conservative movements, then we're...
That's what you call just, creating news?
Never...
Jesus
we're going to have any real.
So Joe Biden was setting the narrative, eh?
Right-wing or conservative victories for this country.
4 years of that. That's how. Okay, I guess that's how it does work. I mean, that's why right-wing influencers are failing right now. Like, yes, they still have big audiences, quote unquote, but their analytics don't tell that story. They are being propped up by fucking bots right now, and honestly, it's because like people don't usually watch when their power or their person's in power. Like they don't go out of their way to really do that.
Country.
Okay.
I wasn't hating on you. I literally commented towards your video you're playing. Oh, sorry, man.
I want to give Carol.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to a Loch Ness monster, by the way.
On the last word, we
see, haha. Just for miscommunication with me to you. You were confused there.
I've run out of time, but Caroline, just very quickly.
No hate, heck no. No hate.
Polymarket, the prediction markets, asked US forces enter Iran by March the 14th, 21%, March the 31st, 44%, and by the end of the year, 68%. So they're seeing money coming in, quite a lot of money, at Polymarket, betting that the longer this goes.
I hate the fact that we are just now all getting used to Polymarket being something that we go to look at for politics, and dude, this last election, during the primary, the Texas primary, I went to fucking Polymarket. Like, God, I hate myself for it.
The more of a stalemate it is, the more pressure the Trump administration will come under.
That's awkward sometimes.
And the IDF to commit troops on the ground. What do you think, just very quickly, that would do politically for the Republicans with both the midterms and potentially 2028?
There's absolutely zero support within the Republican Party or outside of that electorate for U.S. ground troops in the Middle East. I mean, the #1 trending hashtag on social media the last 9 days has been hashtag #SendBarron. So if that tells you anything about where the American public is at, they don't have an appetite for sending ground troops to the Middle East, especially for objectives that remain unclear and for a war that doesn't seem to have a clear purpose. The administration has offered many reasons for going to war with Iran, but 2 of them have been in direct conflict with each other. One has been that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States, and the other has been that Iran has never been weaker, and so that's where we had to strike. Well, you can't be an imminent threat and as weak as you've ever been at the same time. Both those statements can't be true. And you see a lot of people who I think personally have not been loyal to the president in the past, and certainly loyal to his ideology. You see, Mike Pence and John Bolton, who have come on this show, championing this conflict. But the question that I think the larger American audience is asking is, are we just going to be repeating the mistakes of the past? And the question that I don't see these voices that are cheering on the war having to answer is, just answer bluntly, how many U.S. troops are you okay losing, and how much are you okay having it cost? And with every objective that you lay out, every goal that you lay out, you should have to answer how many troops are you okay losing, what units do you want them to come from, and how much are you okay with it costing? Those are basic questions that you should be able to ask if you're waging war and answer.
Yeah, and remember the words of one of America's great modern military leaders, David Petraeus, the general, who said, the first question you ask is, how does this end? And I'm not sure anyone's really got a firm handle on that. Thank you very much indeed to my panel. I appreciate it. Joining me now is the former MP and host of The Rest is Politics, Rory Stewart. Rory, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you for having me.
I was amused in a kind of ironic way to see you and your co-host, Alistair Campbell, debating this when it all flared up a week ago, and Alistair giving the world a lecture about the need to adhere to international law when it comes to taking this kind of military action in the Middle East. Some of us have long memories, Rory. I remember 2003 when I ran the Daily Mirror and said the very same thing to your co-host, Alistair Campbell, repeatedly when we said it would be a very bad idea to invade Iraq without a second.
Don't care. I genuinely don't care. All right, Philly.
7 American service members now been killed, and the civilian death toll continues to rise in Iran and across the region. Also, you have new video adding to the evidence that the United States is responsible for killing 175 people, most of them children, at an Iranian girls' school on the first.
Donate to the like button. Yes.
And then, of course, we're going to have to talk
I need to get better about that. Yes, please hit the like button on the stream and sub to the channel if you haven't
about
already.
Iran officially naming its new supreme leader, oil prices reaching their highest levels in years, and Donald Trump now demanding total surrender. But where we'll start is with this new video that was published by a semi-official Iranian news agency.
I'm not going to set it to moderate, but I'm going to set it to where it just reminds people and gives them the links.
It has also been verified by outlets like the New York Times and Bellingcat. Right in the video, it shows a Tomahawk cruise missile striking a naval base beside the school on February 28th, with the camera then panning to the ground and showing what was left of the school. And the reason that
all right, so when I stepped off for my little break,
this is such crucial evidence is that the United States is the only force in this war that uses
I am neither their Reginald Fluffington. That's a dope name.
Tomahawk missiles. But it's already launched dozens of them over the course of the conflict, starting from the very first day that it began. And that's also according to videos published by U.S. Central Command, as well as statements by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said at a press briefing on March 2nd.
The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy. Closed.
Yeah, no, Natch, I've been working on it. It's just something I keep forgetting to actually implement.
Naval force.
It's pretty easy too. I just have to go through my OBS, which if you haven't caught on, my OBS is also ass.
And began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran.
But also, before this new video was released, evidence pointing to U.S. responsibility, it's been piling up. The Times, for example, had already looked.
I used to consider myself a Republican, then I started paying attention. Nice.
Satellite imagery, social media posts.
I am also not a communist.
Other verified videos.
Dude, I'm literally... If I'm party affiliated, it's with the DSA. I do pay dues to the DSA, but yes, Democratic Socialist.
Conclude that the strike appeared to have...
You can have your fucking stupid or your stupid capitalism, and then I can have my stupid little bit of communism, and we can just all be happy.
Been part of an
but no.
American attack on the naval.
Who's going to pay the extra taxes?
Base.
Not the billionaires. What?
You also had other outlets figuring the same, and there have also been reports.
These fucking liberals always trying to run the rich out of our fucking neighborhoods.
The U.S. military's own investigation is approaching the same conclusion, although it notes that it didn't target the school on purpose. Instead, it may have been hit by accident, possibly thanks to faulty intelligence wrongly identifying the school building.
I know. Dude, I was...
as part of an Iranian military installation. And actually with...
Oh my God, dude, I was literally trying to make a joke.
That satellite image...
Not well, apparently.
It just showed that the building had been part of the naval base as late as 2013.
You ever bombed online where I felt that like I was on a fucking stage.
But that by 2016, it had been walled off from the...
Socialism's not communism, dummy.
Installation. But with that change happening more than a decade ago, it still leaves open the question of how did... the U.S. possibly rely on such outdated intelligence. So then also, none of this explains why Trump, despite officials...
I need to give up for the night, Jesus Christ.
Saying that the investigation's ongoing, and despite having no evidence, is telling reporters that actually Iran was responsible.
We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
75. Can you answer what Cuba would be without all the sanctions, and if they were recognized as the nation that they are?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done.
Do you understand that the reason that you have this idea that Cuba is like this poor shithole is because of the sanctions? That us singularly.
But then you have the question of, well, how accurate is the U.S. with its weapons? Or because in addition to the school strike, you have the Iranian Red Crescent Society saying that roughly 10,000 civilian structures across the country have been damaged, including homes, schools.
My dad went to Cuba, dude. He said it was fucking awesome.
And almost 3.
He was one of those lucky ones that went during, when Obama lifted the sanctions. He just went, no, dude. He fucking
doesn't.
The pictures he's got. It was awesome. The biggest thing he said was it was a trip because of seeing all the cars that are from the 1950s.
Well, to verify that, you did have the World Health Organization confirming more than a dozen attacks on health infrastructure, leading to the deaths of at least 4 healthcare workers.
No,
also, you have
but even if you are, we'll welcome you.
The BBC documenting
don't be a fucking dick.
Damage during U.S. and Israeli strikes on at least 2 schools.
Nah, dude, we had a bad faith actor here that was just I was asking him stuff genuinely where I'm like, dude, if you can prove me wrong, prove me wrong.
Hospital and even
I wasn't doing Steven Crowder bits.
World Heritage Site. You've also got the group Human Rights Activists in Iran reporting that the civilian tolls passed 1,200 compared to only 187 in the military.
Apparently humor isn't people's first thought.
Still unclassified. But in the face of all this, you've had the Defense Department defending itself with, for example, U.S. Central Command issuing what they called a warning to Iranian civilian yesterday on social media, saying that it comes
sounded like a MAGA,
Iran's terrorist regime blatantly disregards the safety of innocent people, and adding the Iranian regime is using heavy.
Yeah, wait.
populated civilian areas to conduct military operations, including launching one-way attack drones and ballistic missiles, saying this dangerous decision risks the lives of all civilians in Iran since...
All right, I'm not getting a red hat anytime soon, unless it just blatantly says in big, thick letters, this is a gag.
Locations used for military purposes lose protected status and could become legitimate military targets under international law. But to be clear there, right, just being military targets in civilian areas, it doesn't give an attacker free reign to just let loose. International law is more complicated. It's my fault for not making it clear. It's also, as you have Iran now accusing the United States of attacking civilian infrastructure with no military purpose. With the country's foreign minister writing in a statement on Saturday that the U.S. committed a blatant...
Oh, dude, if you thought that I didn't like that I couldn't survive bombing...
and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant and claiming the water supply in 30 villages is...
I just tuned in, heard that, had to say something. Well, Brian Babb and I appreciate it. Yeah, no, you're friendly chat. Definitely hit that sub button. Hit the like.
Impacted and adding. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences.
Surprised I'm even still talking politics.
Set this precedent, not Iran.
Usually about now is when I start
announced that an Iranian drone had
going to the sovereign citizen videos. Yo, what up, Diego?
A desalination plant there, although there was reportedly no impact on
Trump is
water supplies
or
water network capacity. But the potential
Trujillo
impact, if there was more damage there, it's
Steve. I think you're all right.
Massive, with one expert telling the Times. In the Gulf, desalination facilities are not merely infrastructure; they are essential lifelines to supply drinking water to millions. Striking them risks turning a military
remember as many chatters as I do. Where I'm just like, oh shit.
So that situation is definitely one we're gonna have to keep an eye on. But for now, Iran's focus mostly seems to be on other targets. So today, for example, you had NATO air defenses shooting down what Turkey said was an Iranian missile heading its way, with this being the second time that's happened. And so
I'm not kidding about the whole bomb thing, though. You did kind of bring that to me where I'm just like, oh.
Again, that's raised concerns about the possibility of NATO getting roped into all this. But then also, as far as other Iranian strikes, some today reportedly wounded more than 30 people in Bahrain and sparked a fire near a petroleum refinery. Also, at least one person was killed in Israel, and Saudi Arabia actually reported its first deaths recently. They said that a military projectile fell onto a residential area and killed 2 people of Indian and Bangladeshi nationality.
That's what I need.
And overall, the hundreds of missiles and drones that Iran has fired at not only military targets, but also civilian infrastructure, including airports, hotels, and energy facilities in nearly a dozen countries, has killed at least 20 people so far. And among those killed have been American service members. And actually with that, you had Trump attending what's known as a dignified transfer ceremony for 6 of them on Saturday, all of which were killed after an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait just a day after the war began. But also with this, you had Trump pissing some people off for keeping his hat on during the ceremony with, for example, the California governor take your hat off.
Really? Of all the things on my soundboard, I don't have a sound for that.
Disgusting little man. And former RNC chairman Michael Steele adding, this fool has absolutely no sense of dignity of appreciation for the moment. But what then sparked even more backlash was Fox News' apparent attempt to
I mean, for anybody that gets it.
Because Fox News viewers, they were shown an old video of Trump at a similar ceremony back in December, when notably, he did not wear a hat to salute troops who had died in Syria. And even then, when the network finally aired a report that included footage from Saturday, it was edited to avoid showing Trump wearing his hat. The hat that...
Classic. All right. And that one.
Notably, he was also photographed wearing while golfing yesterday in Florida and is also sold by the Trump Organization for $55. But also with this, getting back to the death toll, yesterday you had the Pentagon revealing that...
Glad that Phil's growing a spine. The fact that, again, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but the fact that he went through the mid-2000s being on YouTube doing the same thing, not talking about the war...
7th U.S.
That's kind of why we were all... I mean... I'm not necessarily blaming him as much as I am just kind of like, oh, yeah, that's my point about how we were all in this malaise.
Service members now been killed. And while they haven't been publicly identified yet, he or she was reportedly seriously injured on March 1st when Iran struck a Saudi military base where American troops were stationed. With that person then dying from those injuries on Saturday night while officials were preparing a transfer for more advanced medical care at an American military hospital in Germany. And at the same time, interestingly, Israel only reported its first soldier.
And the Lord said, let Ben Shapiro's eyebrows grow. Let it be done.
Deaths this weekend, saying that 2 were killed in fighting Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, where hundreds of thousands have been displaced. The death toll is approaching 500, and Israel has now been accused of illegally using white phosphorus over residential areas, a move that's considered illegal because of the indiscriminate and long-lasting harm that it can cause to civilians. And notably, that's happening as people in Iran may also be getting exposed to dangerous
caterpillars. No, no.
Thanks to Israel. And that's because
we have an emote for fucking Ben Shapiro to
hit 30 Iranian fuel depots on Saturday, including 4 in and around Tehran, sparking a massive fire that could be seen throughout the city and blanketing the city in heavy smoke. And with that, you had the Iranian Red Crescent Society warning that the toxic chemicals now in the air could lead to acid rain. And that is due to UK-based doctor telling
like caterpillars. Ah!
The Guardian that the toxic gases and fine particulate matter could
I'll pat myself on the back for that one.
Airways, worsen asthma, pulmonary conditions, and heart disease, and increase the risks of some cancers. And also, notably here, the Israeli strikes.
Did you guys hear that caterpillars are becoming carnivores and they're not turning into butterflies? It's literally just a random fact.
Reportedly sparked the
I got nothing else to add except for, yeah, that's fucked up, right?
first significant disagreement between Israel and the United States since the war began, with sources telling Axios that the U.S. is worried that Israeli strikes on infrastructure that serve ordinary Iranians could backfire strategically.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Rallying them around the regime and even driving up
Yep,
oil prices.
there are certain species of caterpillar that are just like they switched to eating bugs, and now they just don't want to evolve.
So of course, oil prices are already being driven up. Right? Prices have been climbing since the war.
The Trump effect on caterpillars.
Broke out, and Iran effectively shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which normally transits 20% of the world's oil and natural gas, by threatening to attack tankers that travel through the essential waterway. But in the past 24 hours, the situation
Caterpie evolve. Caterpie has evolved into Caterpie.
escalated dramatically. With oil
Fuck you, bitch.
prices surging to nearly $120 per
He just comes back with thicker eyebrows.
barrel overnight before then falling to
That's
around
the
$100
evolution.
early this morning. I mean, we're talking about the highest prices since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. Oil's almost
Oh my God, Caterpie.
50% more expensive than it was before Israel
Why are you wearing a Star of David?
and the United States started attacking Iran less than 2 weeks ago. And already you have Americans paying higher prices at the pump.
All of a sudden, there's an Apex sticker on his fucking Pokeball.
According to AAA, average gas prices have jumped 50 cents per gallon just in the last week alone, surging from
What?
$2.98 to $3.45. And you have analysts predicting that gas will reach $4 per gallon this week, which is the price you can usually
man.
expect to see when the cost per barrel reaches
We have fun here.
around $100. Though also understand, it could go even higher than that if barrel costs continue to rise. I mean, you have some experts warning that we could actually see oil prices hitting an all-time high of $148 this week. That would break the previous record that was set in 2008. And then those surging prices could set off a chain reaction of sweeping economic consequences. By rising fuel costs, it impacts the entire global supply chain. And when operating becomes more expensive for businesses, they pass those costs on to the consumer. And while the effects will mostly be felt in Asia and Europe, which rely more heavily on the Middle East for oil and natural gas, this is still very much a global issue, which is
appropriate emote
already
ever.
clearly evidenced by the skyrocketing prices we're seeing worldwide today. And so with this, you have the
Hungry caterpillar was a bench.
managing director of the IMF also warning that a prolonged conflict in Iran could push global inflation higher. And then at the same time, you have analysts in the U.S. specifically raising concerns about stagflation as inflation increases and growth slows. And these new fears, they're coming at a time
Those
when many
eyebrows were
Americans are already
insane. Were
worried
those
about the
implants?
economy
Like,
and
what
rising
the
prices.
actual
And all
fuck? I'm talking to my wife about it tomorrow.
these worries, we saw that being reflected in global stock markets today, which absolutely tanked
realized I
when they
need to get
opened
her
this morning.
opinion on it.
Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all went down about 1% as
Squirrels, I think, in color. Yeah. So squirrels are also turning carnivorous.
recording. Japan's index fell.
Yeah, this wasn't just a one-off
5%.
today.
European markets shed 1 to 2%.
I
In
am all
addition
over the
to the
place.
economic impacts, the rising oil prices are also significant because of the signal they send about the war itself. Right? While prices have been rising since the war broke out, they were more modest because traders calculated that markets could easily absorb a short disruption. The surges that we're seeing today, it indicates that the traders are worried that the war is going to drag on. But at the same time, you have Trump repeatedly seeking to downplay those concerns, telling reporters last week that he isn't concerned and that prices will go up, but promising that they will come down very fast. But at least so far, prices have continued to do the exact opposite. And yesterday, you had Trump trying to address.
Thing is, I'm not discounting that could happen.
Those concerns, but basically saying
I've seen
that anyone who's
crazier
concerned
shit
about the
so.
price of oil is an idiot. Writing on Truth Social, short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety.
Yeah, but that's the thing, dude. You think you're just gonna fucking boop the country, which if you boop the country, you just boop the entire Middle East.
DNP.
Like, people forget that, like, yeah, radiation's a thing, bro. And Iran's kind of like near a lot of stuff.
Only fools would think differently. And with that, he then told CBS today that he thinks the war is very complete, pretty much.
Watched your cat eat a
and that
bird?
led
Yeah,
oil
I've watched my cat eat
prices to drop
a
down again.
mouse.
And of course, you have many saying
He decapitated it.
that Trump might just be
That was
saying
awesome.
that so the market
It was right in front of me, too. Just,
will react, especially as it contradicts repeated claims from top officials who have.
I've also watched Stand back there completely do that to an entire nest of bunnies. So, yeah.
Said that what we're seeing now is just.
Don't get a hunting dog. Like, just don't get a hunting dog.
The beginning.
I love Stan. Wasn't his fault. He's my good boy.
Of the offensive. You know, if that's the case, you have experts saying that there's not.
But yeah, that was brutal.
Much that'll.
I called my friend, my buddy. He grew up in Arkansas, and even he was just like, "Oh,
help as long."
Oh boy,
as the strait remains
he's like,
closed.
"This is
and actually,
fucked
to
up,
that point,
man."
you had Macron saying that.
He's like, "You got a shovel," and he was doing it like this, like.
to launch a joint effort to escort
I had the ickies, and I wasn't about to do that.
container ships in the Strait of Hormuz once the initial conflict has calmed down some. Right, you've had Trump as well. Also,
I'll do dead birds, mice. I draw the, if it's cute, I draw the fucking line.
So previously floating the idea of dispatching the U.S. Navy to do the same. Though also with that, I have to note that administration officials have downplayed that possibility.
Yeah,
at least
dude,
for now. But also
yeah.
Trump and other members of the administration have been so inconsistent and out of step with one another throughout this whole thing that who really knows what they're going to do? Right? Trump first suggested that the attack was meant to create the conditions for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their government. But then,
that's what I call it. I get the ickies.
Marco Rubio argued that the strike had been necessary because Iran posed an
I'm the
imminent threat,
worst,
suggesting
too.
that Israel was going to attack with or without the United States, and Iran would retaliate against American forces. But then there's also reason to believe
I'm man enough to say
that
it.
the administration could have held Israel back, but chose not to. Right, the U.S. actually actively took part in planning the attack, and Trump himself said that, if anything, he might have forced Israel's hand, not the other way around. And so Rubio backtracked while both he and Pete Hegseth downplayed Trump's initial suggestion that regime change has been an objective, with him arguing
We all really need to rally behind John. No. No, it's not how that works.
real goal was to permanently destroy Iran.
You people who claim to be like independent brained and all this shit, you're just like, we need to rally behind this guy who's totally a fucking con artist.
Iran's nuclear program and eliminate its ability to launch missiles at Israel, nearby Arab countries, and the United States in the future. Though, of course, notably, American intelligence has assessed within the past year that Iran was not actively building nuclear weapons and is years away from developing missiles capable of reaching the United States. And in any case, while his cronies make that argument, you've just had Trump going back to the regime change argument. Right on Friday, you had him telling CNN that he's not worried about whether Iran becomes a democracy, but he is going to get someone of his choosing in power, saying it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like in Venezuela. And that's even as those around him have reportedly told him repeatedly that this is an entirely different situation. And
dude, his own cabinet was just like, no, stop. You're making a promise that you cannot keep.
Has been since before it began. And with those, the Washington Post reporting on a classified intelligence report completed about a week before the war that even a large-scale assault would be unlikely to get rid of the regime. And to that point, Iran has now officially named its new supreme leader, with Iran's assembly of experts electing the 56-year-old son of the previous supreme leader who was killed in the initial strikes. And so now the new leader will have
I think I'm gonna just like change getting hammered to getting Hegseth.
final say over matters of state, serving as commander-in-chief of the military.
We've already got, like, if you say you got Kirk.
Powerful paramilitary Revolutionary Guard. You'll also have authority over a stockpile of highly enriched
That
uranium.
just means that you got our buddy in chat that's just like,
be used to build a
yeah,
nuclear
he
weapon
said something
at some
mean
point.
to you.
But then also, beyond his official role and title, he's kind of a relative unknown even within Iran. That said, though, according to reports, he's been an influential figure operating in the shadows, coordinating military and intelligence operations for his father. He's also a hardliner with very close ties to the Revolutionary Guard Corps and was reportedly considered to be their candidate of choice. But while this new leader is...
well, getting Keg's breath, like, if you say, no, call him Keg's breath, that one works, but getting Hegseth, I mean, it's hilarious because you're getting drunk.
Largely remains...
Get it? I'm explaining the joke.
Somewhat of a mystery. You have Vladimir Putin offering his unwavering
That's how
support
you know
for the
it was
new
a good
leader.
one.
Israel's already threatened to kill him, and Trump has previously said that this person would be unacceptable to him as supreme leader. Right? And you also had Trump making more comments recently suggesting that he'll do whatever it takes to get his way, writing on social media on Friday. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. And then adding, after that, in the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly, getting Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. When he had reporters on Air Force One asking him what he meant by this, he said,
It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already.
But with that, you've had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, as usual, trying to qualify Trump's statement. But they're saying that when Trump determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goal of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender. But others have also interpreted unconditional surrender as meaning something very different, including Tucker Carlson.
Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And everyone knows that. And that has been, if there's one consistent lesson of history, it means unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter. Everyone can feel that. That's like the most atavistic instinct there is. And so to avoid that, people will do anything. And so that's why it requires that level of force to get a population subdued.
I'm not supposed to have this much fun with my own soundboard.
Conditional surrender. That's why. And so in this case, of course, we don't have the ground force necessary I don't think Americans would voluntarily participate in it. I just don't think we can do that. It would require weapons of mass destruction. It would require,
dude.
presumably, nuclear weapons.
You're loser,
in order
grade
to do that.
A,
And let's
biggest
stop
loser.
We're moving toward that.
And well, there is a lot that
Coming in with the hot takes.
Carlson is saying there. What's very wild is that there is some logic hidden there, and that Trump has presented the only acceptable outcome as the end of the regime, and that means that they have no reason to compromise. And despite the U.S. and Israel's military advantage, it may take them more than 3 to 4 weeks to take down a government that has been fighting for its life, and it may only be opening the door to further escalation. But of course, everything is developing in real time, so I'd love to know your thoughts, feelings, and reactions to everything we're seeing so far in those comments. And in the meantime, of course, we have our eyes glued on this. And
Pressing
then
little buttons and acting like a clown. Yeah, it's a rough life. But you know what? I always remember to live Moss. That was a banger. Very entertained, no doubt. I'm gonna, you know what? Fuck it, I'll get to do the gladiator thing. Are you not entertained? Man, god damn. Sitting here having a great time, and she's just got to come in here like, yep, I just got to shit on a good time, man. Damn. Take the board away. Oh, who's that coming in here? Oh, we got Cass Wolfenbarger. Just remember, the fun police. Wait, do I have police? What's dun dun dun? No, that one's loud. I remember that one being really loud. I can't turn that down either. Wait, maybe I can do this. I can do this. Although this is what she thinks of all my jokes. I know. I own it. I own it. Yeah, this is my MAGA evolution. Yep. Moving up. Hold on, I gotta do this for Trump first. Unlimited power. Hey, you called out the soundboard. That's what happens. Yeah, boy. All right, I'm done. Oh, fuck me, man.
Oh shit, not good.
Oh, man. I wonder if Cass left, not the type of streamer that they were hoping for. No, I don't think so. I really don't think so. You know, I experienced that quite a bit where people find my show and they're just like, oh my God, you're just one of them shitty lefty liberal douchebag, blah, blah, blah. And like, God damn, they are never prepared where I do my silly shit. And they're also not prepared that, like, I don't know, it just doesn't affect me. You could say whatever the fuck, like, it's just words to me. I don't care. God damn. They try, though. They really do try. And all I got to say to them is just, what a good boy. Yeah, that's right. You guys are just in here going. Daddy, chill. I promised I was done with the soundboard, didn't I? Anyway. I have a show to do, right? Yeah, I'm still doing a show. Fuck. All right, what do we got? What the hell is that even? You know, I don't know. I got some random shit on here, okay? The problem is you are not miserable like they have been told. I know. I know. Yeah. They want me just to be so blurdy blur and miserable. I get it. But I say to them, you are an idiot. One more. Hey, man, I'm not exactly left, but I do enjoy your entertainment. Hey, cool. No, I appreciate that. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to do audience curation. As much as I love my audience, and trust me, I do have a kick-ass core audience. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to fucking. If you like what you're seeing and you're enjoying yourself, good. Oh my God, you're being entertained by somebody that you might not agree with 100%. God damn, it really is just like exhausting. There it is. I had it underneath. I don't know how I missed. Yeah, I missed that. Press the button. This is fun. Well, I mean, yeah, it is. I fucking love this shit. You either get it or you don't. Oh, people. Oh, you're telling me that people don't get me? Damn. Nah, man. Again, I've lived through people walking out of shows. I've lived through hecklers. I've lived, like, the worst is when I had somebody wait through a show to catch me in the parking lot, but not, like, catch me outside. How about that? They caught me outside just to tell me how I didn't make them laugh, and, like, that hurt. Because, like, the way they said it, too, they're just like, I really was hoping that you would make me laugh. You didn't make me laugh once. I was like, I'm going to smoke a cigarette because of that. God damn. I try not to argue with people anymore. Yeah, it's healthy. Okay, what? Okay, that's asshole. Yeah, no. And the thing is, it was like this little lady that she was like 5'3". She had to be in like her mid-40s. She was there alone, which was fucking wild to me. It's like, this is what you do on Friday nights? You chopped, Unk? Yeah, Sabby, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Let's see. What do I got for a welcome? Wait, I shouldn't do that one. No. Wait. This one. No, not fart.
Oh shit, not good.
Wait. There we go. Let's use that one. I played music live and messed up, but never dealt with dicks like that. Oh, fuck, dude. I don't know. There's some shit out there where you're just like, that was a lot of time. Like, she waited like 4 hours because I was emceeing that night just to tell me that I didn't make her laugh. Maybe she wanted to go home with you. I never thought of it that way. Maybe. Hell of a way to make an impression there. Oh, well. Look, swipe pod. Repent, turn away from sin, blah, blah, blah. Christ checks and all that bullshit. No, I have to say to that. Fuck. That went so long. Oh my god. Wow. That was fucking fucking A. Once again, welcome to Pep Talks. Yeah, no shit. If you're just finding my channel, they're just like, what in the fuck did I just find? Donald after his daily Mickey D's. It's funny because you know it makes other people mad. Oh, dude, yeah, they totally see people that are like, okay, dude, Razor, we get it. You're a clanker. Come on, I committed to the bit. All right, we know what that is. That wasn't there. Not with an ass like that. Oh my God, his Trumpy Dumpy. This is a bad time for trolls to come in. No, let them. Let's go. For I am here to bring them the pain. Rest in peace. All right, let's see. Oh, God damn. I mean, I still, like, there's the nuclear diarrhea, but then there's this one. Just fucking can't get over the Reaver. We voted for this. You most certainly did! And that, too. And to that, I have to say...
Daddy, chill.
What has the show devolved into? Jesus Christ. No, it really has. I want to hear it with chorus and flag effects. Oh, God. Well, yeah. You guys can just remember that about 25 minutes from now, when I'm still doing this, you will go...
A few moments later.
It's lagging. It wasn't supposed to lag. All right, let's see. What do I got? Here we go. We'll go like this. We'll go like this. Which ones? Ah, here we go. We'll go with that. We'll just leave this up here for a second. I just read that Trump is doing a great job. Sorry, I'm supposed to read that first and then do the effect, so just pretend I didn't do that. Trump is doing a great job. He's doing a bad job. Please report that to your supervisors. Thanks. Does he have one of those stickers? If report my driving to 1-800 scratchy scratch 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 scratch. We've all seen it. Wait, is this what I think it is? Oh, that's one of the most cursed sounds of all time. Now here's the question. Was it actually me? Or was that your house? It's in the house. I just wrote a horror movie. It's coming from the house. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Dude, can you imagine Trump with a soundboard? Oh my God, he starts dropping that. It's just like, I have an announcement to make. We are doing great things. We're about to end the war. We're about to be a prosperous nation. Thank you for attention to this matter. Oh, man. Oh, geez, I'm already afraid of the dark. All right, Natch. Wait, Rick? Oh, man, I just feel like you guys just were like, yeah, Rick, he's a cool guy. You don't know him. He's a cool guy. Facts aside, I still like Trump more than Bush. Really? You deserve that. And then possibly this. Man. Pickle Rick. The brilliant guitarist. Check him out. I will. Rick Renstrom. Mr. B. Hey, thank you for subbing, man. Appreciate that. I know I had a few other people that I forgot to call out, which, that was on me. I'm sorry. Alright. Was that the SpongeBob? Yeah, no, I got the SpongeBob. I got the few moments later. A few moments later. I just used to do that one, but yeah. No, and then I got the yeah. No, I've expanded. I am actually I'm pretty happy. There's a few of them that I have to that I got to add because I want to add Sam Cedar. I'm not sure when I'm going to use it, but just him saying pause it. Because like if I start pausing too much, I'll just add that one so I can just go to my my hotkey and just go pause it. We have achieved peak pep talks. Yes, we have. Actually, we have. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I don't want to do this. I'm done with news. Fuck it. I'm so done with news. Let's do this. Let's do a fun video. What do we got? Sovereign citizens, maybe. We'll see. God damn it. There was this one thing that I wanted to bring up about Kai Trump. No, I'll watch that when there's more MAGA here, because I want them to... Hi, what's up? You've had so much to say today. Yo, no. I'm seeing most obnoxious drunk Karen, shoplifters, best dumbest shoplifters ever. No. SWAT team face off against violent kidnappers. No. Damn, dude.
I'm gonna get an Uber because you're just harassing. Yeah, get an Uber. So often we've seen sovereigns mix and match the laws and words and put them the way that they want to, and most of the time they're really not very good. Sometimes it's very laughable, but sometimes you meet the executive chef of word salads. This is one of those.
How you doing? Officer, sir, you need to get a police department.
What is up with both of you?
The reason I stopped you is you were passing on the shoulder. Okay. That's not legal.
It's not legal?
Nope. Can I get your license, registration, and insurance, please?
I'll give you my name and information. That's
You
all
don't-
I have
do
with me right now.
You do not have a license?
No, I don't have a license whatsoever. I don't use the roads in the commercial.
Didn't I say something about Candace Owens? Oh, shit. Yeah, I got the Candace Owens thing. Yeah, you sent that to me.
Here in Washington, the Attorney General has already dictated the aspect that all roads...
Bassem Youssef, yeah.
Well, it depends on if you have a contract or not, whether you're using it commercially or not commercially.
You know what? I got 15 minutes left in the stream. I'm going to just finish with this, and then we'll watch the Bassem Youssef thing tomorrow.
Doing the sovereign thing?
No, I'm not a sovereign. I'm
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is...
Hey, ding,
Ding,
no.
Commercial, roadways. I'm sovereign. We're dealing with a sovereign. I'm not even BSing.
You're being...
Also,
so
is
cute.
The aspect that the definitions of both municipal and county codes here in Washington.
What's your...
Oh, that thing's long? Yeah.
But the aspects here in the state of Washington, first off,
Yeah, actually, that one I think I have to watch on Twitch because it's one of her full interviews. For those, she does, yeah, she's a little more strict on that stuff.
road and street is defined as open as a matter of right for public vehicular travel.
Yeah, Youssef was on Candace.
The legislature has narrowly tailored the legislature not to violate any constitutional rights due to the aspect that it is all about
Yeah, I'll do a pre-watch.
consent of the governed. Meaning that if I'm using the roads in a commercial capacity whatsoever, then of course, right, there's an issue. But I have no contract with the state. I do not have no driver's license with the state. I have not given up my consent to the right to a locomotion and free travel.
Okay. What's your middle name?
My middle name is James.
All right, sit tight for me. Hey, are you aware of Rodriguez versus United States? No. You don't know what that states as far as... Nope. What I do know is that you were riding your motorcycle illegally on a public road in the state of Washington.
Okay, Rodriguez versus U.S. Actual Supreme Court case. I think it's 2015. And what it states is that the police cannot extend the stop past what they're doing on the initial stop. If they're writing a traffic citation for speeding, they write it for the speeding. They can't extend it like to have K-9 come and search around the vehicle after they're done with their traffic stop. Your initial investigation is your initial investigation.
Yeah.
Extend it.
And you don't have a license. Correct, I don't need to have a license.
Take note of that one, guys. Take that, because that one is you just ask politely, am I free to go? Because if they say no...
According to the Washington Attorney General and their opinions, as well as Supreme Court Justice... Right, sit tight for me. No, sit tight for me. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm not making an assumption. Sit tight for me.
Deputy, don't play that. This sovereign stuff is going in one ear and out the other.
438 on 2. Can you start me a second?
Holy shit, dude.
I'll be at the Hofsteiner parking lot.
It's in Illinois.
Negative.
Radio ear. Requested another unit. Dispatch said, do you need them code? Do you need them to roll faster to your scene, lights or siren? The officer said, no, it's a sovereign. I just want to have another unit. Wise move. I'm also noticing in the passenger seat, the person who did not get out. Whenever I see that, I usually think it's a civilian ride.
I need Peplaw to show up randomly shouting out in these shouting in these vids. Stop fucking talking!
Perspective, because you have a civilian inside the vehicle with you.
What's up, man? I observed you in Union Gap.
And the only place where I actually got over into the side was exactly in front of right in front of Valvoline, which is actually Yakima.
No, it's Union Gap.
I'm looking at the address.
Oh, by the way, guys, I kind of forgot about it. This is how bad I am about this. I put it on the chair, and I am legit out of sight, out of mind. Don't forget, we got this, and it's gonna make a comeback. I think I owe you guys one, so maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, that's Union Gap.
No, it says the address is Yakima.
Bro, it's Union Gap.
Okay, so what you're hearing now is an argument over jurisdiction. This subject is arguing that the officer likely does not have jurisdiction to conduct the stop. People are usually wrong when they make that argument. The officer's pretty clear about the fact that he does have that jurisdiction. However, I have a huge challenge with the officer conducting business with this subject while he's standing outside of his driver door, sitting inside of the car. The normal, in my opinion, best practice is to step out of the vehicle and not let the person get on top of you like that. There are a lot of different...
I had a feeling, yeah, I kind of had a feeling he was going to talk about that.
Interacting with the person.
He usually does. Ooh, suspense.
Well, go ahead and sit tight for me up there. What's up?
As far as everything is concerned, are you going to issue the ticket so I can be on my way?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you going to give any discretion, or are you just going to give a warning for your boy, or how you want to do this?
Oh no, you're going to get a summons for court.
Oh, you want to give me a ticket?
Yeah.
Instead of just a warning?
No, I'm not going to give you a warning because you just got a ticket in July.
In July?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not from you, though.
No, it's not from me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good argument.
So why would I give you a warning if you've already been cited for the same stuff that you're trying to pull right now?
Well, because I'm not guilty, that's why.
I mean, you're driving.
Guilty, Bubba.
You're driving a motor vehicle without a license in the state of Washington.
Yes, and I've won every time in court.
All right.
I tell you.
All right, so go wait over there. Go wait over there.
Okay.
438 on 2. Can you give me case number, criminal traffic, no read that? You can talk to him.
Oh, so he's actually seeing if he's full of shit or not. Damn, dude. At least he's doing the homework.
You can talk to
That's good. That's good. Yo, dude, I think.
Rodriguez versus United States says that the stop is not supposed to be extended upon a de minimis amount of time to issue the citation to let me go because there's no crime that's been committed whatsoever.
I explained Rodriguez already. The officer's writing the citation. The officer's well within his rights of whatever he's doing. This is how you can see the sovereign nonsense because he's...
Oh, because he didn't write him the citation yet. Oh, okay. Oh, I misunderstood that. I thought he already did. I was like, dude, why aren't you just leaving?
So I'm not obligated to abide by any contracts. This isn't just something that I'm stating to you. I'm actually an attorney, and I've actually won several times in court or had the cases dismissed from prosecutors due to these facts. And I can explicitly show them right now. I have 3 federal cases in law suing police for
I mean, he's confident. He can sell his confidence on this one. I'll admit that. I'm dumb enough to like be like, if he started telling me this shit, I'd just be like, okay, bro. Okay. Would I necessarily believe him fully? No.
My private property and due process states that by the Constitution,
I give him the benefit of the doubt.
that my property cannot be taken from me at any time.
You're wrong about that. If it ain't fucking like properly registered or having like registration and all that, yeah.
I'm not obligated. I don't have a driver's license here in Washington.
Yeah.
The Attorney General both has stated that through opinions, and then both Justice Tolman, the Supreme Court Justice Tolman, T-O-L-E-M-A-N, saying that we have the right to travel here on the road.
Okay, so I looked up this. He said Washington Supreme Court Justice Tolman. Remember, they throw out a lot of stuff. So this is Warren W. Tolman, T-O-L-M-A-N, Tom Ocean Lincoln, Mary Adam Nora. This is who he said. 1861 to 1940 was a distinguished justice of the Washington Supreme Court, serving from 1918 to 1937. He's talking about this person who was a Supreme Court justice in 1937. That doesn't mean that laws can't be made in 1937 and still exist today. Some do. But this is where they just throw a lot of words out there that don't really make a lot of sense and hope that...
Yeah, that just means that he knows case law going back farther than you, which I don't know if that's worth anything, but it's just what it is.
Something sticks.
Then in Yakima County, both the municipal and the county codes, the definition of street or road states that the roads are open as a matter of right.
Damn, dude, it sounds like this guy just should have gone to law school.
For public vehicular travel, and I'll pull those up exclusively right now for the municipal code, so that way...
That's what I don't understand about half these assholes is why didn't they just become a lawyer?
There's no aspect of
Like, you know, if you want to know the law that bad, and you know the law, and you're confident about it, take the fucking bar.
That y'all state that I have to have a driver's license. That's not true. It's not how it works in law. I know that's what y'all been taught, but that's not how it works on the Supreme Court level. So I like the tickets to be issued and be on my way. This is actually extending beyond the time to issue the citations. He's just running through my name right now. He's not issuing tickets. Because see, I'm already starting to sweat. I don't want to sweat. So.
Well, now you're just being a dick.
Like I need to get my tickets to go.
There's an officer safety challenge that I'd like to mention. This officer showed up. I didn't see the officer ask the other officer if he was patted down. And I don't see him controlled in any way. He should be either standing in front of the patrol car, not wandering around. And look at the bulkiness in this shirt and reaching inside, grabbing stuff. This is just not the ideal officer safety practice. LEOs will chime in and tell you that this is not the way that it's normally supposed to be handled. This is not saying they're bad officers. This is merely just to say, how can we do this better to make sure that we go home safely at night? And if you're interested in going to law enforcement, what's the best practice for you?
Okay, County Road. County 8.06.010 definitions. For the purpose of this chapter, the following words and phrases shall have been. County road means every way, lane, road, street, boulevard, and every way or place or part thereof in the county of Yakima, open as a matter of right for public vehicular travel. That does not mean drive. It means travel. Travel by any way I see fit because I own these roads.
And there we go. Right back to the classic argument. All right. Catch a lift to your bar exam, sir. Yeah, right.
We'll get there. Hey, look, I want to show you something real quick, too, like I was showing. So I got
Union, wait.
County,
Union Gap?
Subsection 8.06.010 definitions. For the purposes of this chapter, the following words and or phrases shall have the indicated meanings. 1. County road. Excuse me. It means every way, lane, road, street, boulevard, and every way or place or part thereof in the county of Yakima, open as a matter of right for public vehicular travel.
Sir, it's for right now.
Why do you keep interrupting me? I'm talking to you. You said it's okay.
No, I'm trying to talk to you.
Don't
Just
interrupt
let
me.
him finish his
Okay, but
citation. Just let him finish his citation.
okay, but what I'm trying to say is, do not interrupt me. I have not committed a crime, and I am not suspected of a crime. You don't run me. Okay, you're not over me. I am a good person. You don't get
I'm
to.
not saying you're not.
Okay, so don't try and sit here and tell me what to do. I can do whatever I want to do. I don't violate crimes. Okay. So until I violate a crime, you have no authority to tell me what to do. Okay?
You were saying you want to get rolling, right? You want to get going?
Yes.
You interrupting him while he's trying to do his citation?
I'm just letting him know the rules. Y'all don't get taught the rules.
Just stop. Just you don't need to learn this guy, dude. You can just you can't go.
If that was the case, why do I have 3 federal cases? If that was the case, why do I got a summary judgment for $1.2 million right now that's about to get paid out? Because cops don't know the rules. You get taught in the academy some, but you don't get taught what the Supreme Court says.
Okay, so he actually might have had like a win, but I don't think it was for sovereign citizenship. I'll just go out on a limb and say it wasn't.
Anyone who's looking at this, tell
That's
me
fucking
if this
crazy.
is an ideal, safe way to handle this person. Is this the best place for them to be? The busy road is there, on the side, potentially even back behind the officer. This is the kind of stuff that I really would like to discuss because there are different ways of definitely doing this.
Because y'all don't know how this works. And I'm trying to teach you. I have a huge YouTube channel. You want to write down my stuff? You can get involved.
I have a huge what?
Okay, you can be hosted on YouTube, just so you know. That's fine. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, I'm not playing that. I'm not no small-time guy. This isn't no, you're going to violate my rights. I'm not trying to be bold.
So does this guy end up in cuffs, or I don't know, man. Is he one of the ones that's actually going to get away?
We can easily search and find the case law that applies to any situation.
AI makes mistakes.
We don't have to go searching for books to immediately find what we need to find. And now that we aren't, we ain't getting our rights violated no more. That's how this works.
AI makes mistakes, so do people. That's why witness testimony is not fucking admissible in court, like, hardly anymore.
The days of we're going to violate your rights and you're going to do whatever we say, those days are over with. You can do it.
He's got a point, actually.
But you'll get fired. Believe me, I've already got 3 of them fired. No longer on the force. Okay. Brady's list. Can't even go and testify anymore. So what's the point of giving tickets?
Okay, let's talk about Brady's list. Because Brady list is 100% a legitimate thing. And as an officer, you do not want to be on the Brady list. I mean, that's a career killer in a lot of different ways. The Brady list is a database maintained by prosecutors containing the names of law enforcement officers with records of misconduct, such as dishonesty, which is mostly, in most jurisdictions, a terminatable offense.
Daniel B., what up, dude?
You can get terminated for dishonesty.
Good to see you.
Evidence tampering, another terminatable offense. Originating from a 1963 Supreme Court case.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Prosecutors are constitutionally required to disclose exculpatory.
Rick Renstrom, one of the best classical guitarists of our time. I'll check him out.
Impeachment evidence to the defense.
I need to bring on my buddy Pat and just have him play.
Getting promoted and all that other kind of stuff is
If he's ever in town, I'll get him to play.
usually out the door.
He's one of the best guitarists I've ever
You
seen.
can actually look up, there are databases of officers that are on the Brady list. And if you know of an officer and you have questions about them, you can put in their name and see if they're on the Brady list. Not a good
He got me into guys like Chick Corea, Al Di Meola,
place to be.
Joe Satriani, and all those guys.
So he's right about the fact that the Brady list exists. Did he get people placed on the Brady list?
Nah, he's the shit. He's really good. I wish he would have stuck with it, but he ended up, doing that thing, getting a wife, having some kids, moved to Cali.
I ain't got nothing to say bad about you. You see,
Worked with the #1 Japanese chef to work on American soil.
I don't have no driver's license. I've never applied, so there's no suspension. You better look again, because Cameron's never applied, and I don't have a picture. So you better write that ticket right, because I don't have no license, brother. They suspended the right to apply. Do you show me suspended? Do I have applied? Do you have a picture?
In the state of Washington, no.
Okay, that means I've never applied.
Okay.
If there's no picture, then I've never applied for a license, so I can't have a suspended license. What happened is the state of Washington, through their DMV, which is under the AAMVA.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you can do that, Natch. I appreciate you asking.
And then state that my right to apply for a driver's license would be suspended.
No, there's been drama with that.
I've never applied.
That's fine. It is.
How is it better?
Because you're no valid operator's license without ID.
What do you mean ID? I don't need that. I did ID. I gave you my ID.
Without physical identification.
You don't have to have that.
Yes, you do. In the state of Washington, you do. Go ahead and look up the RCW.
The RCW?
Yep.
Let me ask you this. If I have the right to self-govern and I'm free, how am I required to do anything?
That's a conversation that you're going to have with the judge.
Well,
not me.
Well, I won't have it with the judge here.
Oh, damn.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's the final word, bro. I know how this goes. When they're just like, yeah, you're going to have to talk to the judge. It's just like,
You can't tell me that.
That's information you cannot be seen.
Then he needs to hide.
oh, man.
That's why another reason he shouldn't be looking inside of the patrol car there. There's a lot of reasons this is not good.
That's a First Amendment right.
Excuse me.
That, right?
I understand.
Okay, I can write whatever I see. I can record whatever I see.
That's fine.
I know it's fine.
He's writing.
Why can't you ever click the link? I think it's for protection. I know that it's like if you take it to a outside browser, it'll work, but I think it's to protect their side. So
This is how it works. As soon as you don't hear? As soon as I go and talk to him, he's going to answer 2 questions and walk away and say, "Have a good day."
8.5 or 7. I'll give it 8.5. Okay.
We don't want to talk no more about it. You don't want to answer questions. Have I committed a crime?
That was not a button.
Convicted of a crime? Do I have a contract with the state to abide
No, it wasn't.
by the driver's license code? No. So everything right now is actually a constitutional violation because I've advised him that I don't have a driver's license. He knows that I don't have a driver's license, yet he's issuing me citations in a presumption and assumption that I'm utilizing these roads in a commercial capacity. Because drive, by Black Law's Dictionary and by the federal courts, has dictated that you must be on these roads in a commercial fashion. Do you want to know the exact definition of drive?
He is tossing his salad. So Black's Law Dictionary.
He is tossing his salad.
I've mentioned in other videos. I think that the latest one is like 2019.
Okay.
I think it's the 11th edition of it. And it does have legal
Oh,
terms.
shit.
What happens is that sovereigns cherry pick, misconstrue, and put things where they want to and toss that salad. And this is what ends up happening on a car stop.
Here you go. One employed, defined as driver. One employed. From Black Law's Dictionary. That's how it works. I'm not employed. I don't. That's how it works.
From Black Law's Dictionary.
I use these roads in a commercial capacity. I am free to use these roads in any way I see fit because they're open as a matter of right for public vehicular travel. Him, you, all of you, you're presuming that I'm driving because that's all you've been taught. You don't know the distinction between driving versus traveling, which the Attorney General here in Washington has clarified through many opinions. Not only that, you get the Supreme Court Justice Tolman, T-O-L-E-M-A-N, who has stated you cannot. There's a clear distinction between.
He did not just say that 2 times. Yeah, he did.
I'm traveling right now. I am in. See, y'all don't understand creator. What's creator endowed right? Don't know? Do you know what natural rights are?
Go ahead and tell me.
I don't need to tell you. That's what your city should be teaching you. What?
No. Sovereign citizen shit. No, dude, this is where I disagree. Like, again, if you just put half of this effort into just knowing the laws, this wouldn't be a thing, bro.
What is a natural right?
God damn.
I don't know everything.
All right, you know what? I got one more video that I want to play after this.
Yeah. So check this out. You're gonna get a court date in the mail for operating a motor vehicle without a show up. That's fine. Then there will be a warrant issued for your arrest.
No, there won't, because I'm going to send in a notice of appeal on the constitutional violations that have advised you of my rights, that I'm using these roads open as a matter of right for vehicular travel. Then I'm going to put in a notice of demand to remove it to a federal court.
Let's see. Did he call a wrecker?
And change the venue because you're not honoring my rights. There was nobody that was harmed. You have no complainant. You have no verified victim whatsoever. There's no statement of a public complaining. So right now it's you.
So this is all the conversation that you're going to have with the judge.
No, I'm telling you because the body camera's on.
I don't need to know. You can tell the body camera all you want. I'm telling you that you're going to get a court date for no valid operator's license without ID.
Right.
Because you told me you don't have one.
I don't.
Additionally,
I don't.
I got you for improper passing on the right, and no insurance.
Great. I have a surety bond.
What's that?
I have a surety bond.
Oh, okay.
It's for $30,000.
All right. Hey, you know if you drive, you can be arrested.
I'm not driving.
But you are driving.
No. The definition of driving
Dude,
is one employed.
that is...
Okay, I'm done. Leave me alone. Cease and desist. I'm not going to argue about my rights, bro. You're not going to dictate when you're saying something. I reserve all rights, including my right to remain silent. You're not going to take those from me. Not driving. Get the definition right, bro.
Is this? I haven't seen this one. Is this gonna go where I think it's gonna go? Where he's gonna room and then it's gonna turn into something? I could have said that like a lot better, but
We good? I'm just waiting for you to travel away. Why, you gonna pull me over again? Yeah.
I'm just waiting for you to travel away.
That's harassment.
No, that's another criminal offense.
Okay, what is the crime?
What is the crime?
Yeah, traffic infractions are not crimes, right?
Actually, driving without a
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Can you just listen for a second?
The People versus Battle, what he's likely referring to is a 1975 California case. There are multiple People versus Battle, but he's talking about the 1975 one, I believe, from California. It's like a silver bullet to them there, where they argue that traffic violations are minor and not considered crimes, and therefore the police don't have the right to interact with them as though they've committed a crime. And that's why you'll hear them throw that one out many times, and I believe that's what he's referring to.
No, because you're
Driving?
presume.
I'm not presuming anything.
You're presuming I'm driving. That you don't know the definition of driving.
You're driving. You're literally. It is written operating a motor vehicle. That
is not a motor vehicle.
Is that a vehicle with a motor?
That is okay. Do you know the definition of a motor vehicle?
That's it right there. That is a
not.
vehicle with a motor.
Papa Bear.
Show me where the motor's not at.
Okay, just because you do something. Listen. Okay, I'm gonna be cool. Let me be cool. I get it, dude. I get that they don't teach y'all. I get it. I am an attorney. Right. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, bro. I am an attorney, bro. What don't you understand? Do you want me to show you the federal cases?
I would have asked him for his bar number. He's claiming to be an attorney, and I would have my doubts. I'll say, hey, what's your bar number?
What do you want me to do? You want me to show you the millions of people?
I'm going to tell you that if you get back on this vehicle
You're not even in jurisdiction. You're in Yakima.
I don't care. I saw what you did.
You don't care. So that's on your body cam. You don't care.
I am dealing with you right now. Let it.
Why? Why don't you want to just uphold my rights?
I'm not. Nobody's interfering with your rights.
You took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution of Washington, yet you're allowing statutes that do not override my constitutional rights to dictate how you act because you feel as though you need to have authority over me.
No, I don't.
Then why are you harassing?
Because you committed a criminal
Dude, people versus battle, okay? 1952 states.
Do you want me to get a supervisor over here?
I don't. I
Why?
don't need you
Why
to
don't you
tell
want
me.
a supervisor?
I am because I win in federal court.
Okay.
I win in municipal courts. I don't need you to presume and act like somebody else telling me is going to invalidate what people way up
Think about who the fuck are you talking to? Oh,
above your pay grade says. So like that's what I'm not understanding. You're
So
over
what
here
I'm
in
telling
Yakima
you,
telling me that if I drive on
because
Yakima,
I stopped you
Is
for
he still here?
a criminal offense that you committed in the city of Union Gap.
you keep saying criminal.
I don't know where this is. I'm trying to figure it out. I thought it was in Illinois for a second.
That's an infraction.
Without ID is a crime.
It
It
is
is a misdemeanor.
The definition of crime is bringing harm to another. That shows the ignorance that you have in relation
No, the
to
ignorance
our
is me
state
arguing with
statutes
you right now.
and our freedom
All right,
here in America.
give me 1 second. You can take off. You're good.
I'm gonna get an Uber because you're just harassing for it.
I'm gonna get an Uber because you're just an asshole.
Totally avoidable. This guy really believes it. So I told you there's different types of sovereigns. Some that try to just
Honestly, it's one of the smarter ones. He's not driving.
around the law because they don't want to deal with the consequences that they've incurred
God,
previously.
honestly, just go to law school, bro. He was one of those guys.
The sovereign ideology, but this is not a win for him. He got the citations and he took an Uber home and left his motorcycle where it was. My critique is obviously dual here, is because I think from an officer safety perspective, these officers could have handled this very, very differently. Fortunately, nothing happened. This person wasn't aggressive to the point of attacking the officers or engaging them in any type of lethal force. And then this guy ends up utilizing the resources of 2 officers stuck on this stop that didn't even have to happen in the first place. This is not the place to
Nah, it just looked very Midwestern.
debate with the police about what the traffic laws are. You know,
I mean, it does.
Go down this rabbit hole or propagating this kind of nonsense. Send them this video because it shows again that the police are undefeated when it
I mean, I can't tell where this
comes
was.
to making stops within the parameters of law. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and click on the video that's on your screen. We've all heard the term sins of the father, and in policing, that term rings very true because many times the father ends up getting everyone else arrested, and when it's a sovereign citizen dad, it magnifies it even more. A car stop, wrestling with state troopers, jail, this is one of those. We see the trooper looks super sharp in uniform. He looks
Washington State. Oh, thanks, Peach Creek. I appreciate that.
very aware. He approaches on the passenger side, so he has some really good tactics. But one challenge that I'd like to mention, and this is just constructive, we want to keep the gun hand free almost the entire time. We don't want to have to transition if we have to go to gun. Even a compliant person can engage with gunfire. We want to keep the gun hand free. He continued to occupy his gun hand.
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, I'm Trooper Whipple, Arkansas State Police. The reason why I stopped you tonight is for speeding, okay? I clocked you at 98. Yes, sir. It's supposed to
98? Where the fuck you going? Damn, dude. The max on American highways is 80. What the fuck, bro? How much of a rush can you be in? God damn. Yo, anything over 90, like, that's straight up, like, you're playing with your fucking life at that point. One fucking just, you know, bad part going like, pah, and you're done. 98? Oh, he going to jail. Yeah. 98? Holy fuck, man. We get some guys doing that on the fucking freeways in Chicago, and it's fucking insane.
A couple things I'd like to address really quickly. Some sovereign talk, traveling, refusing to ID, not getting out of the car. You can see that the truth.
He's in an Audi at demand speed.
On the approach.
Could you imagine using that as your excuse to the cop? I'm driving an Audi, sir. It demands speed. And then the cop's just like, you know what? It does. Enjoy your Audi, sir.
You saw how cautious he was backing up.
Meanwhile, me as Peplaw's just standing outside, just like, ah. No notes.
Sharp as far as that goes.
Vroom, vroom. It turns into a Mazda commercial. Vroom, vroom. Do you remember the Vroom Vroom kid? Vroom. Well, unfortunately, we have bad news for you. He decided to take a turn. He went vroom vroom all the way to the police station.
The backup officer arrives, and we see that they walk up to the car. I don't see a lot of time in the...
Because he was vroom vrooming on some methamphetamine.
Verbal planning. Okay, I'm lethal, you're low lethal. I'm going to give him one command.
Sorry.
We're going to open the door. Then approach the car. And I'm not going to get into the aspect of whether they approach on the same side. But they talk enough about what they're going to do with an uncleared vehicle.
Oh, man. Ooh, that's a charge. Ay. Oh, dude, Pikachu is loaded up. Let's go. Pikachu! Oh, Pikachu number 2! Pika! Dude, I want a stun gun that does that. Pika! And then when you fire it, goes... This motherfucker's just like, I ain't leaving.
I'm a fan of how they look. I was a Marine. They look like drill instructors. They look super sharp, in shape, and that's awesome. But if I'm going to talk about having to put your hair in a ponytail, then I'm going to also talk about having this cover on that you have to take off if you go hands-on, wise tactically.
Clearly, you like being at the stream. The chat moves so slow. I honestly can't watch something else. I can watch something else and come back and reply. Who cares? Dude, I'm not trying to be like the fucking biggest streamer.
Those, and I've always wondered why, if you have
I can't believe you're still here. Like, I just had to read that from my Twitch.
to take it off if you're going to be one
Like,
of the most
bro.
things that you do, then you're giving time to a
Why are you obsessed with me, bro?
suspect to potentially
Damn.
do something to you. That's just something, that's a general thing, that's not even a knock on the officer.
Actually, that's a little weird.
It's just,
Not
it's
gonna
not
lie.
the most tactical.
Don't get too close. 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 Don't too close. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. I was about to say, dude, yeah, he's gonna make you back the fuck up. There's gonna be 2 arrests? Yeah, it's like, sir, Pep Law is advising you for free to back the fuck up. I think Nunya is the one with a real crush on Pep, understandable. Aw. Thanks, everyone. I mean, the guy likes hate watching me. There must be something that he's entertained by. Odd. Ooh. That was deep. Excuse me. When the passenger says to get out, get out. Get out of the fucking car. Dude, yeah, your own wife is shouting at you to get the fuck out of the car. I'm getting out of the car right now. Is that what she just said? My toe is right there. My toe is right there. Yo, that fucked with me. That fucked with me. The way that they have this, you heard that, right? Because so I got my other speaker like all the way on the other end of my desk here. That shit just came in clear. I was just like, whoa, that was like being in a dispatch. That was crazy. That's 2. Stop with that. That's fucking crazy.
I want to stop here because it's something I'd like to see in the comment section. If you see here, the guy who's filming at this pump number 4, some jurisdictions are incorporating laws of how close a person can be and film the police while they're interacting with a person. In the comment section, is this guy close enough, too far, too close? Just your opinion.
No, at the pump, he's fine because no, Mr. Curtis, since you are no longer a actual officer, I will just say no, because your other officer came out and said, "Hey, can you move?" And he just went to where he was instructed to. So no, that's lawful.
Jurisdiction, they have a rule or law, especially people from other countries. I'd like to hear what you have to say because sometimes it's vastly different from what we do here in the States. But please chime in on that in the comment section.
Let me go. Let me go.
This dude's shown that he's beyond help, or really? That's the weak shit that you're coming in here with still? Damn, dude. I'm glad I silenced you. Chris, what up, dude? I'm not staying, just flipping through. My old man had a bad... Oh, dude, I'm so... Oh, fuck, brain cancer. Jesus. I don't have any energy to educate Trump cultists tonight. Chris, I appreciate that, but I'll see... I hope to catch you for stream tomorrow. Remember, this space. Yeah, I'm on this space at noon tomorrow. Or 1. Oh, shit. Doing 2 hours. Forgot about that. I'll check you later, Chris. Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate that. Man, I know what it was, by the way. I just kind of figured out why I was able to do stream so the headphones, man. I've been having issues with my glasses, pressing into my head. And I found, a new pair of headphones that, literally has, a slot for your glasses, but... Yeah, I was just like, nah, I'll just figure out how to, set my mic levels. Damn, he is shouting at this motherfucker.
But the car's getting towed. I don't have anything to do with them.
So we see that the dad's in custody, breathing heavy, watching what's going on in front, and you hear them saying, "That's my dad, that's my dad." You would hope that the situation starts to cool down, but the occupants of the car just keep amping it up. They're going to end up in cuffs too.
Yeah, glasses and headphones is a busted combo. Yeah, and then I got these in-ear headphones that I honestly, they were a lot more comfortable when I tested them. Nah, they don't work for me.
Cash in the center console.
All right, hold on, guys. I see this motherfucker. He keeps popping up in chat. Hold on. Just out of sheer curiosity, I'm going to fucking unblock you. All right. What happened to not replying there, Natch? Dude, if you're harassing my fucking mods, I'll just ban you. I mean, I guess I'm justified in not taking you seriously. Yeah, dude, this is actually yeah, dude, this is cringe. What are you doing? This is what you've been hanging out, just spouting off in chat? No, you're fine. Oh, okay. All right. Whatever. Well, you can go back into the pay no mind list since you were already there. The cringiest part was that he was trying to get my attention so much. Hey, man. Start harassing my mods, though. I mean, guys, if you feel harassed, you don't have to deal with that shit. Pep, no harassment, just loser energy. Okay. No, like as I said, he's the second person I've ever done that to. I have a list here. He is number 2 of 2. I guess he can feel special about that. It's like, you just annoyed me so much where I'm like, I don't need to see this. But I guess, for trolls, they take that as a W, but... Ay. Damn, yeah, they're searching that shit tight. Fuck. All just cause he had a fucking fake plate. Like, dude, license your shit. All this is gonna cost more than it would have cost to fucking have his plate on there. I know it's annoying, man. Registration especially, it's annoying, but... Wasn't that Shia LaBeouf? No, that was even Steven. Oh, no. I don't know my Disney. No, I do not remember the younger brother.
I haven't got him identified yet.
Hey, those are my chips. Stop.
He was driver, refusing to identify himself, refusing to get out. Oh, that guy there? Yeah, he's just a passenger. I don't have nothing on him. He can walk for all I care, but just keep him from walking up on us. Okay. Yeah, he just keeps kind of like slow stepping his way around. Yeah. I haven't been inside that bag that he's got on him, so that's fine. You don't have to be here. You're free to go, but you can't be this close to my car. You can walk over to the curb. He's gonna shoot one of us. Walk over to the curb. You don't got no name badge on. Come here. Here, put your hands behind your back.
Wait, you have to cover a shift because an employee of yours... Dude, you just admitted that you own a small business that's failing. That you had to show up. You can't afford to hire a new fucking person? Damn, dude. Damn, dude. That's unlucky that that's the fucking one I caught. The fuck? That's all I can guess. If you're missing one employee and you need to show up, yeah. He don't own shit. He might. It's not that hard to start a business in America. Fuck, just makes me wonder how many government grants or PPE loans or all that shit that he got. What up, Mouse's Houses? Uh-huh. Exactly. Yeah, Sylvie said it. Donate $420 right now to prove that you make any of that fucking type of money. You lying sack of poop. You lie. You lie. And it's easy to prove that you don't lie by donating $420 to my wife's cancer fund, which is a good cause. And also, a failure on the American healthcare system. Just a reminder, I have good insurance. But, yeah, $420 monies. Ah, he is cash poorhousing. I see how it is. How are our treatments going? Good. So good that they're actually releasing her for a little bit. 2 days.
What's that? I need to talk to my cousin. He don't have nowhere to go. I can't let you out. No, ma'am. You're under arrest. For what? Public intox, obstructing government operations, resisting arrest. Resisting arrest? Yes. If I let y'all put me down to the ground? Okay, what's your last name?
No, $420 is evidence. I've literally had, dude, careful. You're just lucky. You're just lucky the people who actually can't afford that are not in chat to prove your ass wrong, because that's something that they fucking love to do. And I'm not lucky. Damn. Wait a minute. Who trolled who in this? Nah, I mean, realistically, you're just a poor boy. Nobody loves you. That's why he's watching my stream with an attitude.
What's your last name? No, what is your last name?
And being so fucking rude.
Well, that's not the first time you've done that.
Cause he's lonely. Cause he's lonely. Cause he's lonely.
What are you talking about? Y'all still ain't get my stuff out that car? What all you got in the car? My bag. That's what I've been asking for. What is it? It's a Lilo and Stitch bag. What all in it? What you mean what's all in it?
Dude, you've been here for like 2 hours.
My ID, my wallet, and my keys to my house. Okay. That's all I've been asking.
Yeah. Honestly, this is weird. Like, this one's longer than usual, and I just don't care. All right.
A night shift disturbance call to a
So we had a fail on that one.
bag of crazy. You throw a sovereign citizen and some intoxication into it, and you really got a story.
Ooh. What up, Bryant? Yeah, we're just watching some sovereign citizen videos at the end of stream here. Just kind of wrapping up.
I worked in Vegas, responded to a lot of hotels. This manager's story is repeated hundreds of times a day in nearly every
This is in Vegas?
city in
Sylvie.
the United States. These calls are the calls that you hope that your buddy gets and that you don't get. All right, so then I called you guys because I don't know what to do with her. I don't know if we want to just take her up to Fairfield and Hampton, get her a room for the night. She's got enough cash to do that.
Do you want to trespass on the property?
I mean, I don't want to be a douche, but she can't come back here. So yeah, kind of do. You know, I don't want to, but I got to get her out of here. So yeah, she's right over here. Name's Amanda.
Okay. Hey, Amanda. I'm not Amanda. No?
Ow, you little shit. Why'd you bite my foot? Yow. That's twice.
Has requested that we remove you from the property, so yeah, you are a problem.
You are,
and at this point, you're required to give me identification. So it's either you.
I don't know what your problem is.
You're being a little stinker.
You're being trespassed from the property. I'm not
You're being a stinker.
You're not. You've been kicked out of the room.
Awesome.
Okay. So
This is all recorded. Yep, we're audio visually recording.
Okay, some cop scoop here. So usually we do what's called contact cover. One officer speaks, the other provides the cover. There's another good thing about that, because if the one officer doesn't get along with the person, we can transition to the other officer. The female officer was doing a decent job. She started off really good. She used the name and everything, and then the male officer started talking. So you don't really have that chance to transition. It's kind of like a volley. So maybe they'll get back to where they have one voice and one officer speaking and the other's cover.
good. The property once you trespass. Okay. They want.
I'm not trespassing. I'm allowed to stay here.
You would let me talk. Okay.
Don't talk to me like that.
You have been kicked out of the room.
Nunya has succeeded. I wanted to enjoy the sovereign citizen stupidity. Okay, cheers, y'all. Oh, fuck that. That's easy.
There you go.
Boom.
Why am I getting kicked off of doing nothing wrong?
Because the property once you.
Let's enjoy the rest of stream without him. Guys, like seriously, I thought I didn't think that guy was like. I thought you guys had that. I thought that you were just gonna handle it whenever it came time for that. My bad. Yeah. No.
He was already trying to talk to you.
Who is he in the property? So listen, ma'am, this is what's going to happen.
Call the sheriff right now.
In your
Ooh, she got white Karen drunk voice. I like this. I like this. Here, just forgot to smoke. Hey!
Okay, let me give you some cop scoop here. So this lady's definitely talking herself into jail, but this is a cop scoop. No, only
She's so drunk.
cops will notice. You see the stuff that
We've all had a relative or two where you're just like, you're going to jail, and I'm not going to be here when they take you to jail.
she has near her in these other items, which
I had an aunt that happened to.
It may not be hers, but I believe that they are. The cops know, they know that you are responsible for their property, and you gotta like put that in a safe place, or in some jurisdictions, impound it. So
Sometimes I forget I'm a mod. Oh yeah, no, you're right.
But this lady's doing everything to get booked.
Nah, but honestly, like I thought you guys were having fun with it. Yeah, he was getting a little just repetitive and like kind of bullying you guys. Whatever, man. Fuck him.
National.
Whatever. He's a broke ass bitch. It's okay. Can't you guys block him? That's what I did. I thought you guys could do the same. Yeah. Why are you here? No. Ooh. Dude, my buddy gave his cat catnip. And his cat's name is Echo. Which I love his cat's name. And he looks a lot like my Lito. But yeah, he's he just sent this to Discord, and he also texted me where he's just like, my cat's fucked up, bro. Oh, you guys see everything they say? Oh. Got it. Okay. Is her phone like in a pocket? What is she doing? He broke the cat. I mean, it looks like it. Did you guys see Did you see the picture? Echo looks broken. Evil Uncle.
Okay, she pulled out her dentures right there, and
no! Oh no! She is Florida through and through. Oh, they call her Gumbo. Oh!
Having dealt with people with dentures like that, if we have to go hands-on, we have to touch those things and know that without gloves that there's potentially some stuff that we're going to get on our hands. They're definitely thinking that, for sure.
That'll be a friggin' bit. She literally just did that. Oh man, she got smoker voice and everything. What is your voice and badge number? You want a gummer? I know how to give a gummer. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that lot lizard was in her fucking employee handbook.
Okay, so the sergeant is being called. Now, I go back to my sergeant days and I think about, I just sat down to lunch. I clock out for lunch. Now I got to respond to this situation. How do you think this is going to go down? We'll see when the sergeant gets there.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, she is fucking, woo! You sold it on me there. She was with me. She said that she gives awesome gummies, and I thought that she was gonna give me like some weak gummies, but then she took out her teeth. It freaked me out a little bit, but then I thought about it for a second. But then she got really she kind of got a little lippy with me. Too much lip, not enough gum, if you know what I'm saying. Hey. Oh fuck. No, fuck you. This video's a redemption for sure. Oh my God. No. She stood up and she saw the. Nope. I am not. That was not permission. Oh my God. Off the property. Oh. Man. What am I committing a crime for? Yeah, they've never heard that. This is art. Yeah, this one's way better. This is peak Florida. Yo, how's she gonna have dentures but no bat arms? That's like a mix that you don't usually see. Let's go to court. Fucking Daffy Duck sounded bitch. Be very, very quiet. We're hunting for sovereign citizens. Now they got the glove. Oh no, not with the white pants. Let's hope she's not that drunk. Whoa. Dude, we literally watched that one girl. Fucking, did you crap yourself? Yeah, what up?
Obviously, for whatever reason, believe that she's heavily intoxicated. I'm going to agree with them. I will also think that there might be something else on board.
Kat, about an hour ago, dropped a response to that video. All right, here. Can you send that to me?
But again, I'm not there. But think about it.
I'll check it off check it out off stream.
Got your 2-week vacation from working your butt off for an entire year. Get your hotel room, travel across the country to Florida, you check in, and this lady is doing this act. People, just stop drinking if booze doesn't work for you.
I cannot wait to own you. Y'all motherfuckers gonna owe me money, motherfucker. You better call your boss. Call your fucking boss.
Yeah, this is disorderly intox and refusing to leave all day.
Yeah.
All day.
Yes. I cannot wait to call your boss.
Sounds good.
You haven't watched it yourself? Oh. Maybe I'll check it out before I go. Someone come and get me, Ma.
I can either come here and I can do a chin tuck and tuck her face in because she's either going to headbutt or she's going to spit. She don't bite. Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. If she tries to bite you, that's an easy one. you just grab the top 2 teeth and give it a good yeah, and then them teeth are coming out. Do you think, like, if you just give her, like, a good, like, like a taekwondo palm, that her teeth just go... Just a question.
Right now you're being arrested for disorderly conduct and refusing to leave the business after trespassing.
I am so glad this is recording you.
Oh, no, what I miss? I've been brain roasting at 102. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you got a fever, dude? You all right? That's an infection like a motherfucker. Damn, dude. 102. I'd be in the hospital. Hands down. Yeah, dude, you all right? Oh my God, dude. He totally got a man, at one point he was just like, I was gonna get a gummy. But yeah, she's too drunk, man. You bet she smokes Pall Malls? Yeah, she strikes me as a Pall Mall gal. Yeah. She got the lipstick on the fucking like the filter before it bends. I know the type.
This guy is really noble. I'm not super smart in choice of people to travel to Florida and have drink, but he's super noble because most of the time the guy in that situation bounces. He bails. He's like, "Yo, my hands are cold."
Who's Kat? What's she responding to?
Pretty noble act that he's gonna bail her out. Interesting.
You?
With no incident at all. We got down to the courtyard. She wanted to ride home to Zephyr Hills.
Ew, the Virginia Slim red lipstick.
Told her that
Yeah.
we would need a credit card, so I could call. She didn't have one, said he was paying for it at that point. She started
Pep and Cat is complicated. Damn, I didn't know I created a whole lore behind it. Fuck. Didn't mean to do that.
That's basically a voluntary statement. This is an incredibly important piece of paper. In every jurisdiction, it's
I've done that a few times.
Writing the statement of what occurred, signing.
Yeah.
Some jurisdictions they have them swearing.
Fuck, dude, it sucks. Yeah, because you get sworn in. It's fucking wild. Just like, oh, damn. So I'm like,
because remember, that's discovered.
All right.
And the person who is the defendant gets all of that information. So I always tell people, put as little information as you possibly can as far as your personal, your address or anything like that, just so the DA can get a hold of you. But that piece of paper is going to be very, very important in court. So I do suggest that if you want the case to go forward, that you fill it out.
Excuse me, ma'am. What's your first and last name and your date of birth?
Why do you need to know?
Because you're going to jail. So I need to know your...
Why am I going to jail?
Hi, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Hill with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. I'm the supervisor.
Why am I going to jail?
Because you are disorderly.
because you are hammered.
That's awesome. Now I want you to listen to what I have to say. I'm going to take your I want you to listen to what I say. That's fine. You can try. Okay. I will. Listen, here's what I'm going to ask you. You are lawfully under arrest at this time.
It's the Cat Pep situationship. Yo, dude. Y'all are about to make me uncomfortable. I didn't want that to happen. Jesus Christ, this one's a pistol. What is your name and badge number? She just went full Batman on this motherfucker. Tommy Murders. What's your name and badge number?
County Sheriff's Office, my badge number is S9106.
You have to detain me.
I please have your name and date of birth?
No, you cannot.
Okay, you are now arrested for obstruction of justice, false identification.
Sergeant.
You good? I'm glad.
Shut down. It's not a person. It's a mode.
I like how it's a definitive, like, yeah, we're done.
Off to jail.
Did you go to the bathroom on yourself?
Oh, shit. Pep gonna go viral for the wrong reasons. Gonna have a whole onion spread about him. Oh, man. Unfunny comedian gets butthurt about not getting you. Oh, no. Oh, no. He didn't get his interview. Then he simped and he voted for her anyway. Ha ha! Got him. Like, literally, I just feel like she just went, just like, hey, Hey, here, I got something for you to vote on. No, I'm not. All right. I, woman, do not. Was she about to just be like, I, a woman, hear me roar? We lost the game. I mean, I don't know. I gotta watch. No, because I gotta watch her response now. Because I'll be honest. Again, the fact that she was taking Republican money, I think she knew that. Trust me, I saw the numbers. I was just like, dude, you don't get that. Because like she did this whole counter where it was just like, oh, it's like all the orange is small donors. What? And it didn't make sense.
Hospital, good move, good call for this person because this behavior is super duper erratic. And what's really weird is that she might be completely 180 degrees different when she's sober. I got the door. Good. All right.
And I want to know where your boss is. Why won't you call your boss?
I'll lower it and tighten it.
Why won't you call your boss?
Because I'm...
Again, man, no bad arms. But I mean, dare I say she looked good? And she's sitting there. Imagine living with her. I think that one guy has to. That's enough.
So she's already started with the jail staff, and they're going to give each other looks for these cops bringing this lady in. But there's also something else that's interesting to mention here about her saying that she urinated inside the vehicle. There's a sanitization process and policy that has to be followed when that happens because you have to put someone else inside the car. So sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, but hopefully every jurisdiction has this policy where the car has to be sanitized properly. So that car is now out of service. This drains resources.
Wait, she pooped?
So if you know someone who is going down this path of this sovereign black hole, share this video with them because it ends up in handcuffs every single time that I've seen it in 20 plus years of experience. Like the
Wait, why they have to sanitize the car?
Video.
I missed that. And I want to rewind. Oh. Dude, I made the joke about her. Oh, she peed? Damn, I made the joke about her wearing the white pants and all. God damn it. Oh, fudge. I mean, not fudge. More lemonade, but, what do we got? Maybe nothing, I don't know. That might have been it. No. I got one more. Oh, man. Wow. You know, guys. Let's do this. Sovereign citizens. 22 minutes? No, I need something like. There we go.
Christopher Allen, House of Renfro.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for a jury
We get a sovereign citizen in court.
trial in the misdemeanor matter in this case, and then we also have the 2 civil infractions that I plan to handle after we finish with the jury trial. I just wanted to have a short pre-trial to ensure that we are ready to proceed on that jury trial. And so, Attorney Stolman, are you ready to proceed today with the jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And
Ooh.
Mr. Renfro, are you ready to
Okay. Hold on.
proceed today on the jury trial?
Guys, I hope you understand that the second that they say, I am ready to proceed with the jury trial, if you're just stuck in court waiting for your turn, this is some entertainment. So I'm already in. I hope you guys are, because
I'm always
ooh,
ready to
these get
defend
good.
myself, but I still do not consent.
It's always these guys. I've chosen to represent myself. I've seen this a few times, like in real life, where you're just like,
consent to these
Don't-
trials. These
don't.
are fraud for the tickets were what initiated the stop.
oh my God, stop. No. No. I'm already embarrassed for this guy.
We haven't dealt with the initial problem.
Oh.
So until that's dealt with, how do we know if I committed a crime?
All right, well, one, I'm not trying to get you on anything that's not.
I do love when they get I love when they do bench trials. Oh yeah. No, these are Pep Law's having a stroke, just like
Not finished, Mr. Renfro.
just me.
You stopped speaking, and then I started speaking.
Your Honor, I call to the bench. My client. I should have fired this motherfucker.
To be honest with you, it doesn't really matter. When I start speaking, everybody else stops.
I just have one red eye.
That's how court works. I've already warned you of that multiple times.
Oh shit! It's like he's gonna be found guilty. Yeah, guilty. I knew it.
In front of a jury, like I've also told you before, it's not going to happen. I will excuse them. We will have a conversation, and I will hold you in contempt. Okay? As I was saying.
Pep Law's Columbo's. Oh, dude, I gotta get me a fucking trench coat.
Get you on anything. I am the
Oh damn! You know what? I think I might have one.
prosecutor's office files charges. There's one misdemeanor charge. There are 2 civil infractions. You will have the opportunity in your trial to question the officers and
Yeah.
to have
Die.
those questions answered that you have about why you were stopped, et cetera, et cetera. That's why we have the trial, and that's why we're having the trial. I am well aware that you do not consent to these proceedings. I am well aware.
Oh my God! I like that she's already got this. Like, I know you. I know what you're about to say. Can we just proceed with this?
You don't think the legal process in and of itself is legitimate, but the simple fact is that it is, and you are supposed to be here, and we are moving forward with this case today. So, what we will
God damn, I don't know why I enjoy this shit, but when there's somebody that's just like, I don't have to abide by your legal statutes, like that we all have kind of, as a society, just gone like, dude, no, you're not special, just deal with it.
now that we've established that.
This is what it brings me right back to why I enjoyed watching these videos with you guys, is because it's like, no, don't care what your side of politics is. These people suck. Like, fucking sovereign citizens suck. They think they're better than us. They think they're smarter than us, and they're just not.
Is ready to go on the jury trial. I will let the jury board know
Man.
that we are ready and that we are proceeding today. So anyone who has witnesses that need to be here, make sure that they are here. Make sure you have all your documentation in order. If there are any exhibits,
They're so smarmy every time. For real. They're always that guy. And it's for some reason always the guy that has, you know, maybe a GED. Probably doesn't. I can speak to that.
present, I would appreciate if you at least try to exchange those exhibits in advance. I know it's a little bit more difficult case than
Like, oh, this guy's got to get her done. I can fucking smell him.
some others, but at least try to do that and let the other person know. Maybe there could be a stipulation or not. That's okay.
Yes, that's what we called the GED when I was doing it. Get her done.
And then the last thing
Lamest joke ever, but also
before we take a break, which is what we're going to do, we're going to take a break so that we can handle the rest of the cases that are here, and then we'll start the jury trial. The issues of jurisdiction, I've already ruled that this court has jurisdiction. That's not an issue that gets brought up in front of the jury.
no, no, I object.
Don't. You can object to evidentiary hearings or evidentiary hearing issues. You cannot object to jurisdiction in front of a jury. If you do it, I'm going to excuse the jury, and I'm going to hold you in contempt for not following the rules of court. These are not my rules. They are the rules of the courts of Michigan. In this big book here that I hope you
Lots of torts.
read, because you're getting ready to start a jury trial, and I really hope you've read these because it's the court rules and the rules of evidence, and you need to know these things. Because if you don't do it,
He's like, I wasn't aware that you guys had such big literatures.
Right. I'm not going to give you any leeway on that. We've already talked about this. One more time, Mr. Renfro, are you sure that you do not want to speak to an attorney about this matter before you move forward?
You know, now that I've seen a number of pages in that book there, yes. Yes, I would like to speak to an attorney. That should be his next answer.
Sure. Actually, I do not have my discovery for the case. I haven't been able to go over the evidence. It has not been served to me. I do.
This dumb motherfucker thinks that just because he is in a jury trial, that he gets to fucking be like, hey, I have discovery, so the cops need to show me with their radar and all.
I have the police body cams that I requested a long time ago. I paid for half of them. Have not received them. Have not been able to go through any evidence where they're trying to get me on crimes before.
What's Peter Pan's favorite place to eat? Wendy's.
Initial stop was a civil infraction and somehow bred a crime out of that. It's an unarrestable offense, the civil infraction. You cannot. That's fruit of the poisonous tree.
All right.
So now we're here.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Taking care of the initial problem. So the tickets have to be.
What do you mean I don't? What I read on the internet isn't going to be good enough. I watched 4 YouTube videos. I know what I'm talking about.
And we're not
Price.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Until we get that clear.
That's these
There's no
guys.
proper jurisdiction.
Unfortunately.
Subject matter jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction. And we're not going to move nowhere until we get this taken care of. I demand this.
I demand it. I'm hopped up on Mountain Dew. Judge, I am fucking ready to go.
I say vacate, you say dismiss. Vacate.
Ah, no, he's trying to force a dismissal. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is getting dumber than I thought. Okay, I'm glad I watched this.
One, I've already said that I'm not going to vacate and dismiss.
No, why would she?
Right, where I already said that.
You fucking presumptuous asshole.
2, I've already said that jurisdiction is appropriate. We have subject matter.
Oh my God, I've never seen someone with that, just like the balls it takes for that guy just to be like, Your Honor, I'm seeking a dismissal.
In this matter, we also have personal jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdictions, because you're in a criminal court in the state of Michigan.
Wow.
That is what we are dealing with. In fact, it's misdemeanors.
Pat, if you and the missus are ever able, there's a law school that goes to Galloway, Ireland, every every year for 6-week course you can go to. Fulham, no on CLEs for the number of pages.
You're in a great criminal court being district court, so we have just
I think I got that.
matter jurisdiction. We have personal jurisdiction over you because it alleges that this matter happened in Burton, and Burton is in the jurisdiction of the 67th District Court. So we have both personal and subject matter jurisdiction. Those issues are laid to rest. If you want to bring them up again, you can bring them up on appeal. You will
Yes, that's how that works. No, dude. Yeah, he's trying to win it all at once.
hearing because we are getting ready to start a jury trial, and those are issues that are not appropriate to bring up in front of a jury. And as far as your issues of civil infractions leading to misdemeanors, happens all the time, and it is legitimate as established by our Supreme Court. So you can say that if you want to, but your argument is inaccurate. Once again, Mr. Renfro, your argument is inaccurate. You didn't answer my question. My question was...
Damn, dude, this is what happens when debate bros read like a couple pages of a law book and then go into a courtroom.
Do you want to speak to an attorney before you move forward?
I'm a competent man.
Not entertaining.
It's a yes or no?
Competent man, no.
No. The answer is no.
It's a no. The answer is no.
To you anymore. You've established very clearly that you're going to
Fucking A,
represent yourself in
man.
this matter, for better or worse. Attorney Stolman, do you have anything that you would like to say in regards to any of the issues that Mr. Renfro has brought up?
Judge, I know he has not made a demand for discovery or request for discovery. I'll give him another copy of the police
Word strap, presumptuous asshole. The balls.
report. It's the only thing he's asked my office for, is another copy. I believe he has made a FOIA request to the city regarding documents. I don't know whether or not that request has been granted, but I don't believe the FOIA request was all relevant to this case. I believe it was for more documents.
Tennessee.
And I believe Mr. Renfro...
Isn't that New York?
We've stated that on the record previously that the body cams or whatever those were that you FOIA'd them, the prosecutor's office is required to turn over to you all of the evidence that they have and all the evidence that they plan to use, and they have done that. We've had discussions about discovery numerous times. We're not going to delay the trial any longer.
Oh, Michigan.
So we're going to have this trial today. Okay.
We have no exhibits that we're planning to introduce. We're just going to have the testimony of the officer and Mr. Renfro if he chooses.
Okay. Are you trying to say something?
Is the warrant in here? I don't see the warrant. Or the,
This is the second time you've been given those documents. Do you have the warrant from last time? Or the other time that
I've asked
someone
this
gave you that?
court numerous of times for the discovery. I have to have it to fight in the trial. I have to have the exhibits to be able to see what's going on or the moves that were made to get me in this position.
This is why you get a lawyer.
So
This guy has watched 2 Law and Order episodes, not even the full season of SVU, or any of them. And, yeah. Yeah. Because I don't even think this is YouTube. This is like, I've seen episodes of Cops.
Was last time when they delivered to you the discovery after you refused
I request a per diem.
it, because you actually said you didn't want it because you were confused about how.
That's legal jargon. You guys, you are legally obliged to give me a per diem. You are supposed to pay me while I am in trial. Correct?
You got the discovery. Did you get the warrant
I found that out in Discovery.
in that discovery? It's not necessary, just so you know, but I'm going to make sure that you have it. Do you have it or not? Okay, the answer is no. So,
Are you a sovereign cit? Pep laws your fit. Oh, that's a shirt. Oh. God damn it, that's good.
there's an objection. I am going to provide the statements for probable cause as well as warrant.
That's a shirt, though. Oh, you know the way that dude did that leering fucking thing? Nah, I got it.
Not having it. Mr. Our Attorney Stolman, do you have any objection to that?
No, no.
Okay, all right, so we'll make a copy of that, Mr. Renfro, and I, quite frankly, am pretty confident that this has already been given to you, but we'll make you another copy so that you have it right now. I can copy that. Okay, all right, we will pause on this matter, and we will come back in not too long, and we'll get started on that jury trial. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Selena, Selena, anybody from Speedway? Is there anybody from Speedway?
Really? That was it? We didn't get to see the end of the trial? No! Somebody did a really poor job there. That's the end? We don't get to know what happened? Oh, you want to actually... Hold on, guys. All right, before I go... Here, let me pull up my Twitter. You know what? I'm glad I saved this for the end. All right. So, I randomly found this. Mind you, I'm nowhere near fucking Peoria. But this was hilarious. Now, you guys are going to be just as mad with this one because there's no ending here, but this is great. So, this was 2 days ago, and this was, I think, around like, there we go, 2/12. So, Jeff Rhodes to the idiot Robbie. By the way, I have your wallet. You have till 5 p.m. to return everyone's stuff, or the security camera footage will be released to the public and to the police. Yes, we know who you are, and this might look familiar to you. You have until 5 to bring everyone's stuff back. Now, mind you, this isn't exactly the bad mother effer wallet that we're looking at. It is a one you would expect to find in, deep South Illinois. Now, here's where it gets a little funny. Release the footage. Fuck Robbie. I agree. Release. You're fucking unhinged, and I'm totally here for it. Robbie made his decision. Now he gonna suffer the consequences. Release the footage. I think it's safe to say that the owner of that wallet was Caucasian. All methed up with a hat to match the wallet. Somebody thought they were funny with the Dave Chappelle bit. Yeah, we get it. Most people don't know it. Most people don't know it, but the rebel flag wasn't meant to be racist. The movies is what made it racist. The Civil War was fought over money, not slavery. The South barely had money, and the North had more slaves. And a lot of people don't know it was, but the Africans sold their own people as slaves for money, and African Americans had more slaves than white people. And the rebel flag was made so the two armies didn't get confused on the flags. The rebels originally had the U.S. flag, and well, yeah. I don't know, Robbie, but I do know it's not cool to steal. And if you're going to, you don't leave your wallet. This guy can't even be criminally correct. Someone tried to break into my house in Tennessee years ago, dropped five $20 bills. The wallet says it all, Abby. Yep, Democrat. Nothing says I live in Central Illinois like a rebel flag wallet. Yeesh. Is this Robbie? Now, as I said, unfortunately, we don't have a satisfactory conclusion to this mystery. I looked for a good solid hour before I jumped back on before I jumped on stream today. So yeah, I'm going to go back tomorrow. As I said, I do not live in Peoria. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be joining that Facebook group specifically. I'm going to lie to them because yes, I obviously I'm gonna just go out on a limb. There's like 3 questions. One of them's gonna be like, "Do you live in Peoria?" It's just gonna be like, "Yes." Richard Pryor is awesome. Fuck Chicago. Oh, I live in Peoria. Yeah, Peoria is one of those ones where they're just like, "We're the true capital of Illinois." It's like, but still. I am very interested to know what happened to Robbie. No, did Robbie get busted? Did fucking Jeff show the security footage? Jeff Rhodes from Peoria. Did he show the security footage about Robbie? And did Robbie get his fucking rebel wallet back? And did that one guy learn proper history? Because holy shit. I don't know. Stay tuned, guys, because we got more coming up on Pep Talks in the future. I'm not kidding, by the way. Like, for real. Stay tuned. It's going to be great. But I do have to get going. Speak suspense. Hey, we'll see what happens. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to keep up with it. I am in pure fucking, detective pep mode. So, yeah, just expect that to definitely have an ending. Like, I will reach out to Jeff Rhodes if I need to. I will find this guy, and I'll just be like, did you do it? Did Robbie get back to you? What's going on? What happened with Robbie? I need to know what happened with Robbie. Dude, I will not be able to rest until I know what happened with Robbie. And did you release the footage? I think he needs to release the footage. Release the Robbie footage. I'm with that one guy. Anyway, it's getting a little weird. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. So do me one favor. If you have not already liked the stream, I really appreciate it. If you guys have not subbed to the channel, I really appreciate that as well. Come and join me for this space tomorrow. I have a link for that somewhere. This space. Where is this space? There we go. That's the space. I do a 2-hour show called Pepaganda on this space that is exclusive to the channel. So please please, please copy, paste this, do whatever you need to click that link and go follow this space. I do it for fun. 2 hours for a workers collaborative where we all try to grow the leftist internet space and just have, fun doing it. So, but like I said, guys, I appreciate y'all being here tonight. Oh, shit. There we go. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.